Kill. Double kill. 1 minute remaining. Kill. Double kill. Double kill, killing spree. Double kill. Reverse kill.
Enemy flag.
Killing spree. Sniper. Killing spree. Seconds remaining. Snipe. Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Double kill. Snipe. Double kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Reversal. Perfect. Perfect. Reversal. Perfect. Enemy team score. Perfect. Reversal. Perfect.
Enemy team took it.
You're my best kept secret. I don't know why, but I still try to keep it.
Double kill.
Pieces, 'cause you know you're my music, my weakness. I'll do anything, anything for you. I'll do anything,
Double
anything
kill.
not to lose you. So I'll keep my mouth shut.
1 minute
7
remaining.
years, such a word. Got me feeling so used. Got me acting confused. Like I don't know myself, baby, you put me through hell. 'Cause loving you is ooh. 'Cause loving
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the LVT Halo presentation of the final online tournament. This is your Open Championship major qualification on the line, and today we're starting off with a couple teams that probably have it on lock, but Eli, there are some storylines throughout the rest of the day. Points are on the line, and so too are placings in pool play. That's where you want to be.
Exactly right. Sentinels coming into this tournament, probably the favorites to win the whole thing. I mean, they should be locked for points as well. Team 1, interesting team name here. Collect, I guess, didn't want to get more creative than that when he put it together. I'm assuming it was Collect. But these guys upset Native yesterday, which was a big deal. Now Native in the lower bracket having to find their way into pool play. Gonna have to win at least another round to secure it. But here we go, kicking off things in Recharge Oddball. In this matchup, I would say this is one of Sentinel's best game types, but against a team like One that's kind of got some question marks, they probably don't have a lot of practice against this team. I think Team One could actually put up quite a good fight.
This series is massive. Cannot state enough the consequences of this series for Team One. If they come out on top, it's going to be a little bit harder to do after Boo Boo Doo Boo. It's a triple kill with the shock, but if Team One are to come out on top after their 3-2 series victory over Native Gaming, who was one seed ahead of them in the standings, this series could catapult them into pool play and once again steal that spot from Native Gaming, putting them back into the 1 seed in the open bracket. So it's all there on the line. It's all there for the taking for Team One. But right now, Boo Boo Doo Boo's taking some souls with that shot.
Unfortunately, Boo Boo is not feeling charitable today. Says you're going to have to earn that pool play spot. He's absolutely popping off with the shock rifle. They do have the lead, though, does Team One. But now that Sentinels have control of the oddball, they've got control of the gold side and the A side of the map. This is kind of the comfort zone that Sentinels are looking for. But look at this push from Team One. They do take down Precision and Lethal, but the heads up awareness from Boo Boo to rotate it towards C as teammates spawning on this side, and they should continue to fight.
Well, Collect booms into the tower, but goes down shortly after. And Eli, if you just off the start take a look at the eye test, I would assume that Sentinels was in the lead. Look at all the ripped faces we're seeing here. Boo Boo Doo Boo popping off. Now Falcade has got a double kill, killing spree. But Team One are in the lead up 7. Now, I don't think that holds much longer, but it's impressive enough to note how efficient they've been despite being outslayed.
They've been very scrappy. Now, Sentinel's playstyle, they prefer to have total map control. They want to be in great positions on the map before they hold that ball for an extended period of time. They want every time they pick the ball up to be of high value. They want significant map control. They finally have achieved that. That's why they've now taken the lead. Boo Boo Doo Boo, known as a camo player, he did have the camo, got taken down. The ball does get reset, though, and Sentinels are already making their way over to gold for the play ball.
Sentinels do reclaim the lead up 11, but who's going to reclaim that oddball off the starting spot over by the batteries? Tusk setting up. He's the new player for Team One now. No longer on Cloud9, now linking up with Mortally Collect and King Nick. Really like the dichotomy of this roster when you look at a 2-2 split. Mortally Collect along the lines of a similar composition of each other. Tusk and King Nick almost like player coaches. Now they can pop off at any moment, but very smart, heady players. Let's see how that plays out for them. So far, it's Sentinels maintaining control of the lead, and they grab the oddball off the reset, growing on it.
I have to agree. I do like this roster. All of these guys on Team One have they've teamed with so many different players at this point. They're used to a chaotic team environment, but they can all come together with common ground here and work together quite well. They've shown that they can be a very strong force to be reckoned with, even against these top teams. So definitely do not count these guys out. Sentinels certainly the favorites, but Team One certainly have a chance.
Boo Boo Doo Boo once again in the glass with the shock rifle. It's been too much power weapon control for Sentinels, and it's one reason why they've been able to double up on this lead. That was once a 28-second lead for Team One. Since then, they've not been able to get much control. Boo Boo Doo Boo now Tarzanning his way to the middle of the map. Now grabbing the camo with it all. That would have been an incredible play. Skying high with the grapple. Looks back for the non-aim assist grab. Camo not able to secure it, but this is what Boo Boo Doo Boo can do. Even when he doesn't make the optimal play, the play he wanted in his mind, he still comes out on top.
so creative to just call the audible, say, oh, I missed my grapple. I got shot one singular time. Let me just get out of dodge. Still surviving with his life. Also has the timer for the next shock rifle as well. This man is on an absolute tear. He's 15-3. Tried to make it 16-3, but finally gets taken down. Boo on fire early is good news for Sentinels.
It didn't take long to witness some of that active patented flow state here in the day 2 final day, man. This is a little swan song. This is a little bittersweet for us. No more online Halo, but more sweet than non-bitter, because the rest of the way, it's all on site. It's all on land as Precision looks to put fists on to his opponent Collect, but he gets some help from Boo Doo instead. Eli, Boo Doo is all over the place.
It's actually insane. I mean, I feel like recharge is his comfort zone. Shock rifle, grapple, 2 of his favorite items, camo as well. I mean, literally all 3 of the tools that he is known for are on this map, and it does not surprise me that he is 17-4. As he just understands how to control literally everything on this map. And due to that standout performance, they easily will take round 1. Does Team 1 have an answer going into round 2?
Incoming.
Unfortunate not to take advantage of that opening break victory for Team 1. They scored the first 30 seconds in an oddball. That's the checkpoint. That's the check mark you want to achieve. Afterwards, was really much doing there for Team 1. It's been all Sentinels ever since. Now, Tusk in the shroud screen, obscured visibility, able to get out with camo. No! Falcated spots him down once again. Sentinels are playing so well. Again, even when they don't find the win condition, they flip it on Team 1's head.
Feels like they're just all kind of playing in flow state. When something goes wrong, they immediately take the next best option without hesitation. That's exactly what they need to do if they're going to win this tournament today. They do get 3 dead mortally. Last player on the map for Team 1. He's got to make his way through long haul. Falcated already knows he's on the way, pre-aiming the spot. But great shots out of mortally. Forcing Falcated back is going to open the door for Team 1 to push a little bit further through long haul side. And perhaps other parts of the map as well.
Oh, Mortally's timing. I don't think he expected Falcated to work all the way from the needles to the back of gold stairs, and those first couple of surprise shots that Falcated took were enough to take Mortally down. Now it's a inverse of round 1. It's a 28-0 start for Sentinels instead.
Love this positioning as well. Ball guy, top gold and safety. They know the push is coming in through the gold pipe store, so this rotation from Boo is designed to be unpredictable. Probably has a call out on that weak player. Also tries to get some extra shots into Collect, but I really like the way that Sentinels have played this. Sometimes you can get in trouble if you just funnel through the more obvious routes into gold, but using some creative plays, they're still applying pressure to Team 1.
Chig, the coach for Sentinels, got to be happy with the sandbox control that we witnessed here on Recharge. It's been all-out domination, you could make the case for, as Tusk now looks to break through. Just needs one setup hold to break, one hold for Team 1, and they could get back in this one, but no. 3 go down, Collect the last Spartan standing, and all he's left to do is earn A spawns for Team 1.
Collect trying to just get some damage down onto the players in gold. Kind of just waiting for his teammates to come off spawn. Looks like Boo and Lethal isolate King and Nick, and now that he goes down, this is going to be even more difficult for Team 1 to do anything. They're going to have to probably wait for King Nick to come back off spawn before they can have a stronger push. But no, they said, we're not waiting, we're going right now. Collect and Tusk working together, trying to overtake the elevator. King Nick does get a kill on Precision off of spawn, which is massive, but looks like the rest of the team falling one by one at this A side should lead to another hold for Sentinels.
Sentinels with a big enough lead here, up about a minute, to where they can start playing keep away, and I think that's the strategy that we're seeing. They're just dropping the oddball out into center field, scaring Team 1 to come and take it, but Boo Lethal, everybody combining for absolute ferociousness as Sentinels play that game of keep away, drain some time off the clock, and now add a little bit more to their scoreboard.
This is a scary looking Sentinels right now. I mean, look at their objective efficiency. All 4 players over 30 seconds. That's rare in round 2 for all players to be kind of just filling in whatever needs to be done in the moment. If someone needs to slay, they're slaying. If someone needs to hold the ball, someone needs to support or get space, they're all filling in the gaps so seamlessly in a majority of these interactions. Team 1 finally getting a couple slays, but will they be able to get a third so they can comfortably hold this oddball?
Well, that's one way to get back in this one, is Collect with the shock rifle. I did see that in the feed momentarily. Now Tusk with a double kill. Here we go. Feels like it's been 8 minutes since we've seen Team 1 with an oddball possession, but all they need, again, is just one good hold. They're still down by that 40 seconds or so, 30 to 40 seconds to where they're within reach, but you can't let Lethal get in through the back door. Gets the double kill. Now Shroud Screen gets away with obscured visibility, gets back up to the tower, and Morley in a tough spot there. Going to earn the perfect reversal, but is it going to be enough to stop Sentinels from winning game 1?
That was such a difficult angle to shoot at against a player like Falcated. I mean, very impressive 5-shot, but like you said, that will it even amount to anything? Falcated already off spawn now. All gets reset. Falcated just soaring out of glass to guarantee that kill. Now that 2 go dead, Falcated feels confident to just go ahead and push 2 top gold. And look at the prediction. He knows there's a player top gold. He knows that he got called out by the player top A, just predicting that player might push him. Puts the defensive zoning grenade down and really just playing his life extremely well here. He's not over pushing. He's not putting himself in harm's way. As long as he stays alive here, he can basically play Guardian to this oddball.
I remember the Guardians, Eli. They used to kill me back in Halo 2 and Halo 3. Precision now pushing up on the stacks, has Mortally down to 1 shot. Takes advantage of that with the headshot. Now pushing on through the long haul, meets up with King Nick. Good prediction, a grenade there. Full chase grenade for King Nick, makes it an easy slay onto Precision. Half shields allows King Nick to continue to stay in the fight, try to get more damage down, but Lethal, look at that long range gunfire, does enough to take him and send him back to gold, but Mortally cleans up on him in the tower instead. 50 seconds is the differential, but there's only 90 seconds left to go in regulation. Team 1 are going to have to put together a stronghold here if they want to come back and force a round 3.
They got to pick up the damn ball. They've had strong control for the last minute and a half, and no one is going out of their way to grab the ball. This is really poor objective efficiency. I mean, yes, it's a bit dangerous, but you've got to take the risk. You're down by 50 points. Clock is dwindling down. It's felt like Team 1 have had significant map control, especially this gold side of the map for the last minute, but no one is going to pick up the ball.
It's disappointing for Team 1. Clock continues to dwindle away. The lead sticks at 50 seconds for Sentinels. And again, that game of keep away that we saw executed so perfectly from Sentinels is now their rallying cry once again. But 2, 3 go down. It's Precision as the last Spartan standing. And he gets the slay onto King Nick. That is so huge. King Nick would have worked his way into the back of gold. Accrued at least 15 seconds. But now you can see again that clock stops at 35. A massive play from Precision as the last man standing.
Just felt like Team 1 kind of threw away that their opening to get back into this one. That long stretch of time without any oddball time while having map control. It's just not a way to win. It's not over yet. They could feasibly hold off this push from Sentinels. Great shots and grenades coming out of Collect to just weather the storm that is Sentinels flooding in through the pipe side. But like I said, one of these guys has to get the ball out. Ball actually doesn't get touched for so long that it resets onto the point. 10 seconds now is all that's left on the clock, and Team 1 forced into a desperate pull. You're going to try to get it to safety through long haul, but you have to imagine Sentinels have all the time in the world to make this push as effective as possible.
You got to make the call here if you're Collect. Move that oddball back to gold, start to rotate it, and that's exactly what Mortally's doing. So good comms there from Collect despite going down, and now 2 go down for Sentinels. Team 1 have a chance. They have life, and as long as they flawlessly rotate this oddball, play a little keep away of their own, they could come back and do this. They're only down by 20 seconds, but there's only 7 seconds left in regulation. They cannot drop that oddball. They're essentially playing 3v4 the rest of the way.
Such a good point. They cannot, the oddball player, it will not be a part of these fights for the rest of this game. They're doing it though. King Nick is weak. He's got to run.
Double
They're up by 4, so Precision can now just guard this, collects the last player. That's going to do it. He has no time to grab it, but wow, what a valiant effort. You got to just ask yourself, why didn't they do that sooner? They could have absolutely stolen that round, I think, with as much map control as they had throughout it.
They started off the game with so much efficiency, Eli. Remember, they were getting outslayed. We mentioned it by 4, 5, or 6, and we're up 28-0. Where did that efficiency go for Team 1? It all comes down to this for me, was that moment at around the 3:25 in regulation mark in round 2, where we noted that Sentinels was playing a game of keep away. That ended up trickling all the way down to the end of round 2, where there just wasn't enough time left for Team 1. They only lost the round by 4 seconds, and it was at least 40 seconds that we saw milked by Sentinels in that occurrence, where they just played that, again, that game of keep away over by the A elevator.
There's always multiple ways to win in these objective modes in Halo Infinite. Love that. That was probably one of the sicker shots that we saw throughout that game. Flying headshot with the grapple from Bubudubu. Play against this guy, you got to shut him down. But like I said, the objective efficiency out of Sentinels, this felt like nobody has an ego on this roster. That's what I like about it. There's nobody that says I'm too good to pick up the ball. Everybody knows that they are one unit, just like Team 1 on the other side, I guess. Maybe there's a deeper meaning behind Team 1. Maybe it wasn't just, let me click a button on my keyboard. Maybe he's trying to say, let's play as one instead of as 4 individuals. I don't know, but Sentinels right now looking like the one.
Yeah, gonna need that hive mind type of teamwork here from Team 1. They were heavily outslayed in game number 1. I'm looking at my stat sheet from Nighty Night, and it's almost a -20 for Team 1 in that game. But again, it points to how efficient they were in moments. They had their moments, but they weren't able to put together anything more than a 30-second hold. And after that 30-second hold they started off with, it was 8 seconds here, 13 seconds here, just not enough, where we saw Sentinels run away with 50 to 60 seconds at a time, as they'll have a restart there in game number 2. As we take a look at the red zone, we are hopping into this Native Gaming versus Passion United roster. Again, this one's so consequential as well as it relates to Team 1, because Team 1 beat Native Gaming yesterday 3-2 in that series. Native Gaming just 1 seed ahead of Team 1 in the standings. They have to win this series if they want to hold on to that final pool play spot for Salt Lake City.
Yeah, you have to think that if they finish top 12 and Team 1 finishes top 6, the differential in points could have Team 1 leapfrog them and push them down into that open bracket. It's pretty familiar territory for Native at this point, though, to at least be scheduled to play in the open bracket. Whether or not everybody shows up and that stays the same is another story, but right now they're looking great to secure their spot, or at least their spot into the top 8 here. Passion United was a team we saw yesterday have some really standout performances against good teams, but so far Native proving to be their most difficult task yet.
Yeah, this is a little bit higher up in the tier rankings list, in the levels to this, as the great Why Not always says, and I think we're seeing that here. 49 to 37, the finishing touch gets put on to this match as Native Gaming will go up 2-0 in that series. I'm spotting a little bit of Team Lethal Fox and SWAT Ham in the bottom right and Forbidden CTF as we head back to our main match, your winter semifinals between Sentinels and Team 1. I didn't want off the start.
Bubudubu prioritizing the Stalker rifle off the start. I think that's a mandatory if you're spawning on that Cobra side. Mortally trapped in red. Can he dodge the grenades? Yes, he can. He gets out. I think he still has full shields as well. And Bubu wisely backing up here, probably sensing Mortally might have a teammate lurking, but nice, perfect shots cuts that down, and he's going to regroup with Lethal here at the A side.
Yeah, I think Mortally thought Bubudubu had maybe dipped out of dodge or gotten a little bit further back into PD. A couple of fairly easy shots for the likes of Bubudubu as he hits the 3 perfect, but it's only 3 in total for Sentinels here off the start. Team 1 with a 1-kill lead. Collect pushing through, but look at that bait and switch. He'll go down assuredly so, and he does.
Wow, Bubu just playing so smart positionally, just has perfect cover, really not in danger of dying at all. I expect him to not move that far forward here, likes to give himself an escape route. This is a little further forward than I expected, but now he's going to back up, recognizing he has just a keen sense of exactly how committed he is to an engagement and always has a way to disengage if necessary, as we see here.
Stalker rifle really feels more like a power weapon after the rate of fire nerf to the Bandit, especially without things like the shotgun, which Bubudubu stands tall on top of. Got a double support there, trying to draw in some players along the Nairobi club, but nobody's taking the bait. Excuse me, they are. 3 come through. This push is strong enough too, where Bubudubu didn't expect it either, and now Team 1 are starting to cook.
I just got done saying how Bubu's so good at staying alive because he's always got an escape option, but you can't escape from 3 bandits shooting you at the same time. Great push out of Team 1. That was very unexpected and very timely as well. They timed that perfectly, so Sentinels now kind of playing off the back foot, but somehow get away with both the camo and the Stalker after that engagement. Falcated, most dangerous guy on the map right now.
This has been the narrative for me, Eli. You cannot, as the lower seeded team, let the higher seeded team, a top 5-6 team like Sentinels, dominate the sandbox control. 50-50, I'd say you need to be 75-25 if you're Team 1, but it's been 90-10 Sentinels, camo, Stalker, shock rifle. I mean, you name it. you buy it if you're Sentinels because they have had a lockdown control on the sandbox. However, though, in game number 2, Team 1 are still keeping it close. 11-12 now as they reclaim the lead. That opening strike allows them to maybe collapse here on Sentinels and this power weapon usage.
Very methodical, slow pace for a Street Slayer so far. We know this Stalker is going to be on spawn soon. I think that's why Falcated's starting to progress towards this side of the map. Nice sticky repulse play out of Tusk. Gets stolen from him though. Don't think he minds it as long as that player does go down. I'm not sure if Team 1 is aware that Stalker Rifle is likely on its spawn point. We'll have to see. Looks like Sentinels are going straight from C up the driveway towards that red room, so they can probably pick up the next Stalker Rifle.
Well, we know Chig is the coach for Sentinels. Who's the coach for Team 1? I don't know if they have a coach. I'm sure they do, because that'd be a massive advantage to be playing in this without one. But it really goes to show the difference that coaches can make. Another Stalker Rifle should be in the hands of a guy like Mortally, who's over there at the red room. Maybe Collect now off a spawn. I am anticipating that they have this next Stalker. And there you go. You can see the calls come out for it. It's in the hands of Collect.
Look at the patience here, though. Doesn't want to just walk straight in, probably expecting enemies to be bottom center, as they are. Very strong understanding of angles and timing here. Tusk going to be the opening damage dealer for this fight. Oh, that would have been a dirty 3-shot, but precision with the impressive crouch strafe. And Tusk drops from the ceiling like Spider-Man. I don't even know how he got. Did he grenade jump? That was wild. He just came from the ceiling.
I'm glad 99 took a look, because I'm thinking, how the hell did he get up there? It's like the planners that are just a little bit off that mark. It's like they shifted or something. Tusk somehow still alive, now in possession of the Stalker Rifle, and this is where Team 1 can not only hold on to their lead, but potentially grow on it as 2 go down on each side. Tusk looking to clean up here on Lethal. That could be bait, though. Imagine Precision's watching where Tusk is, and Lethal getting good shots. Precision gets 1 shot in the back, and now Tusk in a little bit of a topsy-turvy situation. To the grenade! Geometrical from Falcon, and takes down the power weapon.
He threw that here from B stairs. What a perfectly placed grenade. Tusk wasn't even that weak. That had to be max damage coming out of that frag grenade.
Filthy.
Disgusting. I don't know if they knew he had the Stalker. They should. Are any of them in position to go for it? I don't think they will. It looks like they're more concerned with getting back to that 50-yard line. They want to push Team 1 back towards the A side. They don't want to give them a chance to surround them on the subway side. Say, okay, that Stalker is going to reset, but let's at least play for positioning.
Sentinels are really prioritizing grenade damage. Look how often they're opening up their breaks with grenade tosses, finishing them too with Hail Mary tosses from the likes of Falcated. Falcated gonna head back to the respawn screen after that death there. Booba with the option to pick up the battle rifle, and he will. Smart choice here, as both TTKs of the Bandit and the BR on even field, even strength now, as 3 players, now 4 players for Sentinels pushing out of C, and Falcated with another opening strike grenade. I'm telling you, Eli, there's something to the grenade practice or execution that we're seeing here from Sentinels. Not only do they have more sandbox control, but they've been better with the grenades too.
Grenades, certainly one of the more important skill gaps, especially at this level. If you can open a fight, just immediately cut down the shields of 1 or 2 players. That's sometimes the door opening for your squad to just push immediately forward. Look at this, though, from Boo. He's got Stalker, BR, also has the Shroud in hand, so he can get the camo as well. This guy has all the guns on the map, but King Nick, great push out of him. He's going to shut that down immediately. And although they lose a couple players in the process, Sentinels are holding strong. They actually get 3 dead for Team 1, and now they know that Team 1 are spawning in C. They might be able to surround them here.
That was a massive slay, though, from King Nick. 100% Stalker, 100% camo in the suit of Boo Boo. But he burns it after King Nick gets a clutch slay. You could very, you could very much make the case that it could be an inverted flip score had Boo Boo made it away with that combination, 37-34. Sentinels, but instead it's Team 1 still gripping on to that narrow lead, and they hold strong as we approach the 40s.
Huge slay out of Boo Boo, but he gets traded out. All these trades are in Team 1's favor. I've been very impressed with the methodical gameplay that we've seen out of Team 1. Sentinels, usually known as the chess match type of team, but Team 1 playing the chess match even better, currently holding a lead. How does Sentinels respond? Like, they send 2 through center, it looks like, maybe trying to be unpredictable, but Team 1 are in great positions to shut that push down. Now Sentinels forced to play backwards a bit.
You mentioned the pace of play in the beginning, Eli, and I'm starting to glance more and more at the clock, out of the 4:30 mark into the 40s now. I don't know if it's going to come down to time and regulation, but this is a much slower pace to Street Slayer than we're used to seeing, as Falcated makes his way towards the cafe. Full of spiker grenades toss out, but those won't be effective. Camo up in the next 20 seconds. You can very well imagine both teams starting to set up for that.
I like this play by Sentinels. They want to get some early positioning on this cafe side before the camo comes up to have this sight line on front A and shut these players down so that could be spawning or trapped in PD. Now, though, that double kill that Falcated just got, those two are spawning in C with a great sight line on the camo itself, so they can't just comfortably go straight for it. Looks like Falcated pushes those players back, and I think a different member of Sentinels was able to grab the camo.
Here's the difference. Tied 44 all, and it's now Team 1 with a little bit of that sandbox in their hands, but it's Boo with the camo in his suit. One of the best camo players of all time. Expecting him to make a play here, but it's Tusk on the other side with that stalker rifle as we're starting to see the sandboxes collide here. Boo making his move, and it's almost like he doesn't even have the camo with how aggressively he's playing with it.
And you saw that Tusk was pre-aiming the spot that Boo walked into, but just shot the stalker one frame too early, it felt like. Now the push is in. Sentinels get 3 dead. The collapse is perfect. And now take a 3-kill lead, stealing victory from Team 1. They just need 2 more to close it out.
Oh, unfortunate flip of fortune here for Team 1 as they've been the team up 3 for the entirety of this game. But in the end game, it's Sentinels icing up, Collect getting back smack, Tusk going down to the shots from Falcated. Doesn't matter. 50-47 is the final score, and Team 1 will take a heartbreaking loss into Game 3.
Wow, Sentinels playing that so intelligently into the end game. It was Tusk that had the last stalker rifle, but when Boobo's got the camo and he's lurking and pushing up, he just had to back all the way up. He's not able to get any value out of that last stalker. But yeah, that was the play where he just fell from the ceiling like Spider-Man. Like, where was this man?
Like, there's no way he jumped off the planters again. And Nighty Night in real time picked up what we were putting down. And even despite the incredible observer switch, I don't think we got the answers we were looking for. We might have to ask Tusk himself how the hell he got so high on the backside of Tram, but it still wasn't enough. Here we go, 44 all endgame scenario. Boo with that camo, and what do you know? Makes the play, gets the opening break, and that was about all she wrote. Once Boo got that opening strike with the camo, Team 1 never got back in it.
Eli X in chat says that Tusk repulsed up, so he was predicting that player rounding the corner. I mean, that makes sense. That's the only way he would have that much height, right? So, repulsing before, or maybe trying to repulse a grenade and himself up at the same time, and just falls on that player's head without them expecting it. Very heads-up play from Tusk.
All right, some updates for you guys. You got SWAT LATAM winning Game 1 of their series. TLF wins Game 2 to tie up their series at 1 as we continue on with your winner semifinals here between Sentinels and Team 1. Team 1 again beating Native Gaming yesterday 3-2 in a thriller. And that is so important because Team 1 stands just 1 seed, 1 ranking point behind that Native Gaming roster. And if Native Gaming fall to top 12 or even top 8, and you see Team 1 push to a top 4, top 6 here this weekend, they could overthrow them in points and steal that final full play spot as we kick things off here. Game 3, King of the Hill on Solitude.
Another map featuring the camo and shock rifle. We've seen how proficient Sentinels can be with both, but it's Team 1 with the better opening strategy. They get 3 dead, they get the camo. But it looks like Boo has the shock. He's going to shock the pad to just get this hill player out, maybe start weakening a player that could be in the hill. You can hear that tick, tick. That means that the shock rifle chain damage did some damage to that player, but they're getting a lot of time here. Sentinels trying to do their best to shut it down, but I mean, they've already got almost half of this hill.
Again, deja vu. This is exactly what the opening break looked like for Team 1 in Game 1, and they lost that oddball 2-0. So I'm not buying it until they put one on the board and stamp it. And even at that point, Sentinels has shown that they are up for the comeback challenge as Boo works his way up to the top side. King Nick with the low ground, but Boo with low shields repositions himself, instantly centers onto where King Nick's head would have been. Now taking a couple of footsie shots potentially at Collect as he spots him below the trucks. King Nick down to low HP on the cafe. It's a dive and dance, but Lethal, the veteran, wins it instead.
You can just imagine Lethal in a sarcastic voice like, can you just die, bro? Like, why are you making this so difficult? Like, King Nick wasting his time, and that's a good play from Nick. Now Team 1 looking even better to cap this hill. Finally, they do take out the hill player, but we've got Looks like Native will close out the series against Fashion United to secure themselves a spot in top 8.
All right, Native getting a little bit closer and closer to drying up that ink on the 12th seed and the final pool play spot for Salt Lake City. And what an advantage that would be for Native Gaming to not have that question mark. Are we going to be in open? Are we going to be in pool play? Stamp your ticket and not have a question about it, as we've seen them continue to climb the ranks, taking down Optic Gaming in recent weeks. That was a big momentum boost for Native Gaming. That was a big believe it moment, as Team 1 have their see it to believe it moment as they take the lead 1-0 in this match and show a little life in this series.
Lethal was momentarily the last player alive for Sentinels, just trying to wait for his team to come off spawn, but also keep Team 1 from maybe pushing out to this flower side. Team 1 don't really have a good reason to push this way though, so it's just gonna wait. I think the game plan from Sentinels in this moment is typically to rotate through the tram and flower side as well as the ledge. But a great play from Mortally, sneaks up behind, gets that assassination, and completely thwarts the push from Sentinels.
You can really see how the Jiggle Strafe is just not as effective after the Bandit TTK fire rate nerf. As Collect now pushes on into the hill off of the A ledge, but he heads back to the respawn screen. Even 3v3 in this moment, and look at that, a couple of tidal waves about to collapse and meet on the backside and front side of A as Tusk gets his shots in, getting his time in as well. But Sentinels take the advantage off the break, up by 1 in this scenario, as Mortally just looking to stay alive, calls for help, but Lethal takes him down again with the grenades. How often have we seen the grenades in the feed for Sentinels this series, Eli?
Grenades have been absolutely massive. That gives them complete control of this side. Tusk with the little tricky jump. I feel like everyone's got a different method to line that jump up, but Tusk gets some high ground to try to get a shot. They've got a lot of time left to work with. Actually, no, less time than I thought. Somehow Sentinel's already 75% done. Lethal is the last player alive, and he's getting so much hill time. Tusk wants to get in and shut it down. Lethal very wisely gets out of dodge, but his route is cut off, and Team 1 are back in the hill. I don't know if Sentinels have time to stop this, but look at this. They're already breaking through on the tram side. Boobadooboo needs to get this kill.
He does, but you are starting to have that question. Do we GG go next, or do we try to push into the hill? It's a GG go next scenario after Falcon goes down. Sentinels wise enough to make that decision as they do set up preemptively on the shock side, trying to get some high ground in this next camo.
King Nick trying to open up some space here. Does a good job. Lethal gets taken down. This next hill, one of the harder ones to cap for sure. So I would not be surprised if Team 1 take an approach that kind of dwindles time off the clock. They're going to try to get into the hill when they can, but not feel too worried about it with the 2-hill lead. Every second that ticks off the clock does play into their benefit. So I think as soon as the next push arrives, Tusk gets out of this hill and continues to fight.
Collect got the camo. What? Sentinels had 3 players top mid, 3 players spawning on C. Set up again preemptively. Fortunate spawn system there for the team going down in that scenario, and with the hill setting up here as well, they had sights on it, but it's Team 1 who takes sandbox control and hill control instead. Collect now opening up some damage with those grenade tosses. Has to watch out for the pinch here. Boobadooboo from the left, Falcon from the right. The roommates at home coordinating their push. Their attack is strong, and Boobadooboo works his way up to the top side there. Collect didn't expect it.
Didn't expect it at all, and all of a sudden Sentinels have control of this hill. Good time to do so as well. Look at this rotation. Boo Boo knows that these players are going to spawn tram and want to spread out. Also getting a call out that a player was weak at LR. He's going to cut down King Nick, and very good timing to back up as well. But look at the trade out of Tusk. That's actually pretty massive for Team 1, but no one's going to be able to take advantage of it, and Sentinels are looking good to cap this hill and keep themselves alive.
Sentinels looking to make it a 1-point game after just 30 seconds come off of that regulation clock. So that conversation around milking the clock and playing for time not going to be a factor now for Team 1, as they're going to have to put one more on the board. We assume Sentinels will lock this up and score things here, as Boobadooboo wants to avoid some of those grenades from King Nick. Shock rifle up soon, so while Team 1 will probably lose this hill, they could take advantage of this next night.
King Nick facing immense pressure from Sentinels. You can tell they really want to make sure they get that shock, but Precision and Falcated both get taken down. Boo Boo tries to kind of desperate for the shock. Got shot in the back a couple times by Collect, who has the camo. And now that they have secured the shock, Team 1 look to make this very difficult for Sentinels to move forward. Sentinels do spawn right next to the hill, but with Team 1 all surrounding them, this does not look good for their positioning.
That's been the difference, man. Again, that shock rifle, it's been in the hands of Team 1 more often than not. The camo been in the suit of Collect more often than not, and that is why Team 1 pulled a narrow 1-point victory. And with 1:45 left on the clock, we're getting down into the end game, but Team 1 cannot play for time. They need to score a third hill. Now, making it 3-1 with 1 minute left in regulation could all but seal it here. So next hill, you could argue, wins.
Sentinels definitely need to tie it up at the very least. They've got plenty of time to work with. They can't get impatient here. Boo is trying to keep his teammate Precision alive in that LR tunnel, but they're gonna actually get out of the hill for now just to guarantee they can get the next round of slays. Boo finally setting foot in it, but 2v2 momentarily on the map.
Time and space, patience. Boo playing for more of it. He does have that shock rifle in his back pocket. Now forward facing with it as Tusk makes his play. G-slide in makes him a little bit faster on the map. Boo, a little bit more difficult shot to hit, but he gets enough damage to earn the assist and some more time.
Trying to lock down this yard side of the map. Does Boo getting some high ground though from this ledge. It's basically ultimate high ground on this map. Collect with the peak shots, making himself a very difficult kill. Lethal's gonna be the bodyguard for Boo to just push forward and force the trade, but this new camo is top of mind for Boo. I'm gonna trigger chat and say maybe he's the best camo player of all time. Isn't that crazy, chat, that we have something to talk about the player? Anyways, Boo is gonna use this camo to probably get another headshot into the next engagement.
Who would think that lore should be a part of the conversation, Eli? Lore is so lame, dude. Boo looking to add some more chapters to that illustrious career with the camo, but not the most impressive play there. And yeah, setting the table for it makes it a little bit more surprising when you see a guy like that go down with camo, because we don't expect him to. As Precision now gets some shots onto Tusk. Sticky collects and connects onto Tusk, but Tusk does a good job to wrap around and earn the trade. 3 go down for Sentinels. Collect icing up here with just 2 players alive for Team 1. Collect and Mortally combining for a 1v2 onto Lethal, and that math is gonna math up for them as they take advantage. And now, look at the time, 20 seconds left, and I don't think Team 1 will play for points anymore. They're looking to milk that clock.
Did you see the huge play from Boo though? He hits the no-scope headshot. He gets 2 more kills. That's exactly when Sentinels needed it as well. He's gonna rotate through this tram side just to guarantee that it's completely cleared as well. And Sentinels are going to tie this up with just a few seconds left on the clock. Now it's anyone's game. Next hill wins.
Ice in the veins of Sentinels, but shock rifle in the hands of Collect, and he's set up preemptively for the next points on this hill, set up on the C platform, and he's already putting it to work. He gets a snipe. King Nick gets a slay onto Lethal, but Boo counters back with the fist. Precision looking to make a move down the cafe side, but that's been called out. He's going to have to switch his position or worry about Tusk here, as Precision knows he can't peek haphazardly. Collect has that shock rifle lined up. All the while, the attention on Precision, but you gotta watch Lethal, and Collect gets it with a nade of his own. Team 1 are clutching up, just 3 seconds left. This one's gonna go to sudden death.
When Collect goes down though, this looks a lot better for Sentinels. And just disregard the clock entirely. This will be next hill wins. At this point, camo is up as well. Do Sentinels get out? Yes, this is smart. I like this. They want to make sure they have a bit more presence on the map before they get back into the hill, but I think it's Tusk, the one that gets away with it.
4 down!
And it's 4 dead for Sentinels, and there's just 20 seconds left to finish this hill.
Tusk looking like Spider-Man with one of those cinematic shots at the top of, I was going to say Gotham City, that's not right, New York City. Instead, it's a little bit what Solitude looks like. Now sets up again on the high side, grenades going out onto Falcade. It is going to be so hard for Sentinels to push through, and now with the situation, they're forced to overextend. They make their move, but 2 into the hill means 2 might just get backsmacked by Tusk. Now with the camo in his hands, he gets the fisticuff double. Looking at Lethal for the triple, and he gets it, and that'll secure it. Team 1 have life and a Game 3 win.
Tusk went absolutely massive that entire game, but mostly at the end when his team needed it most. Finished plus 10 in the score differential, 24 and 14. Massive game from Tusk, the newcomer to this roster. And look at these shots that he was hitting early on. This is why they started off with that 2-0 lead. I mean, you have to imagine he misses one of those headshots. Sentinels could very well have got this first hill.
What do you know? It's a massive camo play that seals the deal for Team 1 there. And again, Eli, we had been setting up that narrative throughout the series that it's been too much sandbox control for Sentinels. But look at just look at the replays, look at the highlights. Every time we're switching to someone for Team 1, it's camo in their possession. It's shock rifle in their possession. More examples of it right here. And again, you cannot come in as the underdog and beat a top 5-6 team like Sentinels without at least reaching 50-50 in the sandbox control. And dare I say, we saw even better than that. We saw that 75-25 possession that they need to be at. So I think that's the win condition. The series win condition the rest of the way for Team 1, if they're to secure this reverse sweep, is to be at the 75-25 possession mark on sandbox control, especially so with power weapons and power-ups. I know it probably sounds like the low-hanging fruit for casters to talk about, but I really do believe that it just comes down to that. Too good with the camo are Sentinels, and the snipers are just as deadly, so we need to see that at least not in the hands of Sentinels. It's not like we need to see Team 1 pop off with it. They just need to make sure Sentinels don't get as much of it. That's how they were able to win Game 3 in my eyes.
You're exactly right. I mean, Boo Boo Doo said it himself. He came on our podcast a couple months ago. You guys can watch the episode. He said, I noticed that I lost the games when the other team got the power-ups, so I decided I'm just going to get all the power-ups. And guess what? He does a pretty damn good job of it now. So these guys really need to prioritize it. And when you play against a team like Sentinels and you know that that's their game plan, you have to counter it by just getting it yourself. We're popping into another series here. F1, one of the new exciting rosters in my eyes to take a look at. Got Ezo, Piggy, Onboard, Descendant. So much talent on this roster. On the other side, you can say the same thing, though. Ascending Baseline, Kratos and Native have lots of time teaming together. Now joining forces with Gunplexion, recent FFA winner, Kid Nasty, up and coming young GOAT as well. So this could be a very hotly contested series.
Oh, absolutely. We were talking about this before the show started today, and we said Kratos, man, he was looking like Season 1 X-Set Kratos when they were placing top 6, 7, 8 or so. All the way back in Season 1, Kratos pulling back a little bit of nostalgia as he's having a good performance here again. Descendant, the young gun with the no-scope. Great shot there, is looking to reset the flag, but there it is. The veteran Kratos gets the better of him. Instead, it's Hated with a no-scope again. I don't know what it is about the sniper. We didn't see a patch note or a buff to it, but in recent weeks, it's been no-scopes galore in the HCS.
The reality is when the bandit slows down, that's just a little bit easier to time those headshots. You're facing slightly less pressure. You're not as rushed to hit that no-scope, so maybe a fractional second more to line it up. I think that might be part of the reason we're seeing more no-scopes and quick scopes coming out of these players. But wow, look at the damage output from Descendant. Will it be enough though? He does. Look at these cross-map shots are insane right now.
Dude,
he's single-handedly stopping this flag cap, but where is his team?
Oh my God, they finally pushed through. They're gonna get the goal line stand, and this is gonna force a counter cap. Descendant almost single-handedly 1v4ing for a potential first score.
Insane stop out of Descendant. I mean, he is just a turret right now, completely locking down this half of the map. Descending Baseline have to rotate and respond to this man if they do not push through. Kid Nasty finally taking a route through the back, but Descendant is aware of it. He said, I know I've been annoying. They're gonna single me out. Can he win this 1v1 against Kid Nasty? Trying to use some tricky movement, almost pulls the reversal, but Kid Nasty holds strong in that interaction.
You could viscerally feel the frustration from Ascending Baseline calming. We gotta take down Descendant. The only damage we're taking is from Descendant. Take him down. As you can see, the prioritization put on his skull, and they do take him down, but not before F1 are able to put one on the board, and they're already setting up for another one here as Ezo. Love this opportunity. Talk about a player who's taken the most of his chances. Ezo has been kind of around the top 16 to 24 ranks, but now on a team that could very well place top 8 or top 12 as we head back to our main match of the day for now. Winner semifinals between Sentinels and Team 1. Sentinels go up 2-0 in the series, but Team 1 bounce back in Game 3 to make it a much tighter series.
Early game, neither team really having significant control. Looks like kills being traded back and forth. Camo's going to be up in 8 seconds. I think both teams really want to get control at B before anything else. They want to get that first set of points on the board, but Boo Boo in best position with the repulse to rotate and attack the camo side. He's going to see if maybe he can multitask a bit. Did some damage, but now he's capping C, and nobody's picked up the sniper yet. It's been sitting on the stand for 40 seconds. Wow. Finally, Boo Boo picks it up, and that is a rare sight to see at this level.
You can almost see again the non-verbal. Oh, okay, I'll take this. If I'm Boo Doo. All right, Snipe seems cool because he does possess that S7 in the back pocket for now. So close in that gunfight. Maybe setting up for a no-scope here, expecting the clamber, but it's not going to come through. Precision occupying the rat tunnel. That's going to clear any space potentially for him as Boo Doo is able to secure A and the rolling score with control of the split AC, and now they could go for the trip cap.
Just looking at dangerous for Team 1. They might spawn split away from one another as well. Nope, looks like they do all spawn on that dummy side. Sentinels kind of forming a defensive stance around the rest of the map. King Nick, though, takes a quick route through bottom center and finds the back of Boo Doo, somehow not spotted by any member of Sentinels. And that's a huge triple kill out of King Nick when they were in a very disadvantageous position.
All right, Team 1 starting to heat up a little bit, but the scoreboard reflects a better opening break for Sentinels. Now, Team 1, after that triple kill from King Nick and a few collective slays, look to get back on the board. Mortally picks up a sidekick, but he needs a little help from a teammate there. Such low HP, he goes down rather easily to the gunshots there from Sentinels. 2 go down on each side. Now 3, Boo Doo down once again. It's Precision as the last Spartan standing, and nobody for Team 1 for now expects him to be there. A couple of back shots there in to collect as Precision utilizing the pole to stay alive. Oh my God, it's a masterful dance. He's frustrating Tusk, and he earns the trade. That's a win condition there for Precision because he was dead to rights. 1v3, still finds the 1v1 win.
That was insane. I mean, Sentinels is 3 dead. You have to think if you're Team 1, that's your chance to score. But Precision just somehow in a 2v1 comes out with a trade and denies the points the entire time just by physically being in the stronghold. I mean, that was a massive play from Precision and a massive snipe, though, from Collect. He's going to try to secure this next camo.
That's huge. You turn that slay into camo possession, and now Collect has the kit doubled up at that. More sandbox wins for Team 1 are going to get them back in this fight as Collect looks to work his way back to top mid. Sniper up again fairly soon, and he's going to utilize the final shot before reloading with it. Perfect timing. Flow state with the sandbox. Our Team 1 for now.
Collect, camo, sniper, most dangerous combo you can have on this map. Can't find a target to shoot, though, and camo's probably going to expire fairly soon. Looks like he's just kind of playing gatekeeper, helping his team cap A. Needs to hit another shot here on lethal to guarantee a B swap as well. Collects, being an absolute monster, but can't land the bandit shot. Does he have help from a teammate? Yes, looks like the team is here. 3 dead for Sentinels. But finally, Team 1 getting control of B. Have to imagine they maybe could have got more value out of this, but they will start to score.
Yeah, you would have thought, based on the timing, that after 3 went down for Sentinels, you would have already seen AB control for Team 1. They do take it, nonetheless, and Collect loses the snipe. Precision takes it back with 3 shots left to work with. Lines up the body shot. No scope, cleanup with the bandit. Executes on that and executes Tusk.
Nice little late jump there to just throw Tusk's aim off as well mid-fight. These guys always so tricky with their movement on a dime. Precision can stop this C hold. Could be a potential trip cap, but no, they decided that it's not worth it. Let me block the spawn in A. Let's force the other team to spawn at the dummy side. I think they moved a little bit too fast, though, and probably created a training spawn coming up next.
Precision rings out the final shot in that S7, now relinquished to the bandit. His back's against the wall, low HP. King Nick going to take advantage of that as 2 go down for Sentinels, 2 go down for Team 1, and who's going to be more efficient in this instance? For now, it's Team 1 holding strong. This is where we didn't see the efficiency in recent moments, but now Sentinels are starting to flip B. Lethal positioning himself on the fulcrum at the nest, has great positioning to put some shots down into C, and B just looking to stay alive and gets the help, gets the assist. Falcata gets the double, and now Sentinels are scoring once again.
Just feels like every time Team 1 gets some control of the map, Sentinels do such a good job to just mitigate the damage. They're back into scoring position. Morley needs to get on the board. For a while, his skill column was the same as his team name. Finally, that's going to change. But now, Sentinels still with strong control. If they can clear out A, this could be a trip cap.
I mean, I always make the case, Eli, when you see a player just performing with a statistical anomaly like Mortally is, you usually don't see him with that low of a kill count. Hey, if they're able to keep it closer, Team 1, as I say that, though, the lead's continuing to grow for Sentinels. But hey, if Mortally can just get back to where he usually is, that makes an opportunity for Team 1 to have some path towards a comeback, as you can now see Mortally working his way into C, scoring points, and potentially setting up a trip cap, has to stay alive, but the push and the pinch and the collapse are too strong for Set.
Look at that, man. They flow through top center and then, or they went up cuts and then came back through top center to apply pressure to the B side now. Lethal the whole time playing this fulcrum point between C and B. To such a good part of the map to control. Great shots to do it with as well. From here, he can simultaneously protect A and B. This melee is going to launch him across the map, but looks like Sentinels still coming out on top in that engagement. They'll still score and get the new sniper rifle.
Booba like we saw at the 42nd mark with that sniper in his hands once again. Tusk with that QT, but there's not enough variation in space to keep him alive. He actually might have stayed alive, unbelievably so, with just a 5-meter QT back to its initial spawn point, but QT's back into a position where Booba can easily take him down, and now Team 1 are starting to crumble. 3 go down, and Booba's lining up some snipes.
Actually like this spot. You think like, oh, wouldn't it be better if he was Nest? Well, he's more likely to be predicted to be there at Nest. Taking this more aggressive stance in the actual stronghold might be a bit unexpected from Team 1, but Booba can't land a shot right now. He's facing heavy pressure, has to back up. And great push from Team 1. You have to argue, though, if Boo lands a shot, that could go very differently.
This is it. At the 175-point threshold for Sentinels, they are screaming towards the 200s. Team 1 need to hold for 50 seconds at least to get themselves back in this one. They haven't been able to hold very strong. They've been able to flip possession of A, B, and C, but haven't held it much longer. Very similar to what I saw in that Game 1 oddball. Mortally now working his way to A, resets it, and trying to continue the scoring for Team 1. And despite the numbers disadvantage, Sentinels and Lethal are able to capture B and start the scoring once again for them.
Mortally gets the camo. This might be the catalyst that he needs to get back on the board. Nice shots there as well. Has some help from the team. They need to push through. They need to finish this collapse and get control of B. I'd like one member of Team 1 to also just hold sandbags here. Just stop Sentinels from freely rotating into A behind them. And yes, that's exactly what Mortalley's doing. Taps B, rotates back, gets the spawn for King Nick in the back of A. Now they're in great positions to actually protect A and B. They might be getting a lot of time here shortly.
Here we go. We're starting to see it. The eye test is passing for Team 1, and it should allow them to pass into the 100s. And I believe it will. And there we go. There's that Mortally killing spree that we were calling for, and not having his usual performance. An awful start for him is now turned into a decent game. He's filling out the stat sheet with the assist. So all the while he wasn't able to secure the kills, was at least doing damage and now scoring some points with that capture of C.
Wow, great grenade from Boo. Just the edge of that AoE. Gonna take down Mortally, and a good time to take him down as well. Lethal doesn't have any grenades to throw at this pillar side, so he's gonna redirect his attention to B. Helps his teammates stay alive, but Team 1 have played really well out of this position.
Oh, B spawns for Sentinels means that Team 1 can play for the Slays and the trip cap here as B is being contested. Last player for Sentinels is in it. Boo on the backside looking to make a play. Precision down to 1 HP, and he goes down too. Team 1 have been on a tear recently. Sentinels are able to recapture A, so we'll see 4 spawning there, most likely for them, but Team 1 with an easy capture of B will keep the scoring going for them. 2-1 in our other series, Team Lethal Fox versus SWAT at LATAM, and look at the finish here. 245, 228, SWAT LATAM looking to send us to a game 5.
Looks like they do secure it. Wow, impressive. That's going to be a crazy one to keep an eye on. We'll keep you guys up to date with that. Got observers in multiple lobbies for you. Don't want to make you guys miss any of the action. For now, though, Team 1 still on this comeback train. They've really kept Sentinels playing off their back foot for quite a while now, and Collect with the sniper looks to continue that. And look at this, just quickly rotates down, knows that Boo is lurking bottom mid, also knows he has the repulse so he can get right back to C. Such a smart time to drop in that moment, knowing he can always rotate back.
Now, so much focus is on B here that I worry for Team 1 that Sentinels is going to be able to grab this camo, and with the numbers advantage, 3 going down for Team 1, camo will assuredly... Oh no, not with the A spawns there. Precision's going to have to fight and earn it, and he might even need some help from Booba to earn that next camo, but right now the priority is on scoring points. But we said Team 1 needed to get to the 100-point threshold. They've done a little bit better than that, cutting this lead down to 60 seconds, and in Strongholds, that's a close match.
Gonna have to get some value out of this camo, though, to get back into scoring position. Booba with the QT. It's down to no shields, but his portal's in a precarious spot. He's gonna go ahead and push back into A momentarily. Now he knows his portal is sitting there at the pillar side. I like this. He's got one bullet of snipe to work with and just repositioning in ways that I don't think Team 1 is ready for. Can he get a headshot with this last shot? Oh, wow.
Thought Boo was lining up some trickery there. One of the most unorthodox players in the HCS. Not able to get too tricky though with it as he heads back to the respawn screen, and a trip cap is brewing here for Team 1. This is their moment to strike. C spawns for Sentinels. Should give that back to them, but in this moment, Lethal tries to push through to B, but that is being watched like a hawk from 2 players for Team 1. An easy slay gives them control of 2 cap points, A, B in their favor, and Team 1 are starting to mount that comeback.
Lethal maybe overextending a bit in that play. You could see the rest of Sentinels visibly slow down and say, okay, let's make sure we don't throw this. Have to make sure that they push as a unit, but look at Team 1 pushing together through bottom center. Huge pickup there. At the same time, though, Sentinels kill 2 and might be able to flip B if they can just clear Tusk out of this backside.
Tusk's positioning on B respectable enough to force Sentinels into A. They'll take that and then work their way to B. Tusk gets a win onto Lethal. There's no way he takes down Boo, right? Boo does get that slay. Does he get B? It's gonna be tough there. He did take a grenade right before he switched, and he does go down. King Nick is gonna keep B for Team 1 instead. Try to keep the scoring in their favor, and it might be brewing a trip cap here. 3 go down for Sentinels, and it'll be a trip cap to send Team 1 to the 200s in a close game.
This is not looking good for Sin. They're spawning in A. They've got to just cap what they spawn next to, but the collapse is in from Team 1. They waited for the spawns, try to push through and apply that maximum pressure. They can just keep Sentinels having to spawn next to zones and cap what they spawn next to. Look at the nose go from Collect. Can't QT back in time to safety. New camos up as well, and the pressure is continuing from Team 1.
Oh, Mortally gonna grab what could be the last camo of the match. 30 seconds with it, and just 30 seconds for both of these 2 teams to capture victory in Game 4. Tusk drops down to the backside of Mud, but he goes down instead. Falcon with a big win. Now working through collectively as a team towards B. Middle of the map, loses precision, but Sentinels have their eyes on B. Mortally with the camo, with the snipe. He's got the kit. Can he help the comeback get secured? 225, 226.
Lethal with a huge shutdown on B or on C to stop the cap from coming through. Rest of Sentinels do spawn here as well. Mortally feeling obligated to push through and make something happen, but it's going to be too little too late. Team 1 spawning at green. They will get captured. They will get B under control. Both of these teams have to win this next fight. Who's going to come out on top?
Oh, Lethal could really clutch up here for Sentinels, but knows that the fight is going to come from sandbags. Collect gets Lethal. Collect took enough shots to where he's going to go down to low HP, but he goes down to the middle of the map, repositions, and Boo doesn't expect it. 3 go down for Sentinels, and a win here from Collect could just win them the game, but Falcon clutches up instead, slides his way through to the backside of B, is going to try to capture and finish what Sentinels couldn't, as he does in fact get in there, but King Dick is contesting instead. At the 95 percentile, the win for B could just win either team the game.
2 kills go in Sentinels' favor in the kill feed. Make it 3, 4 dead for Team 1, and Sentinels just have to predict the next set of spawns. If they flip C, I don't think Team 1 have any chance to get this.
Team 1 gonna have to overextend their way. It's a topsy-turvy melee as A and C are both flipping. 245, but Tusk is in C. Needs to win this 1v1 against Precision to keep his team alive in the winner's semis. He calls for help, he gets it, but 3 go down for Team 1, and it looks like Sentinels should ice up and secure it, but Mortally somehow is scoring inside of B.
Every member of Sentinels is now going to fly towards B to make sure they can secure this. They have to right here, right now. They do. The closing seconds. Who's going to... it's contested again.
Collect is in there again. The team grenade takes him down to low HP. Chase grenade goes out toward the top side. 247, 248. Sentinels have control of B for now as Precision looks to seal it. 249. Oh, it's contested once again, but 3 go down and Sentinels try as they might did Team 1. One of the most electric finishes you'll ever see in Strongholds. Sentinels take it by just 2 seconds.
Oh my God. Can you just imagine Lethal? He's like, that wasn't even close, guys. Good job. I'm going to see him saying something like that. But wow, Sentinels so icy in the end game. That could have gone either way. Just every single fight mattering into the end game as Sentinels will move on. No longer undefeated as far as games go. They did lose the first game, but they've lost all tournament. They do secure themselves a spot in winners finals. We're going to switch gears here. This is the game 5. Team Lethal Fox with a significant lead here in game 5.
Whew. Got to catch our breath a little bit, but no chance here. We got the LVT red zone kicking into full gear, 7th gear at this rate. 37-27 though, as this one's not as close as the highly contested match that we just witnessed between Sentinels and Team 1. As Jackson doing his part on the Prius, takes down Johnson. And every kill here, every trade out is going to be a win condition for Team Lethal Fox. If they can secure those the rest of the way, we should have this game 5 victory, but you can't out SWAT that amp out.
Johnson, it's Johan.
Oh.
You've been playing too much campaign or what?
I'm sorry, I'm drunk off Halo, dude. that last game literally it obliterated my brain.
I can tell, man. No, Johan.
Johnson.
Yeah, where do you get Johnson out of Johan? Anyways.
Sergeant Johnson, right? You know what I mean?
Anyways, yeah, they have a tall task ahead of them. Team Lethal Fox just need 9 more. Make it 8. And they got to really stay alive as they get these kills. Great push, though, out of Haynes and Jackson to clean that up.
Sometimes you just make things up in your mind, Eli. You never had an imagination. Jackson. Oh, he's a great player. Down to 1 HP, and look what he can do with just 1 HP. Doesn't even need shields. Doesn't even need any Molnar armor to secure a double kill. Looking to maybe even making a team wipe here. And hey, 2 in the kill department, 2 in the assist department. Shows why Team Lethal Fox have absolutely dominated this game 5.
SWAT Johnson needs to step up in a big way right here, but I think it's too little too late.
He needs to turn into Sergeant Johnson. There we go. That's what I was leading towards, as Lethal Fox takes the game 5 victory, 50-38. Not quite as an exciting finish as the one that we witnessed again. That Sentinels Team 1 match, though, my God, was that fun. One of the better Strongholds games of the year.
That was insane. I think that means that we're going to move over to our other winner semifinals match here shortly, but 250 is actually 248, even closer than the graphic shows on the screen here. But I mean, Team 1 did a good job winning that Solitude game, kept the other games fairly close. Street Slayer felt like they could have won that one as well, but you're gonna have to figure out a way to make it work in the lower bracket. Speaking of lower bracket, we got to look at it here. It's like F1 and Ascending Baseline still in that series. Team Lethal Fox advance on. And still waiting on Eclipse Solar and Forsaken. They're probably already playing. We just might not have the update on that. But this bracket is moving along.
Those are the 2 teams you want to keep your eye on there. Team 1 in the elimination quarterfinals. Native Gaming 1 round behind them. And it's almost like the tortoise and the hare race it sets up as, it feels like, where Native Gaming 1.1 seed ahead of that Team 1 roster. But if Team 1 get one further round ahead of Native Gaming in this tournament, they could very likely, very well, steal their full play spot as we get eyes on that F1 versus Ascending Baseline series. F1 up 2-0.
Early game, Native has the shock rifle, but doesn't feel comfortable at all. It doesn't feel like he wants to be in this hill with the shock, but also understands his team needs some hill time. Would have liked to see another member of Ascending Baseline swap places with him if possible, but he gets taken down. That shock rifle is going to be on the floor, and Piggy sees an opening to get in the hill.
Piggy locking it down. No one's even looking his way for now, so Piggy's just going to take what the game gives him. And then after 3 go down for Ascending Baseline, it's going to be even easier for Piggy to secure this time, securing the shock rifle as well. Kratos gets back on the board, but trades out with Descendant, and now Piggy lining up some shots.
Get nasty. Slides out to the trip stacks, get some early damage on Piggy, but they've got to push very soon here if they want to stop this cap. It looks like they're playing for A control, which is important during this hill, but it won't matter at all if they just give up the hill entirely. But looks like the multitasking effort is successful. They get control of both A and control of the hill. Kratos now with the shock rifle in hand.
Kratos secures what was once in the hands of Piggy, looking to make something out of it. And this one is close. Both teams at the 85 percentile, but the numbers advantage is there for Ascending Baseline. A haphazard push there from F1 is a GG go next now scenario, as Ascending Baseline down 2-0 in the series get back on the board in game 3.
Kratos predicting the next spawns, rotating back to long haul here, just trying to get control of long haul, and camo is up. Looks like a member of F1 able to just drop down and grab it. Envor also able to grab the shock rifle, so Right now, F1 looking in best position to get the early set of hill time on this second hill, but the push from ascending baseline going to be here in just a moment.
Ascendant helping out, earning a sleigh, earning some more hill time here for F1 as they do a good job to get that next start on hill number 2 after ascending baseline. Take the first one. Numbers advantage still heavily in their favor as Ezo staggers out Gunplexion a little bit. This is going to make for a potential split spawn, and you can see Kid Nasty and Native setting up on the right, Kratos on the left. They do get an opening strike here, and now Ezo going to fall into a 1v1 with Kratos, but at low HP, he had the help he needed for an easy cleanup, but F1 all the while cleaning up on hill number 2 to tie things up at 1.
Great grenade kill there. And they do tie it up indeed. It is going to be F1 with the A spawns for now. Elevator control, always so crucial. Looks like Piggy immediately gets killed by Kratos, though. Ezo here to try to be the backup, and great shots out of him. Gunplexion, though, should be able to finish this kill and earn control of the elevator for now.
Late jump looked good there for Ezo, but he does head back to the respawn screen nonetheless. 1 minute eclipsed off the regulation clock, and 1 point on the board for each of these two teams here as Gunplexion makes his way into the tower, sensing players for F1 there with the C spawns. He's looking to clean up on Piggy. You can see him looking for him left, right, but can't spot him just yet. Now finally does, but it's Native who cleans him up instead.
New camo up soon as well. Shock rifle goes down at the glass side. Expect Descendant, if he knows about, to maybe go for it. Envoy just trying to apply pressure at this gold door. He's doing a great job of it. Gets the assist. But as long as he stays alive here, he can kind of keep ascending baseline out of the hill. Kratos knows that and pushes straight through to clear him out so his team can get back into the hill. And they take down Ezo as well. That was insane out of Native. He should not come out on top in that engagement.
Descendant didn't expect it either, it looks like, but he does, wow, get the quick turn on him. Descendant plays at a high sensitivity. You can really see it there as he earns the trade, but ascending baseline earned 3 out of 4 down for F1 and hill number 3 as they'll continue on with the lead. So important to score first in King of the Hill. You really force the other team to chase as Ezo on the other side looking to escape this one-shot scenario. Does just that. Going to pick up the battle rifle as well, but with Hill on the C platform, needs to make his way to blue.
Wow, Native had some great damage, but he gets taken down. F1 just playing very patient to make sure they have control of that silo side. So important for this hill, but so is Glass. Ezo basically shutting down the rotation on this side of the perimeter. Teammates shutting down the tower side. I just really like the way Ezo's played this. He just made sure that he is a difficult kill. Native, though, with some phenomenal shots. Envoy should be able to clean it up. Huge double kill. Oh my God, Kratos needs to win that if he's going to keep his team in this one.
Yeah, I was about to say, if not for Gunplexion pushing through, I imagine Envoy would have gave Kratos a little bit of body disrespect, but no time for that. Has to take on Gunplexion as both trade out in that scenario. F1 with a narrow edge on hill number 4, looking to tie things up. Piggy pushing it through on the backside of blue, has a 1 HP opponent, earns the assist, but goes down as well. F1 go 3 down, sending baseline go 2 down, so that's going to give them the edge for scoring more.
Envoy, last player alive, just trying to live here in the tower side. Gonna move forward a little bit as his teammates come off spawn. I like this, just clearing the pipe side. That's a big shutdown there. At the same time, Gunplexion gets a snipe elsewhere on the map. He's looking for more. Not only does that headshot hit Piggy, but also chain reacts to the teammate there to weaken them a little bit. And Ezo here, great shots, but he's gonna have to back down.
F1 notched things up at 1 after ascending baseline had previously scored, and looking to do the same here at the 2-2 mark as they are narrowly about to cause that out at the 80 percentile. Ascending baseline at 50, so ascending baseline are close enough to where if they could get a wipe, get a couple down, but no, they go 2 down, and now F1 are in the driver's seat towards a 2-2 tie.
Looks like they had to get out of the hill, though. Maybe Kratos applying this pressure from bottom center forces them out. Feels like this is almost a guaranteed hill cap for F1, but they're not getting it just yet. Maybe deciding they want to get a kill so that they can more easily rotate for next, but they might be punished for it. They go 4 dead. And
oh my God.
Bit of greed could be a reversal of fates here.
Curious as to what the plan was there for F1, why they were playing for that. Gunplexion says, I'll play for back smacks here as he has the back of 2. Gets 1 with the smack. Piggy now getting chased down. He goes down to 1 HP. Should be an easy cleanup. He is. Kratos gets it. Three go down again. F1 are getting wiped. Oh my God, and they lose the hill despite getting to 99.9%. Towards a 2-2 tie. It's now a 1-3 split, ascending baseline. Up big, it feels like, with just 2 minutes left.
I have to think that was kind of greedy from F1. I think the game plan was, yeah, let's just get a kill or two so we can simultaneously cap this and rotate for next. But going 4 dead, they just completely lose it. And with just 2 minutes on the clock, they have to play perfect from here on out. And it's going to keep ascending baseline potentially alive in this series. If that's the beginning of a reverse sweep, you have to imagine F1 are going to be kicking themselves.
Trying to think through this, Eli. Maybe again it points to why it's so important to score first in King of the Hill. F1 felt like they had a chance to flip that advantage for ascending baseline by making ascending baseline collapse towards a hill that they didn't have a chance at winning, but they did win it somehow instead. So that early next rotation was what I think F1 were trying to stop ascending baseline from accomplishing, but that risk reward is collapsing. F1 collapsing, crumbling before our very eyes and opening up the door for a reverse sweep for AB. They're in full control of this one.
It's very clear the call has been made to just play time. They're just going to hold that C side of the map. If any member of F1 set foot in the hill, probably will not last very long, but Envoy with great grenade opening damage. He still gets taken down though. Piggy, last player alive, and spawning in A is not where you want to be during this hill. You can see Piggy playing the long game, wants to rotate all the way through to glass. Kid Nasty's going to cut it short though. F1 continued just to fight for space, and they're running out of time.
Man, look at Gunplexion. If not for Kid Nasty at the 21 mark, Gunplexion would have the most slays, most assists, and least deaths in this lobby. My God, Gunplexion having himself a game, and I know as the people's champ, people love to see that in the chat as we now hop on board with another fan favorite, Kratos, here on the C platform. Get some good shots across the map into Ezo, and dips from that gunfight, allows his teammate to clean him up. Now Envor looking to clean up on Kratos, but Kratos goes down to the descendant shock rifle shot, and with 19 seconds left, 2-hill lead for ascending baseline. It's GG.
Only dying 5 times in a lobby like this is unreal. If I'm looking at Gunplexion's stat line, he's also got the most assists and almost the most kills. I mean, that's a extreme standout performance from the Gabagool himself. He's looking to serve some spicy meatballs into the rest of this series if they're going to produce a reverse sweep.
Got a little zest on that ravioli sauce as Gunplexion is having himself a hell of a game, and that's one player I don't want to see start to heat up. And again, Gunplexion is having a freakish game 3 here, and Kid Nasty, you could argue, is right there with him. 23 slays for the young gun, and nobody else even close to F1. And like you always say, Eli, you break down so eloquently, you can't score points if you're dead, and too much dead for F1. All 4 dead. Fittingly so to end that game as ascending baseline get back in the series and make it 2-1.
Very impressive bounce back, and that's some good momentum to carry with you into the 4th game. Taking a look at some of the other lobbies our observers are in. Looks like Ryanoob, the early bird of the Complexity Cloud9 lobby. That one should be coming out shortly. That's our other winter semifinals, but for now, we'll keep an eye on these lower bracket matches. These are arguably a bit more consequential right now. Teams on the cusp of potentially qualifying into pool play. Taking a look back at the bracket here, we got Team Lethal Fox advancing, and they'll face off against the winner of the series that we're looking at right now. Still don't have an update on Eclipse, Solar, and Forsaken. Anybody in chat have the update in that lobby? Very curious to see what that series looks like.
All right, well, while we have the time, I'm going to call for a quick break, 1 minute tops, because I got to go run and grab some water. I'm all out of hydration, and we have been running through it. So don't go anywhere. 1 minute break. We'll be right back for more action. We will not miss the start of this next one. I promise you. right, here we go. Opening moments of this game number 4. Ascending baseline on a road to a reverse sweep and earning the early points. A and C flipping back and forth. B still contested, and nobody's really put a priority emphasis on it just yet. Looks like F1 playing for the sandbox with that camo, and Piggy secured it. And now F1 do in fact turn B red, and it looks like they should secure it. Onboard, they were playing for the sandbox Halo. You can see Onboard with the snipe, Piggy with the camo, and I like the patience we're seeing here. I like the shots even more. Onboard with 5 perfect onto Kratos. Piggy gonna clean up on Gunplexion, and that patience is gonna pay off as F1 will regain the lead with control of A and B.
So much chaos happening on the map. A full minute passes before B even gets capped by either team. That's pretty rare. Descendant looking to just shut down any player spawning on that dummy side. You can tell he's changing directions multiple times, just listening to intel, seeing the kill feed, what's going on around the map. Now opting to walk across top center. I actually like this play. He's waiting for his team to come off spawn and saying, hey, shoot these guys at C so I can get the snipe. Quick scope onto Native, but Native narrowly stays alive. And Gunplexion, right place, right time, able to just look up the vent and shut down the sniper.
Yeah, Gunplexion was waiting for it, but the no-scope into his body makes him easy to clean up as he goes down. Piggy with control of the high side C tower. As ascending baseline, though, with the lead, up by double. So again, that eye test feels like it's in favor of F1. Like the play for the sandbox in the early goings. They were able to regain the lead momentarily, but it's been ascending baseline ever since. A couple of dummy spawns there for them, and the predictive grenade toss there on the dummy ramp, enough to take Gunplexion down to 1 HP. Native and Kratos down entirely, as Envor continues holding on to the top of Snipe. That seems to be an additional emphasis for them in addition to the sandbox.
This position that Envor's in, so important. If you have control of B and C, you like to have that nest side, but he elects to leave that position in favor of applying pressure to camo. If they can get it, it should be worth it. A little bit of extra damage, but they need to rotate back to C. In the process of getting this camo, ascending baseline get into scoring position, so Piggy better get value out of this to get themselves back into scoring. And I like that he's clearing all these different angles. Very patient. He finds the back smack. Could have been a ninja, but it's kind of using the camo as a means to gather intel to make sure his team can play the next situation appropriately.
I'm really curious to how this plays out, Eli. Ascending baseline are up double on F1, but it's F1 doubling up on the sandbox. But Kratos has that snipe. That's going to give them some crucial control of it as he starts to work his way through bottom mid, expecting the escape through the ventilator, but doesn't get it. Instead, that player works his way to the back of mud, so Kratos calls out to Native to watch for it. There goes Ezo as he makes his way, and pull!
Snipe.
Nice shot out of Kratos. I like the idea too, to hit the body shot and immediately expect the player to go into the vent. Heads up awareness, but just didn't pan out in that moment. Ooh, goes for the phase up quick scope after the repulse, but it's gonna wisely just take tower positioning instead, and he can hit another snipe. Finally does hit the body shot that might open up enough damage for his team to get control of B as well.
Yeah, Kratos was a menace with the snipe yesterday. Don't let him get a hold of that if you're F1. As the ammo resources do deplete, so too do the life resources for ascending baseline. Native, the last man standing for his squad, just looking to hold the line, hold the 50-yard line. And it looks like he might have just set up a flank here, but some spawns here on C gives him the backside of multiple members, and F1's going to have to work their way back. Native with great positioning as the last man standing.
And look at how much attention he's drawn backwards towards him. You can imagine some panicked callouts on the side of F1 when he shows up unexpectedly, and all of that opens up a lot of scoring for ascending baseline. The play from F1 here to just rotate all the way through bottom center straight to C. I like this. No hesitation at all. Gonna ignore the cap point for now and just try to flood the tower side. Ascendant, some phenomenal shots, getting perfect around what looked like a pixel of visibility. Can they also secure this camo?
Gunplexion gets it. Gunplexion having another great game. High side, high mark with 11 slays. This will keep you guys abreast of all of the action there in elimination round 6. But our other main match, our winner semifinals of second of the day, is now live. Complexity versus Cloud9. And Eli, I cannot imagine a more evenly matched series in this whole tournament.
Yeah, both these teams certainly in that top 6, top 8 range, solidly. So this could be a long one. Right now, early ball time, going to complexity, but just 4 seconds doesn't really mean anything going into the early game. Ryan is trying to get some semblance of an opening for his team to get back into control, but this is looking like a great opportunity for Cloud9 to start off with a strong lead.
Yeah, look at that dominating presence and control of the map as they have control of A and the cross over to gold. So both crosses being watched here and possessed by Cloud9. That's going to make it more difficult for complexity to break through, but Ryanoob finds his timing to narrowly sneak through and get in, but it's a 22-second head start for Cloud9 as they're up off the rip.
Ryanoob goes down. Breaking shot's going to clean up the kill in gold, though. Us is here as well, but that's a big trade for Sab. And both teams going to have to fight for control of gold before they can get this ball safely into a real hold, but every time these trades happen, that's going to get longer and longer away.
Oh, love that recognition there from Skeptify. Realized that he was down in the gunfight, had no chance of winning it with the gunshots. Instead, went for the sticky trade onto Rain and secures it, as this one's deadlocked. Been 4-22 for a little while now, as the oddball's on the reset. Camo about to reset in 5 seconds as both teams play for positioning to go next.
Camo's here. Man, he's got the shroud. Uses that to secure the camo. What does he do with it from here, though? Looks like he has a teammate getting kills in the kill feed. That's going to be now 3 dead for complexity. Another opportunity, if not for Huss, shutting them down. Great peek shots as well. Being an absolute nuisance. Manny said, I don't want any of that. Just backs up entirely. And what looked like a great opportunity for Cloud9 to get a lot of ball time is now an extended play where they're going to have to win another fight.
Manny trying to rotate and manufacture a hold at the backside of C as 2 go down on the C platform. And with that pickup of 1 extra grapple hook, gets Manny into the back of C a little bit quicker than anticipated with the use of that equipment. Love that heads-up play there from Manny, the new addition to Cloud9, replacing Tusk.
If Ryan can get both of these kills, this is huge. Look at the way he's playing his life. Somehow turns that into a trade with Suspector. You know Suspector is going to be frustrated with that. But those kind of plays are going to keep complexity alive. They are down pretty significantly in the early goings, and Cloud9 are being extremely efficient. With the smallest window of opportunity, they're able to get significant ball time.
Perfectly timed reset from Cloud9. The backside of C had 1 player left. Tossed that oddball off, and I think got gold and or needle spawns, and they possessed the oddball off the reset despite getting wiped. Impressive efficiency here from Cloud9 has them up 50-4. Complexity having a really tough time getting on the board, but it's still early.
I like that play. Ryan throws the ball to Rain Huss throws the ball. Rain is going to now try to get the ball over to C, but great shots across the map. That Sab was the one shooting him. He was the last player alive in the moment, but since he's able to round this corner, this is the best looking opportunity for complexity to get themselves back on the board. Also, probably want to have a player in gold because Rain is very likely to reset this at some point, so do expect complexity to kind of play both positions and be ready for that play ball.
Despite fantastic use of the grapple hook there from Skeptify, he does go down, but opens up an opportunity for the rest of Cloud9 to gather things like positioning and this next camo, as Suspector has it in his suit, has Huss down and back on the respawn screen. Ryanoob trying to spot Suspector, but with those old man eyes, it takes a few couple of extra shots and doesn't take him down. So Suspector with a second lease on life.
Wow, great use of the plasma pistol. This did receive a nerf, the tap functionality, but as you can see, it's still strong enough for Suspector to put it to work. And wow, they're just running through complexity here. Melee from Suspector, headshotted by a teammate. You love to see that level of coordination, but it's not going to amount to any ball time just yet. This is now just a 3-second game.
Despite that great play with the camo from Suspector, Complexity put up 50 seconds unanswered, and Breaking Shot's going to take this oddball off the stump. Complexity, we talked about them not starting off hot, but they're a team that starts to get going and rolling. The longer a match goes on, the longer a series takes place, Complexity just seem to get better and better with age, and now they're up 7.
Just like you, Hunter, getting better with age, like a bottle of fine wine, but here we go. Rain's going to try to get control of this long haul side. I do think long haul is the better opening to get into C. Manny, I think, knows that, so taking a position to counter the next rotation. Looks like Complexity opting to go into A here. I don't know if I agree with this. It feels like it's going to be even more difficult for them to break Cloud9 setup without any long haul presence. Kind of need to apply pressure on both sides, but it doesn't matter if Rhino just flies in and throws the ball off the map. What a heroic play that could have gotten real bad real fast for Cloud9.
Anybody else get the imagery of Frodo reaching out for the ring? No, as it descends into the depths of hell. That was a great oddball toss there from Ryan Noob. As you can see, Sab was just a fingernail short of keeping it off the edge. And now Breaking Shot. He's got the kit, camo and shock in his suit. It was 50 seconds for Cloud9, 50 seconds for Complexity, and now it's all back and forth. 67, 63, Complexity with the narrow edge. Breaking Shot with a couple of shots with that shock rifle. No scope melee for the double kill, and he's going to continue on with the kit.
I feel like watching Breaking Shot's screen, this guy just deletes Spartans off of the map faster than anybody I've ever seen. That double kill was insane. And more insane, though, was that clutch play from Ryan. Had he not thrown the ball off the map there, I feel like it's Cloud9 that have a 20-second lead at this point. But clutch play and then some clutch shots out of Breaking Shot. Complexity looked to secure this round. Just a minute left on the clock, so Cloud9 have to get some headway here soon.
Bottom right, it looks like F1 are about to seal the coffin shut on Ascending Baseline's tournament, and they do. They'll take it 250 to 202. Ascending Baseline will drop out and go home. His Breaking Shot continues on. He's had this shock rifle for what feels like forever, and he's continuing to hit his shots perfect after perfect. The big reason why Complexity are about to steal round one.
Insane shots out of this man. You've got to shut him down, but he is not making it possible. They just easily hold that ball to the finish line. And what a round from Complexity. They were down by what, 50 seconds, and then come to life and just make all the plays necessary to get that W. Can they embody that same level of proficiency in this round? We'll have to see.
Love the choice here from 99 to stick with Breaking Shot. He's been a big factor for Complexity, and I think if Complexity are to break through that ceiling, that glass ceiling of top 8 into top 4 and top 6, where we had them earmarked at the start of the season, it's going to be due to guys like Breaking Shot, who provide that bruising damage, who provide all the slays you could possibly need to open up time and space on the map to be objectively efficient, like we know Complexity to be. Breaking Shot now down to about a quarter shield, has the high ground advantage on Manny, but Skeptify has his back.
So much pressure. I mean, Breaking Shot did a good job to hold down that side of the map for as long as he did by himself, but pressure from Cloud9 a little bit too great. When he gets taken down, they can comfortably hold this ball into gold. And Sab now, the one hitting the headshots. That flick shot's not easy with the shock. Have to line it up and pull the trigger with perfect proficiency. Not having as much success with the next rounds, but he's got the grapple so he can get out of dodge.
Looking like a good hold here for Cloud9 as they've turned control of the map and the shock rifle into a 30-second head start. Sab looking to prevent that push through. I love that shroud screen. Oh, but despite that, Sab still able to take down Ryanu despite what looked like an advantage with the shroud screen for Complexity. Sab eventually goes down, drops the grapple and the shock rifle, but Complexity and Huss don't have time to pick that up. They're looking to stop this monstrous hold here to start round 2 from Cloud9. Up 42-0. Huss with a couple of great shots into 2, makes it 2, has 3 go down in total for Cloud9. And Complexity, this is a little bit of deja vu. This is exactly what we saw from them in round number 1, which they won.
And it looks like a nerd has joined the lobby. It's not the Ryan Noob nerd that we know and love, but nerd has been booted from the lobby. It looks like that shouldn't play a factor here. Maybe just takes the party leader off the sticks. Gotta close the lobby, guys. Make it private if you're in a tournament match. Right here. Complexity finally getting some ball time, and they have the positioning to catch it once it gets thrown off the map. Us gonna control this gold side as the ball gets reset. And Complexity looking good to come back into this, just like in round 1.
Complexity cut the lead in half. Don't get the 50 seconds like we saw in round 1, but do enough to keep things close. 20-42 now as Cloud9 have the edge, but Huss is once again putting up multi-kills and airing an appearance from Jeff Steitzer. Oh, but Manny with the long cross shots does not allow Huss to get into gold like it looked like he wanted to. Crowd screen goes down and Breaking Shot gets a little confused by it. And Manny stays alive. Manny having himself a great life, playing his life, and now Cloud9 have the oddball.
Like this rotation from Manny, but Huss predicts it, shoots the grenade to get him down to one shot. Will he push off of the damage?
Ball dropped.
I like the positioning from Manny as well, just using the pillar in case he did get pushed. He had the sight line blocked off while he got his shields back. And Cloud9 staying alive in A for as long as they have has led to a little bit more ball time, but now the pressure is in. Complexity about to get 4 dead. Sab, last player alive, just doing his best to stay alive. That's going to be impossible, and Breaking Shot will comfortably hold this ball in the gold side.
And look how smooth that right stick is for Breaking Shot. Looks like he plays at a high sensitivity, but has full control of his peripherals as Skeptify now pushes in towards the backside of C, looking to manufacture a flank now in a 1v1 with Ryanoob. Oh, but Ryanoob doesn't trade out. How?
I don't know. Didn't push the melee button fast enough. Does Skeptify. And that's massive. To survive without a trade in that moment is why Complexity still have control here. They're not playing the ball yet. Could argue that they should, though. Yep, now they're going to grab it and try to, but the ball isn't going to roll
It's
up.
rolling off.
He got it. Oh, wow. Suspector going to earn some maybe undeserved ball time after Complexity kind of blunder there.
Oh, it's a game of inches, I guess, because previously we saw one just barely roll off into the drink. That one we see barrel like a game of paper football where you try to score a touchdown by getting the oddball onto the edge. It's exactly what we just saw, and it keeps possession in the hands of Cloud9. What a massive flip of fortune, a turn of reversal here as Cloud9 could just ride this to a 1-1 tie.
And Huss kind of getting caught out there. I think Huss needed to wait. Two of his teammates got sniped, maybe seeing an opening to kill the ball guy, but after he gets spotted, he gets cut down early. It's gonna weaken the push of Complexity. Oh my god! The ball does get played though. Who's in gold at this time? Manny is already here, but so is Breaking Shot. Breaking Shot's gonna shut that down, get the plasma pistol in hand. Trying to peek while weak to get some intel at the same time. And now, accurately predicting that the next rotation will be through long haul. He's gonna protect the ball for now, but they've got to hold on for 50 more seconds if they're gonna win this one.
Oof. All right, well, we've seen Complexity put up 50, and if they do put up 50 here, it would give them a 191 win. A comeback victory again in round number 2 as Manny gonna prevent that. Helps take down 2, make it 3, but no, Breaking Shot too good, but Skeptify should be able to clean him up. He does. 3 go down for Complexity, but all the while, Huss is forming a rotation. Huss continues to secure ball time. Huss forces long haul spawns for Complexity, and despite going 3 down, they're going to be able to regroup with the possession.
Insane that Huss lives there. That completely changes everything. Sab quickly breaks into the C side as he should. Spawn A immediately went this way. But they're doing it. They're about to steal the lead. Skeptify, the only one in position to kill the ball player. But he gets cut down as well. The teamwork is unbelievable from Complexity right now.
Swarming like a hive of bees are Complexity as Breaking Shot has the back of Ryanoob, looking to protect him, and Suspector gets baited. Complexity take the game to, or the round 2 to send us to a round 3. Us with the play of the game. Or, excuse me, Complexity taking 2-0. I didn't even expect that. I'm so sorry. Us with the play of the game to secure it. Unbelievable rotation on the glass side. I still, in my mind, saw Cloud9 tying up that round, but Us steals it instead. Complexity go up 1-0 in the series. Wow.
It felt like Cloud9 thought they had opportunities to kill the ball multiple times, and as soon as they show up, there's just 2 guns of Complexity staring at you. I mean, such good teamwork at the end there. Everyone was just bodyguarding the oddball perfectly, had perfect timing and positioning. But I think what we're going to do is take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, we'll have more action for you.
Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball.
Double kill.
Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped.
Double kill.
Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped.
Double kill.
Enemy has the ball.
Perfect. Double kill.
All right, here we go. Come from behind victories in rounds 1 and 2. Have Complexity up 1-0 in this series, but Cloud9 win the opening break here in a Game 2 Slayer on Streets. But us answering back again. MVP of round 2 and Game 1, you could argue, and now picking up where he left off, 3-1 to start, keeping Complexity in it.
Man, I always think of the tweet. I think HCS tweeted, named that player, and it was like recognition really low, but individual talent really high, or something like that. Some kind of clickbaity tweet. And Ashes replied, Huss, and I couldn't agree more. I mean, I feel like this guy is not talked about enough. Incredibly talented. His timing is impeccable. Former Call of Duty pro. And I just feel like he's always in the right spot at the right time to have the most impact on the map for his team. And as we saw in that last round, he's a big part of why they came out on top. But look at, just fearless as well. Will just fly into engagements with the utmost confidence to come out on top. And right now they have a 2-kill lead, mostly due to him.
Well, unlike the Game 2 we saw in the previous semifinals, this one is hot, fast, and frenetic. 11-9 off the start as Complexity have reclaimed the lead. Breaking shot now with that commando. A couple of shots ringing out onto 2 players. Going to earn the melee for the kill on 1. And I assume an assist potentially. That's a Spectre into the tires at 1 HP, but he's going to stay alive and could pick up that commando. Drops it and leaves it there as Breaking Shot and the rest of Complexity spawn. On the backside of C, looking to rotate out to the cafe. Sab with some good long-range shots, but not good enough to take down Breaking Shot.
Does find a kill on Huss, though, while weak. That's pretty massive right now. 2 dead for Complexity means Cloud9 probably want to push in. They do. Manny with some great shots and a curb slide to get out of dodge, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Breaking Shot, the huge melee, and Cloud9 do come out as a net positive in that engagement, but the fight is still ongoing.
This series has been so back and forth. I know we're still pretty early in it, but Huss is still putting down double kills. Oh, it doesn't get the triple kill there on Manny. Manny actually turns it into a double of his own to answer back and take a 2-kill lead for Cloud9. This is what you should expect the rest of the way in this series. I would be more shocked than not if it didn't go to Game 5, now tied 19-all.
3 dead, though, for Cloud9 without Complexity losing a single player. As I say that, Ryan Noob goes down, though. Breaking Shot with the Stalker is a scary sight, though. This guy can hit perfect shots with extreme proficiency. We're tied 20-all, though. This could go either way. This next fight gonna finally determine who comes out with the lead going into the latter half of the match. Breaking Shot playing very patient and disciplined here, though. Look at that, checking to see where his teammates spawn, kind of understanding the limits that he can play within, deal some damage, but not gonna fall for the bait of chasing that opponent. You have to imagine members of Cloud9 were waiting for it.
Breaking Shot repositioned so that Skeptify doesn't expect him at the B stairs. He thought he was still at tires. Now he works his way to planners, and the positioning and the shots combined for a double kill as Breaking Shot stays alive with that power weapon. Still 19%, so a 3 perfect shot could give him another slay, but that'll do it. Out of Stalker rifle ammo, now has to switch to the Bandit, but it's the bait and switch for Cloud9 that takes him down and maintains a lead, but it's narrow still. 26-23, Cloud9 up by 3.
Shroud goes out, but it's going to be Manny that goes in and steals it instead. He says, thanks for the Shroud. I think maybe, was that Skeptify that put it down? Okay, I thought it was a member of Complexity for a moment, but either way, good teamwork out of Cloud9. Thanks, and finds one. Huss is 1-shot 2. You have to imagine that's going to get followed up on, but Ryan in a great spot to shut down the camo, and that is huge. That could have gotten a lot worse very fast.
Oh, that could have been devastating as Manny saw the back of 3 members of Complexity, and with camo in his suit, that feels like an advantage for them. But instead, Manny only gets 1 and trades out shortly after. 27-30. It's still a 3-point advantage here for Cloud9. Gonna grow on it here, but they've got to worry about pushing out of these back C spawns here as Skeptify goes down to 1 HP. Repulses back up to the trash can. Sab cleans up on Huss, and now the lead's starting to grow for Cloud9 a little bit, up by 5.
It's a Spectre 14-4. Have yourself a game, Aiden. Definitely a huge factor as to why Cloud9 are in the lead right now, but can he maintain that pace of play? Sab's gonna find grenade kill on Breaking Shot, while Breaking Shot finds a grenade kill of his own, and every time these trades happen, Cloud9 get closer to victory, but Complexity trying to claw their way back into it. Looks like, look at the assist column for both teams, by the way. Both teams working so well together. Rarely are a kill not assisted by a teammate.
Teamwork makes the dream work. Suspector utilizes the shroud screen to work his life a little bit longer, and he stays alive. Great job milking his life here is Suspector. It's not just the slays in volume at 14, it's his playing his life to keep him at the 5 mark. He's got the lowest deaths in the lobby, so Suspector having himself as efficient as you could imagine of a Slayer here, as Cloud9 are still up by 4, 34-38, with Camo up now.
Pace of play has come to a crawl. Both teams kind of just taking positioning and angles to contest the next camo. Neither team wants to be the first to fall. Might be Rain, though. I don't think he meant to fall off of the B rail, but Ryan's got the help. These guys have teamed together for so long. You know that Ryan's going to do his best to keep his teammate alive. Breaking Shot too weak to immediately go for camo. Very patiently waits for it. He's going to get it unscathed as well, so this could be exactly what Complexity needs to get back into this.
38-39, you could really sense Breaking Shot just waiting for the comms from his teammate. Which way should I go? And the call has been made. He works his way through the planners. Now looking to set up on the high side, gather some intel and some damage onto Cloud9. He knows someone's below him. Now he spots some Skeptify, but not before he gets a little bit of grenade frag damage to make him weak. Oh, but Breaking Shot with a pixel perfect. Repulsor Sticky turns it into 2, and now Complexity regained the lead, making a triple kill. One of the most unbelievable Repulsor Sticky plays you'll ever see.
And he just picked up more stickies. He's still got 1 repulsor charge left, and now the Stalker rifle as well. The game in Breaking Shot's hands if he can keep making plays like that. This game will go to Complexity. They now take a 3-kill lead, and Cloud9 are trapped in the seaside.
You couldn't even see the animation complete, much less even begin for Breaking Shot. That's how quick he was on the sticks, tapping buttons with efficiency, as now Breaking Shot looks to break the backs of Cloud9 and their hopes. Coming back in this one, tying up the series. Breaking Shot takes to the skies and takes down Skeptify for the killing spree. You've got to take Breaking Shot down if you want any hopes of winning this if you're C9.
I don't think they expect him to be here. He finds another target, one shot, just listening to all the calls from his teammates. The Spectre, though, with the huge shutdown. That Stalker's going to trade hands. Cloud9 are not out of this. Now that Breaking Shot was taken down and they could potentially get this Stalker rifle, things could totally turn around here, but new camo coming up right now. This is going to be very important. Just a 1-kill game.
45, 44, now 46 after the clutch grenade there. Takes down Manny. Complexity carry the edge into a crucial endgame scenario. The difference between tied 1-1 in a series and down 2-0 is massive, as Ryan Noob gets another clutch slay. 47-44. Rain has the back at Skeptify, but he's got to worry about the bait and switch now. Ryan Noob cleans up on that. Breaking Shot continues to devastate Cloud9, and Huss with more than just body shots. Those are headshots. No bag, no mercy. Unbelievable finish there for Complexity, all led by Breaking Shot in that filthy repulsor sticky triple kill to give them the edge. 2-0 in the series.
So insane. Cloud9 had the lead before that situation, and then in the end game it was 45-44, and then Complexity just get the last 5 straight. They don't allow Cloud9 to get another single kill. Just perfect efficiency to close out the game. This was the early game dominated by Huss here. Just love the way this man moves on the map. Little slide out, tries to get the headshot. That player wise enough to back down, but Huss just controlling the map. Such patience. Man, what an insane that game that was. And also, let's talk about the sticky repulse a little bit more. I don't know if you saw my clip, Hunter, but if you push the buttons too fast, like you throw the grenade and repulse within like a frame of each other, you can actually stick yourself, because the fist of the repulse coming up will catch the grenade from your other hand. It's such a silly looking animation, but I stuck myself and got a return to Cinder Metal and a suicide at the same time. It was very strange, but Breaking Shot has the timing down, like right here. Yeah, you barely that was probably about a few frames off of suiciding in that moment.
Oh my God, it's even filthier when you watch back the replay. And at 41-39, oh my God, the emphasis on how important this was, you can't overstate it enough. Complexity led by Breaking Shot in game number 2. He earned the killing spree and a couple more Stalker slays after this. Once Breaking Shot started rolling, Cloud9 had no hope.
So sick here. Yeah, right here though, that was a massive shutdown from Suspector. I feel like that game would have ended much sooner had he not gotten that kill. Breaking Shot was really starting to heat up, but it didn't matter. They're still able to ice up and close it out. Now we move on to Solitude, King of the Hill. And I tell you what, any team with Ryan Noob on it is going to be dangerous in a King of the Hill game type.
This is a mental anguish test for this newly minted Cloud9 roster. Tusk off as the fourth, now Manny on. And Eli, you could make the case for Cloud9 being up 2-0 in this series. They had leads in rounds 1 and 2, up by 50 seconds in that oddball and up by 5 in the Slayer after the 30 mark. So Cloud9 have relinquished control of leads that you could argue they should feel like they should be, again, up 2-0 in this series. Can they bounce back mentally is the question I have.
Complexity just know how to close these games out. You have to be a closer at this stage in Halo Infinite. We're so many years deep. All these players are so good. They're all able to create leads, but not all able to close out games. And so far, Complexity proven to be the better team at that, and that's what's most important right now. This first hill going to be hotly contested by both sides. Might be a while before we see this one capped.
Huss is on a tear to start off this match. 6-0-1. He's too efficient with the damage to get an assist just yet. Gets another slay. 7-2 in total as Complexity have utilized those slays and that damage to open up a lead here on this hill. Breaking shot with the high side and 5 perfect shots. Takes down his opponent. Now looking to the top side of a ledge as Rain gets back into the hill and looks to secure score number 1 for Complexity.
Here we go. Skeptify. I think he spawned over here on the loop side. Huge shots to shut down Breaking shot. Now, just doing a great job to stay alive. So important that he stays alive in this exact moment with camo coming up. Looks like Manny was able to grab it. Also gets a Hail Mary from the grave there. But Manny's still alive, lurking with camo, and Complexity need to find him.
Manny in the hill. Hill indicator alerts Complexity that he's in it, but they just don't know exactly where. And this is going to afford them a few seconds of time, but they quickly pick up on it just after that. As Rain takes down Manny and that camo. Complexity at the 80 percentile. Cloud9 at the 45 percentile, so it's about a double-up lead for them, but they go 3 down. Rain, last player alive. He's going to go down. All 4 go down for Complexity, and this might just allow Cloud9 to steal it, if not tie it.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to sit in it until to completely finish this hill, though. The spawns should be in time to get this hill player out at the very least. It looks like Suspector trying to take some high ground to shoot the next set of spawners. Done a good job to do so, but yes, hill player was shut down, and Complexity still have a chance to close this out.
Both teams needing just a few icy final clutch seconds to secure hill number 1 in an early lead that'll force the other team to chase. We saw how important that was in the semifinals match with Sentinels, and that will do it. Cloud9 do in fact secure and have a little bit of a reversal comeback of their own, where Complexity looked like they're about to go up 1-0. Instead, it's Cloud9 taking the early edge.
Huge double kill out of Ryan Noob as he trades out, though. That's a good time to do so. That opened up a lot of time and space for Complexity to get control of this yard side. Spectre, though, with the shock rifle, has something to say about it. A lot of ammo in this gun as well. Gonna look to the other side of the map, see if he can cut down Ryan Noob. Looks like Sab's gonna do that for him, but the aggressive push out of Rain, and wow, Spectre just finds a sliver opening to get out with his life and trusts Skeptify to come in and clean up the kill. Huge plays out of Spectre.
They did so good, man. Oh, there's the perfect headshot to prove my point. Us goes down, and that's going to open up a camo grab there for Cloud9. Oh, but Ryan Noob sneakily positioning himself, takes down Skeptify. Unbelievable veteran heads-up play there from Ryan Noob, baiting and waiting for that camo pull. And I'm not sure if Skeptify ended up burning it or if camo's still down bottom mid.
Spectre still has 1 bullet left. Almost hits a fully camoed breaking shot with it. Breaking shot does finally get taken down. Ryan Noob, last player alive for Complexity. He's not in a great spot either. 1v1 against Skeptify, who has the thrust. But Huss spawned right there as well. Very advantageous spawns coming out from Complexity, but Cloud9 are ready for it and continue to shut them down.
Cloud9 with the predictive grenades is able to stop that push from Complexity, and now Skeptify continues pushing out that line of scrimmage, backing up Complexity a little bit further, an inch by inch scenario as they inch their way towards another one of these comebacks where Complexity gets to the 75 percentile before Cloud9 are at 25%. But Cloud9 once again look primed to potentially come back. Manny gonna need a huge slay here on Ryan Noob, but Ryan Noob sends him back to the ceiling with the repulsor, and they both trade out. All the while, that's a distraction for Complexity while they continue to accrue time. Now Breaking Shot looking to seal the deal.
Look at the efficiency there. Huss gets out of the hill to move forward because he's in a better position to clear the flower side. Breaking Shot fills in the hill behind him. Love to see that efficiency just in the movement around the map. I'm the closest guy to do the job, so therefore it's my job. They know those situations so well. You have to imagine the communication is on point right now for Complexity.
Just over 2 minutes left in regulation, and this clock usually dwindles down on the next 2 hills. So you can very well make the case that a 2-1 victory could just win it for either of these 2 teams. Next hill going to be crucial as Sab goes down, so too do 3 of his teammates, as Cloud9 will lose that positioning battle. Huss sets up for the next camo and might be able to grab it for free. If not for that spawn from Manny, he's eyeing it.
They clearly predicted his position as well. Great nades come out. He's forced off of high ground and not going to be able to grab this camo. Not sure if, I think a member of Cloud9 was able to grab it. It's due to some very heads up grenades. Yes, Suspector, of course, going to be the one that grabs it. Sees these targets above him, but very patiently waits to make sure that when he does reveal his location, he can at least finish a kill. Breaking Shot, I think, aware of Suspector's location. I don't know where he is there. There he is. He does appear. Gets the trade on the Huss. That's a big trade to pick up.
Great reaction time there from Huss. A reactive double kill gives Complexity again the edge, and they've turned it into 50% on hill number 3. Just 90 seconds left in regulation as the clock continues to dwindle away and the score continues to grow for Complexity.
Sab immediately gets high ground, but he gets back down to some great commando shots from Breaking Shot. Tell him to back up. And they're looking very good on this hill. Look at the teamwork just fighting side by side in the hill. Talk about multitasking. They're about to finish this hill in a hurry.
Huss waited till the end of game 2 to shoot dead bodies. Now he's doing it mid-game in game number 3. A game 3 that could secure a series sweep for Complexity and a little bit of that confidence edge going into Salt Lake City, where Cloud9, again, Complexity, probably the 2 most evenly matched teams that we have here in HCS, but it's been all Complexity in this series. The games have been super close, but Complexity has been more clutch.
You're exactly right. They do clutch that hill out as well. Just a minute on the clock, and this is one of the hardest hills to capture. Very curious to see if they decide to play time. Huss is definitely committed to shooting the body of Manny. Was it Manny last time too? Is this
Yes.
a personal? This is personal.
It feels personal when you're only you're shooting a lot of dead body shots and they're all going towards one player. Maybe Huss has his feelings about Manny. I don't know what the deal is there, but everybody's getting dead body shots here as Rain makes sure to continue taking more down for Cloud9. It feels like we're starting to see the life force ring out of them.
Unbelievable. Huss 24 and 14, by the way, feeling himself a bit. And like I said, this guy just right place, right time. Great listener, great communicator, IGL as well. I think that this guy just does not get the flowers that he deserves. One of my favorite players to watch, personally.
Oh, here I can see 99 switching to Huss with a little cheeky shit-eating grin on his face. Like, oh, here we go. More body disrespect, looking to deliver what the Halo fans want to see. But he goes down in the hill, but the clock continues to dwindle down. There is really no hope for Cloud9. I do not see a path to a comeback for them. And this is really the only time in the series it felt like it was just GG's. And it is. Complexity, clutch up, take the series, win all of these close matches, and make it a 3-0.
Huss making a statement there. Not sure what the history is. Maybe there was maybe somebody else shot his body first and he's just retaliating, or he's just starting it. Who knows? But either way, the gamesmanship certainly on display. They're going to move on and face off against Sentinels in the winners finals. That's going to be a banger.
I don't know. Maybe Complexity Cloud9 weren't the 2 closest matchups we could see. Maybe Complexity Sentinels takes that cake, and it very well may. And Eli, I go back to the start of Season 3, the conversation around who could break into that big 3, maybe find themselves in the top 4. It was Sentinels and Complexity, and they're going to have a chance to duel and earn it in blood in the winter finals, as we are set up for an electric finish to this tournament, getting all the way down into the winter finals and starting to see how this bracket's going to shape up and how pool play will shape up in Salt Lake City. We're going to take a quick break to collect ourselves, catch our breaths. Make sure you guys grab a snack, get some hydration, because this winter finals should deliver. We'll be right back.
Enemy halfway to victory. Enemy team nearing victory. Enemy team score. Enemy team score.
All right, here we go. The final winner final online for the rest of the season places Complexity and Sentinels toe-to-toe and head-to-head in what should be an electric series against, again, Eli, two teams that I feel like you could argue shouldn't even be here, right? They should have been securing top 5, 6 throughout the entirety of HCS Season 3, but they've been right on the edge. A consistent top 8 placings for both of these two teams. Something's got to give, though. Someone's got to win. Hard to predict which way this one goes, but I'm going to ask you nonetheless, Eli, what should we expect?
We should expect some insane games, some chess being played across the board. Sentinels, one of the most methodical teams. You could say the same about Complexity, but I've been impressed with the speed that Complexity has been playing at. They seem to have kind of upped the pace of their play, which I think is necessary in the current meta. Sentinels, You could say the same thing, but you're exactly right. Both these teams feel like, why do these guys even have to play in the qualifier? They feel like they're some of the best teams in the world already, but Sentinels, having a lot of difficult brackets, a lot of difficult game 5 losses, 50-49 losses and Slayers frequently that are just keeping them out of the top 6. They've got to start beating top teams, but Complexity is going to be one of those hurdles to secure that spot as well.
EU's played a big role in that, as well as Quadrant and/or ITB have both consistently placed in the top 6 throughout HCS Season 3, which has given 3 pool play spots to EU. So one less spot for NA means one less team that's riding through that pool play. And man, going through the open bracket, playing on Xboxes, staying up till midnight, 1 a.m. competing, then having to squeeze in your media day. I mean, it is, we know from our experiences going through the open bracket into pools, Eli, it is a struggle bus. Not only just to make it out of open bracket, but just to recoup and regain the energy you need to make a run throughout the weekend on Saturday and Sunday. So this is a very important tournament in the sense that, especially for the likes of Native Gaming or Team 1, you do not want to start in open bracket. Both of these two teams, we can surmise, will start in pool play, but a little bit of bragging rights, a little bit of extra confidence is on the line as you expect these two teams to face up on land in Salt Lake City. As off the start, it's a 3-4 down, flawless execution for Sentinels.
This means they're going to have OS and both snipers. Should Falcated recognize these two players came up behind him, respond over here. Look how quickly they take space over on this pistol side. I don't think Falcated's ready for it. There's still a player over here, but the overshield is going to make up the difference. This flag is already almost home. 2 members of Complexity still in position to potentially stop it, but with all members of Sentinels alive, they're not going to be able to. Sentinels strike early.
Another compelling storyline in this series is the two duos. So I should say once duos, Precision and Huss. For the longest time, they rode their ascension wave through the HCS ranks together as teammates, now going head-to-head and against each other. Precision for Sentinels, Huss for Complexity as Falcated makes his way through the snipe ramp, but he's got to watch out. Breaking Shot has his spot covered as that flag should get reset.
Yeah, a bit of a grudge match perhaps, as Precision did leave this Complexity roster, which originally made a lot of waves back when Sparty took place on Complexity. Now we've got Breaking Shot there instead. But both these teams still extremely good. I feel like they're both getting better and better every single tournament. Falcated with some great shots of the sniper. That last body shot, not an easy one to hit. He's going to also follow up with the kill. Next OS in 10 seconds. I expect Sentinels to be in better positions to grab it as they've just gotten a few kills consecutively. Just got to shut down Ryan Noob, or Breaking Shot, sorry. And once Breaking Shot goes down, this OS should go to the hands of Sentinels.
Looking like a Starfish did looking like Patrick the Star did Breaking Shot there after he took the body shot snipe from Falcated. And I think with this 1-0 start here for Sentinels, you can see Falcated backing up, playing his time and space, now baiting in the opposition, and they're not looking at him, so you're going to see a couple of free shots go out for Falcated. He takes 2, but doesn't connect on either, and that opens up the door for a reset for Complexity. I really thought Falcated, though, was set up for success. Still gets an assist. Husk looking to push him out, but for now, that flag run is dead in its tracks. Oh, not after Lethal, though, but Lethal trades out.
Lethal with a very strong 3-shot beatdown. Boo just kind of being a nuisance over here at the snipe side of Complexity's base. They're definitely going to send at least 1 or 2 players after him. Boo Boo predicting that it might come on this side. Hopefully stays on the map. A little bit sketchy jumps going on here. I think our collective stomach drops there for him to stay on the map, but great trade after facing heavy pressure, getting that stick to make sure he at least takes one with him.
Yeah, I know Forbidden's been a hot conversation in the community about do we like it, do we not like it, but I like it just for the simple sense that I love the nostalgia of the classic Halo maps that had a lot of deathly falls to the grave, right? You have that risk-reward factor here on Forbidden all throughout. Reminds me of things like Lockout and or Guardian from yesteryear, as Precision takes his scope into the sight of Breaking Shot with that snipe. Lining up now on to Ryanoob. Nobody really peeking. They must know that Precision has the snipe. Maybe they don't. Breaking Shot slides in, gets his wig peeled, and Precision's going to be able to push on through with that advantage. 2 down for Complexity. All 4 up for Sen.
I think Ryanoob probably picked up the sniper rifle from his teammate's body there. I think we have a bit of dueling sniper action. Precision knows it. That's why he's playing so cautiously here. Just waiting for a target to reveal themselves. Look at the positioning from Sentinels, though. They are all the way in Complexity's base. Complexity do a good job to shut 2 members down, though, and they should have no problem cleaning up Lethal, last player. Precision's going to find another headshot to slow the push down, but Complexity played brilliantly out of disadvantage. They're going to earn themselves a second sniper rifle and this overshield.
Breaking Shot goes down to 1 HP, but now doubles up on his shield with a full OS. Now looking to make the most of it. He's got Rain on the right side with 3 shots in the snipe, but with all that damage coming through, he tries to dip away, but goes down. It's back to the respawn screen. Even 3v3 for now, and you can see Sentinels are set up defensively in their base. Complexity with really their first push through we've seen after 5 minutes.
It's been mostly an offensive effort from Sentinels. We saw that very quick flag tap, and Sentinels have really not relinquished control of the map. You can even just take a look at the kill column and see Lethal and Falcated both in the double digits, only 2 in the lobby. Sure, Boo Boo is not caught fire in the kill column just yet, but has 7 assists, so been part of the fight. And Ryanoob just trying to be sneaky here. I like this spot. Maybe didn't expect the second player to show up. Does some solid damage, but he gets taken down. I don't know if that damage is going to matter.
Boo Boo run out a couple of chase grenades. On the other side, it's F1 taking a 2-0 series lead against Team Lethal Fox as they look to accrue as many points as they can. Another team that's most likely on the outside looking in, but hey, you make a run all the way to top 2, Eli, and regardless of what your standings are, you'd secure a spot in pools. We've seen a Cinderella run in each of these major qualifiers throughout the year. We saw it from Proton and Pure. As Lethal goes down to the sticky grenade, 2 down for Sentinels for now, and Complexity have their best chance at a run, but you got to keep Breaking Shot up. Us now, the only last 2 players alive for Complexity. This run's going to get even more difficult to accomplish, but Us gets the slay. Now lining up on Lethal. Lethal's looking to stop that reset, stop that run, but Us has a couple of side shots he can take advantage of here. Falcated with the commando, bait and switch with Precision, and it's good enough to take Us down.
This flag got all the way to the other side of the map. No, it does get returned, so back to square one. Precision with the overshield. Gonna take some heavy fire from these spawners, but doesn't mind with the extra layer of shields. And Boo Boo just trying to get some spawn kills. Breaking Shot too smart to expose himself in that moment, though. Probably knows that Boo Boo is looking. But look how far the flag has gotten. The flag's already in the tunnel. Can Complexity stop this?
Boo Boo Doo Boo looking to get up to the high side to set up for a couple of snipes that could score. Flag number 2 for Sentinels, but he goes down. Precision on a flank play here. I don't suspect many players for Complexity would expect him to be here, and they do not. Rain, 5 perfect shots from the backside. Goes down to Precision, lines up the body shot, lands it on a Breaking Shot. Grenade going to be enough to send him off to the right.
Wow.
Precision predicts it, and that's a great play. Throw the grenade left. That's like sending a teammate there. Look right with your reticle. Precision perfectly played for a 2-0 lead for Sen.
Basically just put Breaking Shot into checkmate after the body shot. Huge plays. Securing a 2-0 lead now for Sentinels. They are not in any hurry to overextend. Cankle's getting shot from the members of Complexity. But Precision, totally fine to just chill here for now. Does run out of snipe ammo, and now he elects to push forward and apply pressure to Ryanoob coming off spawn.
4:30 left on the clock, starting to approach the end game, 30 seconds away from it, as Complexity haven't really done much to make me feel like there's a clear path to not only coming back and tying it at 2, but we got to talk about first things first. They've not even had a very good run just yet. They've had a few flags out, but nothing that's really made Sentinels feel worried or concerned about Complexity's chance of scoring. As you can see, Boo again patiently setting up on his snipe tower. But now we're starting to see some aggressiveness here from Complexity. Almost forced to do so, but maybe picking up the pace is what they need to score.
Great grenades coming out of both Boo and Precision. 3 dead for Complexity. They get the overshield. Complexity still off of their back foot as they have been this entire game, it feels. Rhino says his only option is to overextend. Looks like him and Breaking Shot have both gone into the base of Sentinels to try to cut it off on this side. Flag is already almost to the tunnel though. The Breaking Shot does get the kill. Should be able to get this flag off the stand, and after it's off the stand, he's going to just push straight to the flag, see if he can shut this down short.
Oh, Breaking Shot, a big win there. Needed it on Falcated, and that's going to earn the reset unless Lethal has something to say about it. The Modern Goat does get the slay, but Breaking Shot gets the reset, and this might just make it a 1-score game.
Big opening for Complexity. New snipers are up as well. Boo gets the trade in that moment. No, the flag does get returned as well, so what looked to be a potential opportunity for Complexity gets shut down. They're going to want to secure these sniper rifles. Ryanoob has their sniper watching across the map. Just trying to find a cheeky angle here. Does find a body shot onto Boo, but Boo staying alive. Ryanoob recognizes the sniper still has not been picked up, so he's going to watch it for now, but I think Lethal's going to take this opportunity to move forward. And when Precision comes off spawn, should get this next sniper. Maybe Boo actually.
You can score quickly on Forbidden, but the pace certainly needs to be picked up a little bit here for Complexity. 2:20 left on the clock, and at 2-0. This is looking more and more like a Sentinels 1-0 lead in this series, but that overshield spawning top mid has to be the next priority for Complexity. We saw Precision run with the OS previously. We've seen more OS control for Sentinels than Complexity. That's a power-up they need. They want to come back in this one, but you can see Precision set up defensively with it. He's going to try to wait and bait for somebody going for that overshield. Sets up the reticle for the slide. And is able to take Breaking Shot. No, Rain down to 1 HP, but Rain secures it. Can Complexity come back? And I think Precision may have gotten a body shot. He did. So Rain's overshield turns into a regular shield. Precision goes down, so Complexity have a chance.
Complexity need to do a lot right here, right now. Just a minute and a half left on the clock. They need to not only cap a flag, but be in position to pull another just to secure the sudden death overtime. So right now, Sentinels content to probably just play defense for the most part. Doesn't mean they're going to sit all the way back, though. They will push forward enough to apply that extra pressure to Complexity to keep them off of their flag.
Two cycles is all that... Excuse me, 2 cycles is all that's left for Complexity here. Has 2 chances up and down the map. About all they can afford with 1 minute left on the clock, but with 3 heading back to the respawn screen, Rain is going to have to hold and wait for his teammates to spawn unless he wants to overextend, try to force something against Lethal. Great grenade going to take him down, but he's going to go down shortly after to Falcated, and Complexity's chances continue to dwindle away. 50 seconds left.
Just feeling like it's impossible, especially now that Ryanoob and Rain were both dead there. It's gonna be, has to be a perfect double kill out of one of these remaining players of Complexity. And no, it's not gonna happen. Misses the melee, barely does any damage, and I think that is gonna be GG's for this one. Complexity just needing too much with not enough time on the clock.
Yeah, that's GG. Sentinels just looking to add a couple more slays to the stat sheet, but it's a moot point at this point. Complexity, not enough time left in this one. Down 0-2, 15 seconds left. All just a technicality at this point. And wow, they're going to save us those 15 seconds by ending the game right then and there. Gotta appreciate that, right? Complexity with the community's time. They're respecting our time. That is a tip of the cap to them, as it was all but GG's. Sentinels take it 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like back in the day, oddball being impossible to come back. Like, just end the game, bro. We did the math. It's let's not waste our time. So I respect that. Moving into, looks like I saw Aquarius Slayer as game 2, and I think Sentinels kind of have the edge in that one as well. They've had a lot of extremely close games and upsets against top teams on Aquarius Slayer, but can never count Complexity out. In the picture-in-picture, we got F1 versus Team Lethal Fox. Very close series on paper, I would think, but it's F1 with a 2-0 lead. Team Lethal Fox look to win game 3, though.
Well, just based on damage, Breaking Shot did enough to where they're going to have a chance here in this game too. But I'm looking at the stalwarts for Complexity, the OG duo for Complexity, Rain and Ryan, who've got to pick it up a little bit, just simply based on the Halo math. Not enough damage dealt and not enough slays secured in that game 1 to make me feel confident for them in game 2. So if they're going to bounce back, if they're going to tie up the series at 1, it's going to come down to Rain and Ryan, dude. Now, Breaking Shot could hero his way towards a victory for Complexity. I always say if Breaking Shot reaches 15, it's a win condition for Complexity. That's the threshold he needs to reach. So Breaking Shot could do it, but he can't do it all by himself.
Love this hyper aggressive opening from Complexity. They do not waste any time going straight for the OS, but guess what? Sentinels got the plasma pistol as a failsafe in case they did not get the OS. They immediately delete the OS off the map and now take a 3-2 lead early, but both teams going to be looking to get control of top center. Right now, Complexity have E2 control.
Rain bouncing back, pushing through. He's got help, and that's the type of push you expect to see from Complexity. The Rain does trade out, so despite the 1v2 for Bubu, able to find the slay onto Rain, and then Lethal cleans up on Ryan. A great play there. Absolute 1 HP. Breaking Shot will easily clean him up. Didn't need the headshot, but got it instead.
Lethal did a good job to at least do a bit of damage before going down. That's going to slow down Complexity just a little bit. Right now it's Lethal. Must have spawned car 2, I guess, and jumped immediately to car 3 here. Yeah, keep in mind, squad spawns very prevalent on this map mode combination. If you see one opponent and one's about to come off spawn, you can usually expect they're going to spawn close to that player.
All right, Ryan Noob and Rain with a fairly decent start to game number 2 here. Keeps things close as Sentinels are only up by 1. Ryan Noob, cheeky positioning here, looking to bait in the opposition, but with Falcated down to 1 HP, he's going to chase it out, take him down. Back of the headshot, takes him down. Trade out with precision for the sticky. Gives Complexity a chance in this one as they're still only down 1.
Ryan Noob having a great start to this game. 6 kills, only 2 deaths, and 3 assists to go with it. Certainly keeping his team alive in this one. Sentinels just trying to fight for space here. OS is up and Complexity are on top of it. Huss going right in. Not sure if he was able to get out with it. He should have, still alive. Yes, but it's already depleted.
Wow.
Sentinels have done a great job to mitigate the damage when they lose the OS.
On the other side, Team Lethal Fox keep their hopes alive with a game 3 victory as they'll stay down 2-1 in that series, but have life. Rain now with the plasma pistol in his back pocket. Doesn't need the noob combo activation. Gonna look to clean up on some damage instead. He must have gotten the call that players were weak. Now pulls it out. Pew, pew, pew. In the close range variety, precision, wrapping around, looking to clean up on Rain. Love this positioning here. He's gonna take the freebie because of it.
Huge positioning out of Sentinels. They now take a 4-kill lead, and it's going to get worse for Complexity if they can't get out of their spawn. They are already trapped in this utility side. Lethal should be able to clean up this kill. Breaking Shot not making it easy, but he does finally go down. 5-kill lead now for Sentinels, the biggest lead we've seen yet.
Tough for Complexity when their main Slayer is lowest in the lobby and lowest on his team. Breaking Shot with 5 assists, though, doing enough damage like we're used to seeing from him, but used to seeing even more slays from him as he does get cleaned up. Booba wraps into the base to take him down. Lethal turns on Huss and cleans him up. 2 Sentinels are only growing with this lead. Now up by 2 possessions. 8 kills separate these 2 teams. This has come out of nowhere.
Great teamwork in that situation. Lethal's teammate did just enough damage. I think shot him twice so that Lethal could get away with just a shot beat down and somehow doesn't trade out. Complexity trying to fight their way through this utility side, and it's not advised. They're being surrounded from both the car 3 and base sides of the utility. They do finally clean up the situation, but it's just the lead has continued to grow for Sentinels. They do finally get 3 dead and might be able to play out for some space, but Falcade is not going to make it easy.
Allocated down to low HP. And how many times have we seen this, Eli, in this particular game where we hop on board with a player for Sentinels, they're down to low HP, but somebody has their back in the feed. You see somebody else come out clutch with the slay, not forcing their teammate to make a hero play and win a 1v1 that maybe they didn't have the advantage on. Just better teamwork, better bait and switch, better execution from Sentinels has them up big, and they are rolling. Ryan Noob has to take advantage of this overshield to get somewhat back in this fight.
It's so interesting that Sentinels are up by so much when they have not gotten a single OS yet. Complexity have gotten all 3 that have spawned so far. Sentinels just employing a bit better teamwork. Great sticky out of Ryan Noob. He's going to go down shortly after. Us and company should clean it up. So they've brought it now within 5. Going to immediately take space to top center to try to keep Sentinels at bay for their next spawn cycle. So how does Sentinels play out of this situation? They're now spawning in the base. They do get a couple spawns across the car side as well. So I like that they're taking multiple angles. You know, they're not just sitting in one spot waiting for Complexity to arrive. They're taking space as soon as they come off spawn.
Oh, Precision plays for the trade, but he gets it cleanly on Huss. You can clearly see with this advantage, Precision
Team nearing victory.
content with just taking down Huss with the fist trade out, but he wins it outright instead. And now what was once just a 4 or 5 kill game, Complexity brought it back. Now it's back to 9. Sentinels running away with it.
Sentinels looking so strong here. They know how to play in these situations. I like that Precision takes this outer lane here, just wants to cut off any potential escape route for Complexity. Hearing the comms that from his teammates, knows it doesn't need to hold that angle any longer. It's breaking shot to 1 HP, and he's in the center of the map with no help to be seen, and this lead is continuing to get out of hands. Complexity spawning on the P side, but they're being flooded by members of Sentinels. Precision with some perfect routing, just finding so many weak players that aren't even looking at him. This man is 17 and 9, looking to grow on it.
Oh, breaking shot. Takes it down. Precision stops that reign of terror, but now Boo Boo Doo has Sentinel's first overshield of the game, and just like with Complexity, it gets depleted instantaneously. Nobody really been able to make much of a play with the OS, but it's been all Sentinels here in this one. Again, 4 kill game into the 30s, and then Sentinels just ran away with it. This one is over.
Just looks like the teamwork, the positioning, the coordination, it's just all been in Sentinel's favor. Complexity have gotten all the overshields except for this last one, and brilliantly played from Sentinels. Perfect spawn control. Complexity just unable to earn any space or comfort at all throughout that game.
Man, really impressed here with Sentinels. And I'm especially impressed when you look at the contextual history of Sentinels in these major qualifiers, which they've always had to play in because they've always been on the outside looking in with a 7th, 8th finish throughout Season 3. You need top 6 to secure your pool play spot and not have to compete in these major qualifiers. But recall when they played against Proton, and I believe even Pure afterwards, and they got to the grand finals, and they lost. They lost the tournament. I'm really looking to see Sentinels ride the wave. Use this as a one final tune-up before the major action in Salt Lake City. So I'm very impressed with what I'm seeing here from Sentinels. They've faltered in previous major qualifiers where they were absolutely the heavy favorite, but didn't quite necessarily look like it based on the results. Now they are. As we switch gears here, Native Gaming versus Cloud9. Native Gaming needing this series win to all but secure their pool play spot in Salt Lake City. They've had trouble getting into pools throughout HCS Season 3. A big opportunity here awaits for Native.
Okay, early game, Native have first cap on board. Spectre kind of lurking bottom side of this map. We've seen Native have some very impressive games on this map in general. Just snipers having such a big impact on the map. Gilkey usually the guy for the job, but every single member of this team sick with the sniper. Gilkey hunting down his prey. Skeptify, I don't think expects it. Uses the repulse just to dodge the melee damage. Very smart in that engagement. And if Native can continue to control the top of the map, Cloud9 is going to have a difficult time even getting into their base.
More updates for you guys from LVT Split Screen. You've got F1 up 2-1 in their series as we head back to game number 3 of your winter finals, your main matchup, but not quite feeling like it after Complexity have laid a little bit of a dud on the ground. An opportunity, though, in a reverse sweep trampoline game 3. It's an oddball, which always sets up for the team down 0-2 if they can just put it together.
Have to start putting it together in this game. They got a lot of time to do so. Longest game type that we currently play. Rain's got the sniper early, but just 2 shots left to work with. Does also have the repulse in case he needs to push a player back. Lethal doing a lot of damage and opening the door for Boo Boo to push in. Boo Boo finds 2 before going down. A 1v1 on the map right now. Huss and Falcated.
Huss Deadly with the snipe, but he's only got one shot to work with. You can see that oddball out before his feet, looking to play a little bit of an invisible hand to draw in Sentinels off the cuts, but they're not taking that bait. They're repositioning instead, looking to push through the middle of the map into the sandbags. Are two more on the garage door, and Plus wisely calls for this rotation. So all the while, Sentinels push through mid and B to get to A. Complexity with a rotation to take it to C, and it's topsy-turvy back and forth like a seesaw, and they take it back to the scoreboard. But Sentinels, too good. Pick out what looked like a nice rotation setup for Complexity. That's impressive from Sen.
Very impressive. And now they have a setup. They don't have a lot of map to work with, though. So Complexity, look at them spread out off of spawn. Multiples going towards this B lane. You have to imagine on the other side, they have at least 1 or 2 members on the OS side. Sentinels do a great job to shut down the push on one half of the map, but Complexity win the push on the other side. So might be able to stay in control. Will Sentinels, but they're going to have to shut down Rain and the next set of spawners that just spawned on the dummy side.
Sentinels opening up a 21-3 lead here off the start of an oddball game 3 as Camo's up soon. Ryanoob looking to wrap his way around the cuts and through mid. We previously saw from Sentinels, Boo down to low HP, and despite the G-slide, Ryanoob finds him. Despite the close proximity, Precision can't find the sticky trade as Ryanoob gets the double kill. Lethal cleans him up, though. Another bit of a rivalry between two players in this series as Lethal makes his way now towards the cuts, but gotta watch his back. Huss has it, so too does Rain. Huss goes down shortly after. Falcated looking to clear the space that was once occupied by Lethal. Rain's just trying to get the oddball to a favorable position at Snipe Tower, but Sentinel's pressure is too damn strong.
Sentinels always putting Complexity on the back foot in every situation that it feels like Complexity might have a chance for ball time. The pressure is just here. Once again, yeah, now they have complete control of the tower. Sniper's up. They should be able to grab it here. Looks like Lethal wants to make sure Falcated can stay alive on that B side, but man, how did Complexity play off of here? Complexity are just being tested. All of their playbooks, they're being asked the question, what do you do when you come off spawn at C and you got to push into A? Now they're being tested on the other side. What do you do if you come off spawn at A and you have to push to C? Starting to see some of their strategy develop, but feels like Sentinels is ready for every single play they go for.
Yeah, I was just about to say that, Eli. It feels like Complexity's strategy is clear. They want to take the oddball to Snipe Tower, but maybe they're airmailing it a little bit, piecemealing it, and showing Sentinels their hand a little too soon, as Sentinels have caught that out. Multiple times you've seen players pick up the oddball and go down for free shortly after when the pressure and pinch is on from Sentinels, as the lead has grown now to 63-13. Sentinels with the advantage still as Ryan looks to push up on the dummy door. Has a repulsor looking to send one to the sky, or at least in the drink potentially, but at low HP, he's going to go down to the hands of Falcated.
Could tell he wasn't really sure if he should burn the snipe ammo or not. He was trying to line up a no scope to get a little bit of value. It's not that big a deal to give 2 bullets of the snipe to the other team. Great grenade though from Falcated, and he's going to put one of the first shots to work here. Ryan cannot push, and Sentinels look to close this round out early. Complexity running out of time.
Whoa. That lined up directly on the forehead, a breaking shot, and despite not getting the slay, it might not matter for Sentinels, but they do go 3 down, and off the reset, Complexity have a chance, but boy, do they need to play much better Halo than what we've witnessed so far in this series and in this round. They do have life, though, and plenty of time left on the clock, but Sentinels just 9 seconds away from victory. One more hold, and that will do it. Rain's the last player alive. He's going to get collapsed on, and that might just do it for round number 1. Oddball gets reset, but it might not matter. Falcated adding another triple kill to his resume, looking for the overkill, lining it up on Huss, but Huss just not weak enough. Almost a kill tack potentially for Falcated, but he'll take the round 1 win instead.
So efficient are Sentinels to control different parts of the map. We saw Lethal go past the camo to the small window to just make sure they had clear sightlines on every part of the map before camo came up. Just the level of proficiency that Sentinels is playing, it's going to be hard for Complexity to overcome. They're going to have to match that proficiency and take up a bit more map space, and I don't know if Sentinels is going to let them do it.
F1 about to shut the door on Team Lethal Fox as they're up 2-1 in the series and 2-0 in that King of the Hill. On the other side, top right, you had Native Gaming versus Cloud9. Native up 1-0 in that Argyle CTF until Cloud9 answer back with less than 2 minutes to go in that one. As we hop back on board here with your main match winner final between Sen and Complexity. Precision with the snipe.
Wow, look at that. Breaking shot hits a nice curb slide to just keep himself not exposed for very long. Hits a nice headshot on Rain, who was trying to shut down that top tower position. Now it's Ryan, I think, with the sniper for the next play. And man, how consequential has Lethal been throughout the day already? It feels like he's just always in the face of the other team, just applying so much pressure. Look at this, just able to somehow turn 2 while one shot in that engagement. This man is playing lights out today.
Looking like the modern day Halo GOAT as Lethal turns a 1v2 into a +1 net outcome for Sen, and more points stack up for them. 26-0 here off the start of round 2. And again, Ryan with a nice no-scope. It looks good, but how effective is it? He goes down shortly after, and again, just like that forbidden CTF, I just don't see a path for Complexity. They go 3 down once again, and Sentinels continue to roll.
Yeah, it's like every time they make a individual play, they just get shut down shortly thereafter. It doesn't amount to much of anything. By the way, did you see Huss's strafe there? Boo Boo had such a hard time just landing the headshot. So he does the patented APG circle strafe while crouching. So hard to hit. It looks like Complexity still just not in any position to get any ball time.
All right, we got OT loading up on the bottom right. Sudden death, and man, what an advantage that would be to take a 1-0 series lead in that one. As we'll keep you guys updated on all the action in the LVT split screen, are we? As we head back to our winter final, Lethal pushing up towards the training side. As Huss goes down to 1 HP, and Lethal again finds another slay with the last shot, making a killing spree. Lethal reinventing himself here.
He's been playing lights out this entire season, if you ask me. I mean, he has been for a long time. Maybe not the first season of HCS Halo Infinite. Still living at home with his crappy internet, but now that he's been unlocked with better internet, he is a force to be reckoned with in these online events. And Sentinels just doing so much damage. Looks like Lethal will be able to escape with the camo for now. His location is known, though. We'll just have to see if Complexity even allow him to get another kill. Just, it feels like they should know he's here, right? Like, shouldn't Breaking Shot wait a little bit longer? Maybe feeling obligated to follow up on damage from a teammate, but Lethal's going to take advantage.
They definitely knew he was there. They were just shooting at him, and then, yeah, you can't forget about Lethal, man. As Lethal still has about 5 seconds left in that camo, looking to line up another back smack, or maybe the front smack as he gets that onto Breaking Shot. Taps him at the knees, 43-4. As Complexity, again, just not showing much life in this match or this series. This is a little surprising. I felt like Complexity's much better than I think what they've shown. And again, Eli, I think this bodes well for Sentinels because they've not shown that they've not looked like the best team like they are in these major qualifiers. Here this weekend, they absolutely have. They have played flawlessly. I can't recall them dropping a single map.
They did drop one map to Team 1 in the semifinals, but they look to go nearly flawless 2 grand finals should they earn this 3-0, and it's looking like we're going in that direction. Ryan, last player alive, has a lot of snipe ammo left to work with, but can't really take a comfortable position to put it to work. Gonna find an unsuspecting Precision who's going for a little bit of a flank play here on the next round of spawners. Probably did not expect Ryan to show up here, and it's a great play from Ryan. Needs to find more, though. Does this Sticky get repulsed back at him? I don't know what happened. What? I think he repulsed Falcated Sticky into Boo Boo, and Falcated got the betrayal for it.
Lethal lining up a triple kill. Would have been a hell of a no-scope. Rain takes him down, though, and Sentinels take a 61-12 lead with 120 seconds left in regulation. And again, these big leads that they've built off the start, Eli, have allowed Sentinels to play so calm, so cool and collected. Let the game come to them, as we see that from Lethal, just letting players appear in his reticle. Not the end of the world if they make it away with that oddball. Complexity has really been forced to overextend, depress, and stress throughout not only this game, but this whole series.
This looks like their best opening yet, though. They get 3 dead for Sentinels. Falcated last player alive in a tricky spot. Kind of has to contest the camo, but he gets taken down. This camo should go to Complexity as Boo Boo has to back up, but he turns 2 while one shot with the predictive grenade. And that's what we talk about. Every time it looks like Complexity are about to have control, they just get shut down immediately from a huge play out of Sentinels.
Does Ryan Noob not remember when Ninja told him not to chase cut? As Boo Boo Doo Boo, chase grenade reversal, double kill. We're gonna add a couple more. Another chase grenade goes out. Ryan Noob, don't let it happen twice. He does, and he learns from his previous mistake. And Well, allows Boo Boo Doo Boo to make a flank here, and here's some of that unorthodox playstyle that makes Boo Boo Doo Boo so damn good. As he gets the angle, gets the high side, but again, the play here, calm, cool, and collected, goes down to low HP, just gonna wait for his shields to recharge and get back in the mix.
Enemy has the ball.
Breaking Shot did a good job to rotate the ball all the way to A, but look at this. The members of Sin are already swarming, ready to fly in through the big door and sandbags regions. It looks like in our picture-in-picture, it is going to be Cloud9 who come out on top in the overtime. Native can't like that. They really need to win that series.
Oh, Cloud9 with 2 unanswered in a row to come back. Endgame overtime win for them, and Boo Boo Doo Boo, more multi-kills, more Jeff Steitzer in your ears as he earns the triple kill. Killing spree, looking to add a few more. It's Huss. Pushes on through, eyeing the QT, but Boo Boo Doo Boo knows it, baits it, waits it, gets another assist. Gets another snipe. Headshot variety. Sentinels looking too strong. You can almost nail the coffin shut onto Complexity after Ryan goes down. You almost certainly can. Oh my God! Boo Boo Doo Boo hits that on Huss? I believe so. No, he did not. Boo Boo's so good, though. I thought he did.
Doesn't matter, though. Still slowed them down enough, and Sentinels go flawless in winners finals. Secure themselves a spot on the winner side of Grand Finals, the favorite in the tournament, and they're showing why, playing absolutely lights out across the board.
And when Boo Boo Doo Boo's looking like Boo Boo Doo Boo, it is so hard for anyone to beat Sentinels. 24 slays, 11 assists, and 102 seconds of oddball time. So Boo Boo Doo Boo quite literally doing it all, and I think that's what you need to be a top 3-4 team. You need guys that can play both. A little bit of hybrid OBJ main Slayer. Think about the top 3 teams. They each have a guy like that. So maybe Boo Boo Doo Boo finding his form and finding his composition and role on this roster, defining it even more so as Sentinels look so damn good. Look at that, 7,200 and 7,500 damage from Falcated. We're hyping up Boo Boo Doo Boo, but Lethal and Falcated dealing out even more damage than him. I mean, unbelievable performance from Sentinels. Complexity had their moments, but it was really all Sen in this series, Eli.
So impressive. Complexity showed signs of life throughout the series, but Sentinels had the answer every single time. Can Complexity win the lower bracket and earn their way back to the rematch against Sentinels? We'll have to see. Still, in this lower bracket, we got Cloud9 versus Native. We saw Cloud9 win that first game of the series in overtime. And I feel like it was fated to have this matchup. 1 versus F1. I think I called that out early on yesterday. I said that's gonna for sure be a matchup. 1 versus F1. We'll have to see who comes out and earns their spot into top 4 as well.
Yeah, that'd be fun to cast, right? Confusing for the casters and the community, but man, my eyes are on that Cloud9 Native gaming series. Because if Team 1 are to take down F1 in the elimination quarters and Native Gaming go down to Cloud9, that opens up the door. It cracks it open for Team 1 to steal the final pool play spot available as they look to make a run here. Native Gaming setting up for this next game, and we got ourselves a series here. Cloud9, after going down 1-0 in that Argyle, though, score the next 2 to take a 1-0 series lead as we get ready for a Slayer on Livefire.
All right, guys. Well, I do think that's going to be the end of your listening to myself and Mikowski. We've got Active and Why Not Be Casting coming in next. I cannot wait to watch the rest of this. I'm probably just going to be glued to my PC until the end of this tournament. This has been so much fun. Hunter, how do you feel about today's action, man?
Feeling good, man. Feeling good. I am so excited to see you in Salt Lake City. I feel like we have so much to catch up on. You've been in the mix. Both of us have been transitioning into new roles, so very excited to catch up with you in Salt Lake City and cast all of the action. You and Tools did such a great job in Atlanta, but I'm ready to help and support the team and be there for you guys at Salt Lake. I cannot freaking wait.
Take Will in chat says, where's your furniture? Apparently in a warehouse in Texas still. I've been here for 3 weeks without my stuff. I know I'm a minimalist, but not this much of a minimalist. This is kind of ridiculous. Jobs. Hopefully they produce my bed, desk, dresser, all my stuff. Should be getting here this week, I hope, but if not, I'm going to sue them and get my money back. So well, hopefully we don't have to get down to there, but making it work with what I got so far.
All right, guys, that'll do it for me and Eli. The conclusion of your tournament, your final online tournament, the Open Championship, will be casted by Active and Why Not. Coming up next after this break, don't go anywhere. The conclusion will be soon.
restart the browser, I guess. Hello and welcome back. I'm Tools. Joined with me is Active. We'll be taking over the series for now. Cloud9 Native Gaming mid-series. We're coming in game 2 Slayer. Cloud9 up 1-0 against Native Gaming.
It's Septify inner screen. A nice 3-kill lead. It's going to be Cloud9 trying to make something happen here, but if you go 3 down with this kill, it will be 3 dead, and now it's up to Native to react.
Well, I want to see how fast they take this space here and try to figure out how to make these spawn traps work. So far, early action for Cloud9 is they've gotten away with the camouflage as well. Set up well. Native Gaming going to have a struggle to find this camo.
Yeah, being 3 down and getting that camo is unfortunately not what Native like to see, and now once again, it's Cloud9 progressing forward. Native ready for it. Gilkey with some beautiful shots there. The sniper will be taken out, but again, pressure continues from the top center of the map as spawns come through for Native.
Tapping Button's able to find himself a great spot to lay down that damage, but reality was he needed to stall for time. His spawner's coming up towards that green side. He falls a bit early, and it prevents Native Gaming from cleaning up a lot of that damage. Instead, it's a lot of standstill as Native Gaming trapped over back green. Cloud9's going to take their opportunity to try to pounce.
Septify's the first one to push here. Gets some shots into APG, leaves him for his teammate, but gets taken out pretty quickly by Tapping Buttons. It's a trade back and forth, but once again, 3 down for Cloud9. Native winning that engagement.
So far, it's been a lot of trade for trade Halo, which isn't bad in that early game, but you have to realize when you start losing those trades and slow the game down or speed it up when those opportunities arise. With camouflage coming up in 20 seconds, APG's really going to be the primary player that causes the chaos to start before this camouflage. With Quantum Translocator, expect to see him to get into a fight, get out fast, and try to keep these engagements strong.
Lots of damage has been done, but APG is going to go down. He does trade out for Manny, but Gilkey goes down on the side of Native as well. It is 3 down for Native Gaming, and that camo is still up, and Sab from Cloud9 going to go ahead and grab that.
That's a rare sight. Cloud9 was a team that was set up early at the camouflage, but they were by camo in that open field. Native Gaming had height advantage, and usually on paper, the team that comes second is the team that gets the camouflage. Instead, it was a 4 down for Native Gaming. Sab walks away with a little bit of camouflage to work with, and this could be where the game changes.
See what Sab can do. Plasma pistols picked up. Has camo still to work with. It dissipates at the very last second as he pushes onto the tower side. That push will be snuffed out by the side of Native Gaming, and still it's Tapping Buttons trying to assist on this B side, but he gets pressured as well. And now Gilkey, one of the last players alive here, has to make sure he plays his life on this tower side. Very important life for him as he gets the spawns for his team on that nest. He's still looking for an opportunity.
I love the way that Gilkey plays this. Yeah, he has the sniper rifle, but he's not necessarily the player that needs to make something happen. Wait for your team help to come and keep the sniper secure. Try to find as much value off these 6 bullets that you can get.
Well, the information comes out that he's on the tower side, and now you will see the pressure start to mount on top of him. It's Sab that goes down first. A great snipe by Gilkin. You will continue to wait for the pressure coming through. Septify still making himself a very difficult kill, but not only that, gave the spawns to his teammates. That's a 2 for 1. That's a Quigley for the man Dilk on your screen. 3 dead Cloud9.
Hey, it's good to be skilled, but sometimes you gotta be a little bit lucky. 2 1-shots line up perfectly for Gilkey, and while he takes the opportunity, rips them apart, and well, making Quigley proud. On the other side, I love a little bit of a 2 for 1 combo early in the day.
That 2 for 1 will give Native Gaming their first lead in the game. It's now 29-27. And as they continue to push up here onto the spawns of Cloud9, it's Native that have to come out on the aggression with the most damage possible. Gilkey making himself a difficult kill, but APG far back on the play towards that pillar side. They had to deal with Sab, and they do.
So far, both teams having trouble with the follow-up plays after after their explosive ones. We've seen a couple times now where 3-4 players go down, but immediately the spawners are able to handle the pressure of the following play. That's what needs to change for both of these teams. You have to be able to work on that next step and be able to deal with players that are at the disadvantage. So far, a lot of patient plays that are resulting in players getting a little too aggressive and falling because of it.
Well, the next step here was Camo, and it's Gilkey that picks it up once again. 34-32, and is Native with a slight lead here. Sab has that top tower control, and he knows that if players are below him. I love the play by Gilkey, turning around, being a nuisance on all corners of the map. 3 down, a triple kill for the Gilkster, and guess what? That's an overkill. My gosh, this man's on fire.
Gilkey's building himself a montage in this game alone, and I'll call it an unofficial attack if he would have gotten that one, but the damage is done, and now we're finally seeing the follow-up. Gilkey creates so much opportunity for himself with how he plays that camouflage in the center of the map, listening. It's not up to him to initiate the plays, but rather follow up with them, and well, perfectly timed opportunities meet an overkill, and Native Gaming ripped this game open.
A 5-kill lead here for Native. Now the objective is to hold on to this lead. As Tapping Buttons, the forefront player here, has to go down to no shield, so he's going to back up on the play, and it's up to APG to find the lane on the top center of the map. Cloud9 are going to take that lane, but they're going to take it as a 3-man, and this might be difficult for the side of Native to make anything happen. They're splitting the map.
Well, APG didn't see all the players cross. He saw one. I don't think he's necessarily aware that everyone from Cloud9 has transitioned over towards that green side. He'll be the one that plays sniper early, and he realizes the way for Cloud9 to get back into this game is off that sniper rifle, but that 2-kill lead isn't as big as you'd like to think. This thing could quickly change, and Sad's going to be the player that forces it. He gets the information for his team. Now it's up to Cloud9 to set up, play coordinated. Make sure you're checking these corners at the same time.
A 2-kill lead still held on for Native here. Sab's going to be aggressing onto the side of Native. It is, of course, APG, the first one to fall. Gilkey, he falls as well, and now the spawns come out on the green side. This is not where you want to be. All 4 players from Native stuck on green.
They have all of the information. Cloud9 knows what the play is next, but they don't necessarily have themselves set up to deal with it. The player over at tower is isolated, and you see all the players from Native swarm to that attack. 3 of them take him out, but they weren't quite able to deny that camouflage in time. Cloud9 controls their destiny with that camouflage in their back pocket.
Gilkey finds himself a dropping Sab, gets a kill once again. That's another double kill for him. 47-46 now. Native 3 more kills, and they will come out victorious. And Tapping Buttons once again on the strong side, in the strong position on the map of live fire on this top tower. No one moving just yet. Lots of damage coming out.
Manny was so quick to push over at Ness. He catches Barcode by surprise, and that's going to open up an opportunity for Cloud9 to push.
Manny stays alive with a QT. Once again, it's Sab by himself there. Suspector gets a kill in the feed. 48-48 now. 49. That's the trade out, though. Sab gets the 50th kill, and it'll be a 50-48 victory for Cloud9.
The margin of error in pro play is so thin. The difference between a win and a loss for Native Gaming was just 1 kill at the end of the game that Manny is able to secure for his team. He gets up to Nest without anyone from Native Gaming know. And, well, because of that, he's able to find Barcode unsuspecting. That nade connects, and well, you saw what was able to do because of that, but let's go back a little bit and witness this play from Gilkey, right? He taps up Septify here. He's 1 shot. Well, you're going to get 2 1-shots lined up. Perfect shot. Gilkey with the Quigley. You don't see that one every day. Let's watch it back in slow-mo.
This is so beautiful. The headshot on Septify, the body shot onto Manny. Nice and clean. Barcode goes down there, has to make a play, and exactly what he does. He makes a play, but unfortunately not enough for the side of Native Gaming. You're aggravated with those 2 kills that you could have gotten. A 50-48, very close game for them, and now they find themselves in a bit of a hole with a 0-2 series lead.
This was so impressive from Gilkey as well. He had a fantastic game, but look, all the kills that he's going to get here are reactionary to his teammates' callouts. He's able to find that 3, and then the last player, information from the players on death screen. It'll be an easy overkill for him. The problem for Native Gaming was the follow-ups on these plays. We thought this was going to be enough to find that separation. This was the best we saw Native Gaming play, but Cloud9 slowly and surely worked their way back in, and I believe it's this last play that we see from Manny that changed everything. When he got up to Nest without Native Gaming knowing and finding that pick on Barcode, it just opened up the floodgates for Cloud9 to be the aggressor and to find the important kills.
As we take a look at the series layout, it is now game 3 that Native has to look for here. And I mean, being 0-2 down in the series, it's difficult to come back from something like this.
Look at this. This is what I'm talking about. Barcode's here, but if we look, that player at tower never saw Manny push up. Tapping buttons was too focused on trying to get that team shot going with his teammate at tower, and it creates all sorts of problems for them. And then Manny and Sab are just softening them up for the rest of Cloud9 to collapse in. They eventually are able to swarm those players at Native. Great job by Cloud9, not only to finish that collapse, but also value their lives. It's so easy to get caught up in those trades and to make the game of 49-49, but instead you saw Sab and Manny doing a great job at getting damage and getting out, knowing to them that it's a long game. Now this gunfight's gonna be 15 seconds. You don't have to finish it right away. Let your teammates come in, do the work. Eventually the backsmack comes in for the 50th kill, and well, Native Gaming, it's time to take a time out. You have to figure out what went wrong as a team, what they need to do better into game 3, and to mentally reset after losing such a game that puts you down 0-2 in a series.
It was a great play by APG as well. Throw that sniper off, especially, you know, when you have Septify and Sab on the other side of things. I mean, players that you know, Suspect, or even Manny. I mean, all 4 of those players can turn the game around with that snipe, but you also had Gilkey. It was hitting some crazy shots in that entire game. Well, that sniper not going to be a factor there, but as you can see, the F1 Team 1 game is happening. Lots of ones in this series here, Tools.
Yeah, I wonder what's going on with the themes going on. This is gonna confuse everyone at home. F1 Team 1. Come on, boys. Let's get some. Let's. One of you has to be 2 next time. Team 2. Think about it. Has a better ring to it.
We'll just go with the red versus blue. So much easier. Argyle CTF though. That series is just starting here, and again, very important tournament like we talk about often. Top 2 from this tournament will guarantee themselves pool play. The other spots will go to the top points in the HCS, and it's very difficult to get. So we'll see who's able to make it happen. Descendant making things happen for the side of F1 here. 2 kills already for him with snipe.
Descendant does, he works on the left side when he picks up that sniper rifle, trying to work alongside Envoy. He catches an unsuspecting player, and well, because he delayed his clamber up towards S3, the player on the other side just was not looking. 2 great headshots, but it's because of the timing in which he took those challenges that allows him to get the double kill.
Positioning clean as well here for Descendant. Going to get 1. Mortally goes down. Tusk gonna challenge him as well. That's gonna be another trade there. 2 down for the side of Team 1.
Vent control is going to be everything for both these teams. Expect them to clear out those vents first before they make a play. So easy for players to stay alive and cause chaos in those vents. It's a priority for both these teams.
Envoy pushing up aggressively here. King Nick's on the back of the base. Are they aware of Envoy is the question. Is Envoy aware of King Nick in the back base? Looks like he is finally. Takes him out, but 2 of his teammates did fall here. So now it's a 2v3 situation with Envoy being down to no shields. It's going to be tough for F1 to push here.
I like the way that they regroup and try to take this fight as a team. It ends up being a double for Envoy. That might just turn more into for this team. More to eventually get that trade, but the damage is done. Envoy's been able to stay as an attacking piece for this team, just building tension on the other side of the map.
Unfortunately, the kills were a bit early, the flagpole a bit late, and because of that, it will be a stop here by Team 1 and a return as well. Taking the last player to take care of King Nick going to try and take care of him. We'll see if King Nick can stay alive in the situation, and we'll see if F1 can keep on this aggression. At the bottom right corner of your screen, we're hopping back into the Native Gaming versus Cloud9 series, where, of course, Cloud9 are up 2-0.
Oddball will be the vice over there. We'll keep you guys updated with all the action happening on both of these games. But going back over to F1 Team 1, this is going to be a really tough matchup for F1, but these are the matchups that you need to win to show that you can go far in the bracket. So far, they've been playing really well in these open series, but they've met a hard wall that faces in their that gets in their way each time that they get deeper into the tournament. Every time they're about to make their run, they line up against a roster that 3-0s them. I want to see that change this time around. I feel like there's so much potential with this F1 roster. They just need to take that first game and work off that momentum.
Well, the spawns come out in the back of base. Envor is going to get the body shot with the snipe and clean it up. A nice little beat down here, still taking control of his side, making sure to quell the push of the side of Team 1, and now taking that vent control that you talk about so often. Let's see if he's able to maintain that control here with snipe in his hands. Two of his teammates do fall, though. Makes things a bit difficult for him, but he's gonna do his best to stay alive with snipe, and that insta-explode might push back that player and allow that to happen.
Envor's doing a good job of staying alive and trying to keep this control of vent, but I'd like to see a little bit more coordination from F1 when they take those challenges. Although Envor is close to his teammate, they aren't necessarily watching the same thing or having each other's help. It results in one of them going down, and well, Envor having to play very defensive on his side. If you don't find those kills, the result is devastating. Tusk in position to pull. They're going to get this to the half line before anyone even spawns up to try to stop it.
Exactly what you have to do on Argyle. Get that clean 4 dead. And then you can get a clean cap, and a great job by the side of F1, though, to not go down in that scenario, right? Not allow them to keep control. And with 2 down for the side of Team 1, F1 might get this flag pull, and Ezo does just that, but he's stuck very short.
It feels like they're trying to desperate this a little bit too much, trying to force a counter situation where you can just be on the other side and be comfortable with the tension. Be forward on the map and wait for the right opportunity. It's okay if you have to overslay a little bit, but if you try to force plays, well, that's when Team 1's gonna have an opportunity to find breaks.
Great job by Envor right here. Has that QT. Not going to use it, though. Wanted to make sure to hold that lane. Hold the long haul, the sniper haul. But he's going to continue to get pressured. He's been down here for a large amount of time, and what you allow there is a pinch from both sides. Now they have the information onto him. They'll clean him up pretty quickly, but some great team shots. We'll trade out that kill. It is 4 down for Team 1 once again. Another 4 clean dead. Tusk the first player to spawn. He's going to try to get forward on the map, but the pings are coming out.
Smart from Ezo. He overextended early on into those fights, and as the game state simplified of all these players going down, he was able to pull out. Now it's up to his teammates to keep that flag alive. They're able to pull it back in. Great combination of players going down at the right time and Ezo being in the right spot to get themselves an answer on the flag.
Well, you saw Tusk, the very forward player on the side of Team 1, pushing up into F1's base. He's going to go down first. Collect's going to follow up behind and try to capitalize on some damage here. He's got the back of Mortally. He's got the snipe, but this is just getting really messy here for the side of Team 1. They're just not able to do too much. There it is, though. They are 4 dead, and now, like you said, off the pressure, off that 4 dead, they're going to take the map.
Senate did see the Mortally spawn over towards Snipe's side, and he's going to have a lot of information to work with. Sniper in hand, knowing that these spawns are coming in. It's so simple to hit these headshots, and while he's making it look too easy at the moment, when you know all this information, you have prime real estate on the map. It's a highlight reel that's ready to be hit.
Continues to hit shots. Now on a killing spree. Spawns come out. Mortally and Collect both taking body shots, both down to no shields. And that'll activate Descendant as 3 go down for the side of Team 1. Descendant pulling the flag.
Not your cleanest flag run of all time, but great execution from Descendant to come up, pick up that flag, and get it mostly the way back home. But this thing's not certain yet. Tusk finding a massive kill. He also has a repulse to send him sky high if he needs to get to that flag in time.
Tusk does get to the flag in time. He does make that pull happen there. A lot of shots come through. The spawners come through as well. The flag is returned. They're looking for some more damage on the bottom center of the map. It will be enough. F1 will score. Flag number 2.
Team 1 just desperately trying to keep them off, but the longer it takes for you to make your play, the more it becomes certain that the team that has the spawns will win. And we're on flag. Dynamic spawns. You're going to keep spawning your own base. As every pick you get, the other team spawns all the way across. You just can't sustain those resources for long enough. The F1 survives, puts in the flag, and well, now control their destiny.
QT in the hands of Envor, coupled with that then control so massive, and Collect in the base gets a kill across the map, really just stopping the push of Team 1, doing so well here, of F1, I'm sorry, doing so well here to allow his team to recover.
Collect accelerates the timing for his team by getting into those back ranks without anyone knowing. It was patient plays from him to blow up that grenade, right? Really heady to do that, but they just weren't quite able to turn it into much more. Instead, we see F1 on the attack now, and well, it's just Descendant, but he has a sniper rifle to work with in the opposing base. I'd waste that last bullet. Oh, not quite off.
Enemy flag returned.
Tries to repulse there, but both flags end up returned, and now Envor gonna be the third one to fall for F1. Descendant just spawning. Piggy spawning in the back of his base as well. Descendant and Piggy both stuck in the back of their base. As you can see in our LVT split screen, it's 97 to 59. Native Gaming have a bit of a lead here in round number 1, and it's exactly what they need, being down 0-2 in the series. Now on the other side of things, it's Collect pulling Team 1 a flag through to their side. It's up to Envor to stop this flag pull, but Collect already in his base. Envor stops it short once again. They have just not been able to get these flags through. A Tusk with a spawn here has to stay alive. Lots of damage going out.
Team 1 had great timing and great positioning, but they just didn't have the slays to get this all the way through. They have to finish Envor off, but as he's one shot, he's becoming a one-man army. He is keeping them off this flag and buying his team time to get back in. Envor did the impossible. Just one more player to take out.
His flag returns naturally, and my goodness gracious, it's 2 flag returns. Ezo trying to get the counter cap that he was looking for. F1 very healthy on the spawns here. Tusk is going to spawn up, and now it'll be all 4 up for the side of Team 1. But as I say that, 2 go down, make that 3. Tusk falls as well. King Nick's the 4th to fall, and F1 are gonna win game number 1.
I believe that was Piggy that was in the opponent's base, so aware of him to understand that the only angle Tusk could take was through the bottom of the map. Before he has an opportunity to stop, he's one shot. And F1 was doing a fantastic job of executing throughout that game, getting the slays and having the right position. Team 1 at points, right timing, right position, but failed on the execute. You have to slay out in those situations.
Manny now aggressing through. It's 3 down for the side of Native. 4 dead make that. The play ball does come out. No, it doesn't. Manny ends up taking it out. Tapping buttons can't play that ball, which means it's a nice little setup here for the side of Cloud9 and a chance for them to recover in this round. Native obviously getting round number 1, as you can see at the bottom center of your screen. So very important round here for Cloud9.
A 3-0 for Cloud9 in this series would be a huge morale boost. You gotta remember, Tusk left this team in the lurch just a couple days before this qualifying tournament. A big deal for this team. Now they're playing with Manny in his stead, picking up those pieces, and so far, I mean, the success for them has been pretty great. Taking Native to a Game 3 situation where they can win in a sweep is an impressive feat, and it's been great execution from them to create this opportunity.
Camo's still on the bottom center of the map. Native trying to get it, but tapping buttons instead decided to stay alive. You can see how much pressure they're putting on getting that camo. Barcode wins a massive 1v1, collects the camo for himself, and now it'll be Native Gaming that can be on the aggression here with 2 down for Cloud9.
Camouflage on. Native Gaming needs to just find their slays, win this base. Barcode can check the corner.
Ends up going down because of it. Now it's still Cloud9. The ball is down though. Not a lot of time being added here to the clock. He'll keep the last player alive. There's a no-shield player in Suspector who ends up winning that pip. That's a massive pip. That's going to potentially, potentially give Cloud9 the spawns. They do get those spawns on the Red Room side, but ball ends up getting reset. So no one really in an advantage here, and reslays need to happen.
That's a huge break for Native Gaming because of Barcode. He was the first player down, first respawn to come up. He throws miracle nades from across the map that stop them from getting to the ball, but more importantly, resets it because that 30 seconds it was down on the map. Cloud9 was well positioned for a ball hold there, but were never quite able to reset that timer, and Native Gaming is a team that benefits.
Manny trying to find the cleanup kill. That's the third dead here for Native Gaming. Manny ends up staying alive, holds a lot of ball time. Red Room spawns come out. It might be splits as there are players on that purple side as well. You see Barco's the first one to fall. Very aggressive on the map. Doesn't really have his teammates to back him up, and unfortunately that death is going to be rough here with the camo being up, and because of that, it's Cloud9 who get the camo and continue to get ball time.
They didn't lose numbers grabbing that camouflage as well, so this is going to be great opportunities for Sap to work around his teammates to make opportunity happen. So far, they've gotten the slay advantage, but they know there's a player lurking. You got to take care of APG quickly before he can get that play ball.
Sab taking care of a lot of things here with this red gun. Lots of damage being output. The spawners as well. Red gun, bandit, whatever's needed. Camo's still in his hands for a minute or so. I think it's gone now. 85 and counting.
17 assists for Sab, by the way. Usually you expect to see him at the top of those slays, but you can see some of those normal kills turning into assists for him this game. Could be enough to win the second round, but they're gonna have to find a break. Cloud9 so far in this round done a great job of finding those slays. Native Gaming still have an opportunity to win this, but they're gonna have to stop Cloud9 a few times.
It was 3 dead for the side of Cloud9, but somehow I believe it was Manny who stays alive, hides, and gives them a bit of the advantage that they need. They also get the PD spawns, but apparently it's not enough. It's 3 down once again. APG, the last player on this side. Suspector gets the spawn from PD, and it's just Cloud9 winning spawn after spawn on the PD side of the map. And with only 7 points needed, this is massive.
A couple times now, APG with him being the last alive for his team on the front line has made the follow-up play frustrating for Cloud9 by getting extra damage, by moving that ball out. But unfortunately, Native Gaming's not going to be able to win a round if you just can't sustain slays. Cloud9 have been doing a fantastic job of finding the entry kill and using their numbers to overwhelm Native Gaming. They tie it up 1-1 in the oddball, and they'll have a final and decisive round to see how long this series is going to go.
As you can see, our LVT split screen. Another game is starting as well. Back on board with Sab here. Sab having a solid game in terms of assists, but a little bit rough on the kill side of things. Regardless, Native Gaming got that first round. Still, Cloud9 are able to withstand the pressure of Native, even with a lack of slay power. Just speaks to that objective efficiency here, but Native holding that ball still in the hands of Gil.
This is an important moment for Native Gaming, and not only do you have the ball set up, but with camouflage coming up, you want to get away with it. They won the slays and the camouflage. Sab's last alive, trying to minimize the harm he can do. He doesn't have any idea where that camouflage is, and tapping buttons can get really early into these fights if he wants to.
Numbers advantage already. Barcode gonna get the back smack there. Tapping buttons trusts him, but Barcode ends up falling, and now it's up to tapping to try and capitalize on damage done. And there he is. Gets the first one. Can't clean up the second player. That was Manny once again playing really annoying inside a sub, and Although Native have that numbers advantage for just a moment, spawners come out on the purple side and continue to pressure. It's up to Barcode to hold them back.
So far, he's done an effective job. Love the way that Barcode's not taking that fight to the death. To him, it's just about getting information and damage for your team. Let your ball carrier dictate your play. APG was ready to play, but Cloud9 find the kill just in time. We'll have to see if that small mistake will cost them.
Massive damage by Barcode, being one shot, still able to do a ton of damage to 3 different players. Unfortunately, not going to matter as none of that damage is cleaned up. Now Gilkey trying to play alongside of APG here. Pressure coming from that sub side. APG the first one to go in. Gilkey backs up, ends up going down, and that push doesn't work out, but again, damage done for both sides.
Cloud9 has the setup, but Barcode and the rest of Native Gaming have the utility to use to get through. Everything's going to rely on Barcode's positioning and information that he's able to gather and give to his team. Notice how he's checking all these corners, but obviously the camo eyes are very strong right now out of Cloud9. He's not having as much freedom as he'd like.
Barcode, there it is. Camo is taken out. It'll be Cloud9 still in control here, once again, of the ball and a setup onto sub side. APG, once again, that forward player. He's got some players pushing on the B side. Trying to look for a little bit of an opening here. Suspector making himself such a difficult kill. He spots the nade. Pops out, though. They take him out. And now with that, the ball is rotated towards B.
Tapping buttons with a nice little straight, but it's wow. Yo, we are seeing the bag is deep for all of these players in this lobby when it comes to the strafes. Everyone's got something a little unique. When you have to make someone miss, it's not necessarily enough for them to stay alive, but boy, oh boy, does it make for entertaining Halo.
What a time for that bag to be deep with the Worlds coming up. All of these teams, so many years into Halo Infinite, pulling out all stops here. Native with a lot of ball time here in the hands of APG, of course. They'll take the lead in this round. Tapping Button's a very forward player. Barcode on that side as well. They get a flank onto Sab. Barcode gonna try and clean up this kill. There is a trade, but 2 go down for the side of Native. Make that 3. APG goes down as well. That's 4 dead.
Cloud9 is going to be able to perfectly set themselves up for this ball, but also take space towards the mid-map with camouflage coming up. This is an important moment for Native Gaming not to fall early. You have to win this fight.
Camo's up. Tapping Buttons wants it. The Shroud is on top of it. He can get it pretty freely here. Takes a little bit of nade damage. Also takes some shots to the back, but still able to stay alive. Manny's not going to spot him, and because of that, Tapping's able to play his life and go for the fight onto Manny once again. Wins that engagement, and now 2 down for the side of Cloud9. Lots of ball time here for Native Gaming.
It was great site execution from Native Gaming. They threw their smoke down, were able to find distractions on the perimeter and allow Tapping Buttons to get in and get out with that camouflage, then him having the confidence to win his one-on-ones, taking dangerous gunfights, but coming out on top. And what looked like Cloud9 being able to run away with the game suddenly has turned into a massive Native Gaming lead.
Well, the break comes through, though. It's Cloud9 who break through the wall of Native Gaming. It's 2 down for the side of Native. Make that 3. Gilkey, last player alive on that C-stair side. He's got a battle rifle to work with. Lots of damage being output, but they'll snuff him out pretty quickly. Still, it's Native with a sizable lead here, 85-54 for them.
Gilkey made that frustrating as possible for Cloud9, but the setup is in for Cloud9. They're just down a little under 20 seconds. See if they're able to hold on a couple more pushes. Native Gaming seemed to be going down early, and well, Manny's been a big part of that this game. He's been so impressive. 33 kills for his team thus far, but also leading in ball time. He's been everywhere doing everything for his team.
Barco stays alive and Suspector goes down because of Tapping Buttons here. The push from Native comes in. Cloud9 can quell this push as well. They will get the lead in this game. Deceptify trying to make that a reality, but they find out exactly where he's hiding, and he'll go down. Marco will get another kill on the B stairs, but gets taken out from the back of Suspector. Suspector coming into sub, unsuspecting.
Unsuspecting is right. What a play from Suspector. He causes chaos. It looks perfect for Native Gaming. They had gotten the ball and the spawns to win camouflage with the shroud screen. The question you had to ask yourself is, does this feel too easy? And the answer was yes. Suspector was in the back, and it could be a back-breaking play that he made. That backsmack might just be enough. A couple more seconds. No. 99 Cloud9 4 down. It's not over yet. It's not over yet. You gotta sprint off spawn.
There's no way they get there in time. Manny's the only one. Manny's the one that can stop it, but he cannot do it in time. It is Native that win their first game of the series. Ladies and gentlemen, Native are not done.
199. You can't ask for anything closer. And, well, we're going to transition back to F1 versus Team 1. We got ourselves a bit of a nail-biter here as well. A 3-kill lead for Team 1 towards the end of this game, but we know nothing is safe after watching that last game.
Sniper coming up as well. The push comes through from the cut side. It's Envor. That first line. The offensive player, some damage comes out, not as much as he would like, but cleans up the kill onto King Nick. It's now a 2v2. Envor and Descent, the last two alive on this side. Envor doing everything he can here, but gets taken out, and that will be all. It's Team 1 tying up the series at 1.
Great job by them to handle the triple push well from F1. They did everything they could to try to get themselves in a spot to win that game, but Team 1 held them off really effectively, played their power position over by tower, and well, they withstand. Descendant's been having one hell of a series for his team though. 5,100 damage, and you can see his service tag. He is making that one true. A little demon action from him.
Descendant's been a player to watch since he was on that complexity roster, and he continues to surprise me as well. You can see our lower bracket action in elimination quarterfinals as Team 1 and F1 tied at 1, and of course you saw Native get their first victory in that series against Cloud9. Of course, the winner of both these teams will enter into that semifinals. And of course, on the other side of things, on the winner's side, you see Sentinels in that grand finals with a 3-0 against Complexity, who was of course going to be waiting to fight that victor of the lower bracket. Some beautiful matches today, Garrett. I'm having a blast. I absolutely love casting Halo.
It's been a great day today for some action. I'd like to see some game 5s. Potentially Native Gaming gonna have to work on that reverse sweep to make it happen. We see the oddball on streets gonna be what's up next for the battle of ones. I don't know. We have to figure out some sort of solution for this. The
red versus blue, baby.
How do you say the uno v1? Does that one work? How do you say one in French?
I'll just call Team 1 Uno, and then we'll just call F1 F1. It'll work. That'll work. I like that.
How do you say team in Spanish?
No idea. No idea.
Wait, don't you know Portuguese?
No, I told you I almost failed my Portuguese class.
You don't know the number 1 in Portuguese for me, bro?
Uno. I think it's Uno. I'm pretty sure. Equipto. Equipto. There you go.
we gotta find some sort of solution out here, folks.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. It's F1 versus Team Uno in Streets Oddball. A tied up series once again. Both these teams fairly, making some changes. I believe F1, Team 1 a lot more recent than F1, I would say. But Oddball Streets is where you can really test your limits. It's where you can see what a team does and break it down mid-game. Because it lasts so long, you can really find some tendencies that you can expose, I would say. And both these teams are going to look to do that.
Here we go, into Oddball. Team 1, or we should say Team Uno. I don't know how long we'll keep that going, but they're going to be the team in blue. F1, the team in red, as we go into this series.
King Nick, great damage out of him, plays his life. Oh my word,
Double
descending,
kill.
gets crushed. But King Nick, 2 of his teammates were down, and because of that, it's a couple trades, but and might guarantee F1 camo still.
As a sneaky little play with the shroud screen down bottom mid. Slide in, insta pop it, let your teammate come in from the right side to grab camouflage away. F1 playing a bit fast and loose in the middle of the map. I don't know if their camouflage player necessarily got away with it, but early ball time going to head in their direction. And Envoy, he's trying to hold off a horde of players on the other side.
Envoy's on one. Honestly, he just guaranteed them at least 10 seconds of ball time with him playing his life there. So many players had to push towards him, make sure he was cleaned up. And 10 seconds is what F1 will get in terms of that ball time.
Enemy has the ball.
Beautiful shots there. Tusk gonna go down. It's a 3v3. Ezo goes down as well. Supposed to be ball time here in the hands of Collect. Possibly trying to rotate towards that PD side. They'll get spawns on the cafe. Now Piggy has to fight from the bottom center of the map.
F1 just aren't able to facilitate the slays to cleanly get away with this ball. Team 1 remaining strong when they're there. F1's been really effective on the breaks thus far when they've had to go into the setup of Team 1, but I'd like to see them have a little bit more utility in the defensive positions.
Collect doing his best to stay alive once again as he's no shields pushed by multiple players, and he gets that help from the cafe side. This will guarantee his shields, but instead he decides to push in, trust his teammates to go on through, and that's 2 dead for F1.
That might be the prettiest play if you look at from the top down. Collect played that so well, waiting for his help to come in on the flank. Once he pushes in, it was a complete collapse on those players in PD. F1 couldn't even get the trade, and T1 will get a massive chunk of time because of it.
This guy doesn't die. Like, he's been pushed by multiple players. He's still alive in this situation, even gets himself a kill. The red gun as well. Oh my word, Descending goes down. 3 down for F1. Collect is on fire.
Collect's doing such a good job of not closing space down. This player's really confident in his shot. He had an opportunity to go around that pillar, look for that smack to get the kill. Instead, he keeps his distance, expects the challenge, is able to get the kill without taking damage. It allows him to have much more potency in the follow-up play. We'll keep an eye on that game as it continues on, but so far it's off to a great start.
Back to Native Gaming versus Cloud9. Native Gaming now the 2-cap advantage, but Cloud9 with that kill and with the knowledge of tapping buttons, potentially take that space on the map. Tapping somehow a massive kill from the top of A. Spectre, though, all of that distraction from his teammate created that space for him to get this camo. Now he's going to push with it.
Question is, how much freedom is he going to have? He's deep into these front lines. There's a couple different thoughts of how you play camouflage. Some of them is getting deep into those front lines, being the player to initiate the damage. And so far, that's how Spectre decides to play it. He'll be able to grab 2, but his team has to follow up on that, or else it's all for naught.
Now 3 down for the side of Cloud9. Native Gaming still have that 2-cap advantage. Looks like they're going for C as well. Sab passes by his shock rifle, wants to clean up the kill on the tapping, but Gilkey's there to back smack him. And because of that, he will go down. So Spectre in that pipe side gets killed by Gilkey as well. And Cloud9 go 2 down. Septify, the last player on this side of the map.
Sab took the quickest possible route to get to that play. The problem was there was a player from Native Gaming standing on C, working on getting themselves the trip cap that caught him and gave information to the team. Information is paramount to your success in this game. If you have more knowledge than the other side, you can make the right play more often. And well, you can see that was able to give them over 120 points without Cloud9 having an answer. It's so tough to break out of these situations.
Cloud9 stem the bleeding there with that B cap. They will stop that triple cap from continuing on. 2 points every second can be devastating. 4 down for Cloud9 though. A chance for Native to potentially get B if that's what they want to do.
Sneaky APG finds the first player, and that's going to slow Cloud9 down. They don't have the numbers to facilitate a push towards a home base. You can see them trying to build tension towards A, but APG, he's a predator. He is on the hunt right now for that player that's isolated away from the rest of the team. He'll get that kill, and Cloud9 just don't have the numbers to facilitate any clean push.
Gilkey with another 3 shots to the body, but 2 of his teammates or another teammate will fall with him. Tapping buttons forced back inside a tower
Enemy team
as Cloud9 finally take A, and they'll finally get their first couple of points on the scoreboard. 3 minutes left. Barcode looking for a break here. On the top of glass, it's Suspector waiting. Manny on the cross as well. Barcode cannot pass. Taking damage from every angle. Barcode pushes in. There's APG with the trade. It's 2 down for each side, though. It's up to Barcode and Guilt, and they'll make it happen. They'll get 3 down. Manny, the last player alive, and his location is known.
Cloud9's run is going to be stopped at just 29 points. It's been a tough game for them thus far, and you're going to run out of runway so quick in this game because of that early trip cap from Native Gaming. It's important for Cloud9 to start playing fast on the map. Notice how they get into C quickly. You have to minimize the amount of time that Native Gaming scores on these 2 caps if you're going to chip away at this lead.
Native gets C, but they also get the spawn and the position for the camo that's coming up at the bottom center of the map in 5 seconds. Septify watching the cross understands there's at least 2 players from the side of Native on that pipe side. He is trapping them inside of pipes to create space, but APG still tries to find a way through. Unfortunately, he will go down. Tapping will fall. Camo's still down bottom center. Suspector will pick it up.
This was a great execute by Cloud9 to get away with the camouflage, but they have to follow up with the slays. Barcode is 1 shot, but Suspector's just gonna leave him alone. I don't know if did he not see him flashing in the corner? That was an easy opportunity for a kill. Suspector instead waits for it to be equal shields, and now he has multiple players to take on.
I love this angle and positioning though by Suspector. Great job isolating 1 player at a time, putting damage into both those players, and with the assistance of his teammate, they will get 2 down for the side of Native, and because of that, they'll also cap C and B.
They are able to at least alleviate the pressure that Native Gaming is putting on, but we need to see more of a follow-up from them if they're going to have more success in this game. B's going to quickly switch hands over into Natives once again, and Cloud9, they just have been really ineffective at getting a run of their own going.
Gilkey on the cross here. You see Barcode on that glass side, understands that this pressure's coming from the tower. There is a player that made it through, though. You see Suspector right there. His job is to take out Barcode in this situation. Barcode's job is to stay alive and stop Suspector from crossing. But because Barcode took damage, Gilkey's going to now be in trouble. He comes out, gets the cleanup, as you saw in the feed there. APG comes out, gets his kill, and it's 3 down for Cloud9.
Oh, Gilkey did quite hit his clamber in time to try to stop that A hill, but it was trade for trade all across the map, and Native Gaming realized, hey, we spawn at C, we can instantly win that hill. Cloud9 once again scored nothing on their 2 cap.
Barcode drops down, gets a lot of damage into 1, drops down on the second. They do get the cleanup kills, but Manny's gonna win another massive fight. That is the 2nd fight in a row that Manny has won that he wasn't supposed to win. Is it enough, though, is my question. It's Gilkey now in the hill against Sab. He finds the kill onto him. He's got the camo. He's going to try and live. I don't like this play whatsoever, but ends up getting out. Somehow he lives with the camo, and Native continue to score.
Yeah, that's patch notes working in favor of Gilkey right there. He was hit by that first nade. It popped him up in the air just a little bit more. It let him have enough height to separate him from the second nade that would have taken him out. He's able to secure B by himself, and Native Gaming, that was one of the cleanest games you'll see. Slayer will determine it all.
Ladies and gentlemen, guess what? Tony thinks it's me and him that have good luck with the game 5s, but I'm going to say it's just me. Another game 5, and it's between Native, who came back. This could potentially be a reverse sweep. This could happen. Native have improved drastically as we've watched them this entire year. Once again, a tumultuous year for them. So many changes, so many problems. But they find themselves now very improved, and they're looking to showcase that in a game 5 here against Cloud9.
You gotta remember how close some of these games have been. Game 2, just a 2-kill difference where Native Gaming was leading at the end of that game. Cloud9 was able to steal it. Then Native Gaming took their turn as the thief in game 3, where they won a round 3 of oddball, 100-99 to secure that one. We're moving back into our other series in in game 3, round 2 of oddball, and F1, are able to take that first round, they're the ones that can go 2-0 in this game.
34 points and counting here for Team 1. It's Morley who's going to fall on the bottom of B stairs. Great damage by Envor once again. Something he's done really well in this entire series. Put that damage in, make himself a difficult kill. It's Halo fundamentals. Wait.
Teammate just naded Ezzo so hard. At least Ezzo's alive. You know, a little frustration from Ezzo, but he'll be able to get his shields back. Happens to the best of us. You throw a nade at your teammate's feet.
There you have it. It'll be F1 now with that bit of ball time. You see on the right side of your screen, it's a lot of Team 1 pushing towards the purple side. They're going to find an opening here. It's Mortally. Piggy's ready for it. Mortally goes down. They trade out for Envor. Piggy's going to fall as well, but look at the numbers advantage. It's 4 down for Team 1.
That's rough coordination from Team 1. They just worked together on the push. They sent 3 players towards that cafe side, but the first entry player was just so much ahead, so much further ahead than everyone else that they couldn't effectively trade out those kills. They go down in the numbers advantage, and well, they'll have to try again. Great job getting forward on the map, but you have to win the slays.
Yeah, Mortally forcing that rotation, but like you said, the slays are necessary. He gets the stick onto Envor. Also stays alive as well. 2 of his teammates are dead. It's a big win against Ezzo. He's got his teammate behind him, no shields, and his teammate will still challenge the fight. You love to see that type of teamwork, but unfortunately, Descendant is going to come through and clean up 2 of them, looking for the kill on to Collect as well. Collect is not going to make that easy. Camo coming up shortly.
It's funny if you look at the timeline of what just happened. Essentially, Descendant won the spawns for his team to be able to refill at PD during that fight, and then you had Collect come in and do the same for his team. So it's just constantly a swap of who would spawn at PD and who would have quicker access to that ball. Eventually, Collect's team's the team that comes out on top, but before Ezzo gets away with his camouflage. He's had an impressive game thus far. Ooh. 27 kills. That camo not going to do much this time around, but keep an eye on his stats throughout this game. 27 kills leading the slays, but also having quite a bit more ball time than anyone else on his team. The rookie is really showing off right now.
Envor once again down to 0 shields. Once again plays his life perfectly. Does not go down even though the pressure mounts here. Ezzo playing really far on that B street. You can see he's going to be alone in that fight versus Mortally, but instead goes for the weak Collect that his teammate brought to no shield. He ends up falling though. They get one trade, I should say, but the rest of Team 1 are pushing forward, and that ball will be played. A big win. Piggy wins that one, and it's a 2v2 situation.
Enemy has the ball.
He's being able to track this last player. Good information from both sides. He'll get the damage, and we'll keep you guys updated. But game 5, Native Gaming Cloud9 has started. Can the reverse sweep come to fruition?
Yeah, this will really just be showcase the improvement in Native, right? With this reverse sweep against a team like Cloud9, I feel like it would solidify them as the better team here. Great shots by Manny. Unfortunately, not able to clean up onto tapping buttons. Going to force him to switch weapons, but that OS is gone. That being said, though, APG's the last player alive, and that's 4 dead and a 7-2 lead for Cloud9.
Not every day you see a Kali clamber cost someone's life. Manny goes back up on the ledge. Unfortunately, APG's nade was just a bit too close, but I love the composition of the push from Cloud9. They let their overshield player be on an island and have him buy time for the rest of the players to collapse in across the map. It could be a risky maneuver if he's caught out too early. Instead, it works perfectly. They get a nice 3 down and take a big advantage because of it. An early lead for Cloud9.
A large lead as well. 12-5. Players spawn on the back of blue base, and you see the split coming through to that top carbine side. Sab's in a rough spot. If that top carbine player spots him, he's in trouble here, but he ends up staying alive somehow, and now he's just freely able to push in. It is a massive push here by the side of Cloud9, and tapping buttons is going to trade out another kill, but these trades are not going to work. It's Cloud9 with double the score.
Cloud9's early lead has allowed them to play so fast on the map. They're facilitating quick plays because they know that trades work in their benefit. As long as they don't go 2-3 down without answers, they're gonna win this game. And well, they're playing tight. Notice how close they are to these players on Native Gaming when they take these engagements. They're not letting themselves be unanswered.
So Spectre with this OS gonna make things difficult as well. You saw Manny with the first one. So Spectre's second overshield gets a bit more value than Manny's. He'll get that 1 kill. He'll bring this to an 11 kill lead, but Native continue to fight back. Once again, a beautiful double by tapping. Sab down to no shields as well. He'll go down to APG, and Native are starting to climb back.
But the lead, it's still 9 kills for Cloud9. You need more than just small benefits here and there. You need a clean wipe to be able to start dictating spawns and pace of this game. That just has not been happening for Native Gaming, though. Barcode finding that first pick. The rest of Cloud9 are scattered towards the other side. Native Gaming is going to get that information, and for the first time, Cloud9 doesn't have a lot of space to work with. This could be an opportunity for Native Gaming.
They play close, but they split up. The last second, you see 2 of them pushed on that P side. They've got that P control. They're trying to offer a little bit of relief and pressure from that P side of the map, and Septify goes in pretty quickly here. He's going to go down. Tapping buttons takes him out. Suspector doing all he can as the last player on that base side. They're going to take him out as well, but again, another trade comes through, and that's been the constant thing here. But we've gone from a 9-kill game to a now 6-kill game for Native Gaming.
APG was so patient in that position. He understood that his role was to get information to his team and to set up a push. Eventually, they're able to find those kills, and then the last player that's on the outskirts is able to clean up the scraps left behind. It's been so effective from them in this game, and they're starting to make themselves a hell of a run here. They were down 9 kills. That deficit was just 4. Sab gonna grow it to 5 once again. The big thing for Native, stop Cloud9 from getting these overshields. The last 2 have gone in their direction. Native Gaming are gonna need them if they're gonna come back, but extra shields for Suspector. All that work could just disappear in front of them.
Spectre's still looking for that kill. APG does a good amount of damage, and so does the player on that red window side. Still a 6-kill game here. Suspector pushing in. Doesn't have any OS to work with, but playing like he does. He's gonna find 2 players. Oh my goodness gracious. No shot. Almost gets the second one as well.
That might not show up on your screen as a ninja, but that is a bona fide ninja right there. That is crazy to pull off in this game. Suspector, well, he grows the lead for Cloud9 once again. Overshields have been the pain in the side of Native Gaming. It's going to be the one thing that needs to change going into the final moments of these games. You'll have one more opportunity for another one that comes up in just a minute's time. Survive until then.
That's a nice clean kill by APG. A beautiful nade there. Tapping kind of caught out there in the utility side. Gilkey gonna support on the same side as Barcode, but look at that, they get flanked again. This has been the thing so often. A player from Cloud9 will find the back of Native Gaming, and they will make sure that that flank is successful. It's still a 5-kill game. Cloud9 are still in the lead, and now they move together on the rotation.
Notice how they fall 4 back. They are not trying to take that fight early on, but with Native able to shoot Suspector in the back as he's going away, Native Gaming are going to have the power position on the map. The lead cut to down to just 3, and well, the big thing, overshield coming up in 5 seconds. Native Gaming have perfect position for it, but don't get caught up in the bait. Make sure you find some space before you will go for the grab.
Manny, here's the call out that APG is weak. Goes for the kill onto him. Barcode's gonna fall as well. And once again, all the pieces on the chessboard fall at the moment they need to stay alive with this overshield coming up. And guess who's gonna grab it once again? It's Suspector on the top of the map with OS.
It's the reason why Native is losing in this game. If they had a few of these overshields, we would see this at least be tied up. But it was incredible by Cloud9. They were 4 down when that overshield was coming up, did not have the position. Manny offered himself up as a pawn sacrifice to try to let his teammates have better timing to get towards it. But Manny, he's not a pawn on the map. He is much more than that. He was able to find a trade, simplified the game for his team. They get the kills, and now just find themselves 3 kills away. That overshield that he got for his team might have just been enough to secure the victory.
A lead that was once 9 for the side of Cloud9, cut down all the way to 3. But once again, Cloud9 come up with a 6-kill lead in this game 5 to decide pool play here, to decide potential pool play, I should say. Native are struggling. 2 more kills for Cloud9 and they'll close this one out.
The problem for Native is they're not able to attack. They have to play reactionary. Tapping buttons with that nade might just be able to soften Cloud9 up enough for them to take some much needed space, but you can see how cautious they have to be. Every death is one step closer to the win condition of Cloud9. You can't get traded out, and because of it, Cloud9 is just easily able to refill space on the map. Native Gaming hasn't moved from the back ranks.
Barcode gets caught out there on the fridge. You see the double push right now. Septify's pushing into Barcode. Barcode goes down. That's the 49 for Cloud9. Now they'll activate on the map. They'll be quick about it too. APG gets the kill onto Manny. Suspector gets the overshield. The knife in the back when you had a chance to bring it through. No, it is Cloud9 with every single overshield controlled in their favor, winning game 5 and moving on.
I believe it was 5 overshields that came up off the map. You win by 6 kills. You have to figure each one of those overshields is at least worth 1. And well, Native Gaming, I'm sure they wish they had a few of those into their hands. It's a result that they're not going to be pleased with, and something that they'll have to take away in film later on. Resilient efforts from them, one of the best Strongholds games you'll see, but Cloud9 will be the victors in this series.
It's incredible, man. You gotta be real upset in that situation. A 9-kill lead at one moment, and I believe we're 2 OSs deep with that 9-kill lead. They bring that lead to 3 with still not an OS in their favor, but every single time it was Cloud9 getting the kills, making sure 1, 2 go down. That OS is theirs once again. A perfect timing on the slays, perfect map control as well. And they guarantee themselves a game 5 win. And yes, they don't guarantee themselves pool play just yet, but they'll have another chance, and they'll continue to have a chance as they move through this lower bracket. Cloud9 will play the winner of that Team 1 and F1 series. And then, of course, the winner of that will play Complexity, who's waiting, in that elimination finals. But, oh gosh, what a beautiful series that was. Native showed so much promise, but just couldn't get that reverse sweep to happen.
Moving into game 4, F1 up 2-1 in this series between them and Team 1. And this would be, I think, in my opinion, a huge upset for F1. This is a team that's trying to qualify here today by going through a gauntlet. And every time it seems like they get just far enough in the tournament to start playing against the best teams, and then they hit a wall. I'd like to see them surpass that wall today, beat Team 1, and well, then go toe-to-toe with Cloud9.
Some incredible, tracking by Collect, but of course, as I was thinking about it, those are the shots he misses.
It's breezy down in recharge, you know what I'm saying? There's a lot of wind that comes through. I know the facility's underwater and everything, but you know, those undercurrent winds, they push reticles. You got to be careful about them.
It's crazy. Team 1 had such a large lead here, and now that lead is just dwindling away as once again F1 go 3 down. They'll still try and hold this 2 cap for as long as possible. Finally, Team 1 do react. They don't go for that B-side control, but Descendant in a very important spot here goes down as well. Not much he can do. He was being overwhelmed.
The trip cap is in, and Team 1, they need to force themselves to a game 5. Feels maybe a little reminiscent of what we saw in the previous series. Recharge can get out of hand quickly with these trip caps. The big reason you go for them is you want to simplify the game. Try to force the other team into a set spawn. Team 1, they have the trip cap, but they go 4 down, and it might just simplify the game for F1. They're going to be able to get C and A at the same time. Notice the spawns of Team 1. How fast can F1 identify them and set themselves up for success, knowing what those spawns are?
AC setup held really well, but you're going to get the first kill onto Ezo, which will make things real difficult. C will now be in the hands of Team 1. Once again, though, Envor winning a massive fight. Mortally putting tons of damage into Descendant on the bottom of tower. And he'll try and stay alive, but Mortally comes through, slides in, and takes his face. F1 continuing to cap here. Camo coming up, or Camo is up, I'm sorry. And Mortally will take advantage of the distraction from his team.
Mortally might be the one that got the kill and the camouflage, but that all starts with Tusk and his play to keep Mortally alive. Playing into that, playing a trapping position in the middle line, he was able to find the player that was trying to collapse in on C. And the difference between Tusk staying alive and getting that kill and not is the difference between F1 scoring at the current moment and Team 1 taking a dominant lead. This has been incredible from Tusk thus far. He doesn't have the flashiest score line, I know, but the positions he's taking, the kills he's getting, that's the reason it's that this team has been able to score for the last 30 seconds.
His positioning will allow some shots into Descendant, who's trying to move forward. He'll also get lots of damage into Piggy, clean him up, and Tusk all over the map doing everything he can. They're going to push A as well. The spawners come through, but these are staggered spawns. Is Team 1 going to be able to take care of it? One by one they go down. It's Descendant with some nasty damage, but at the end of the day, he is taken out as well.
Ezo's going to try to find an outlet for his team here, but he has to go through Tusk and Mortally. I like taking this bottom position, but he can't be too loud. Notice how he slows down his steps here. Well, as his teammates go down, that's tough for him to figure out what the next step is. Mortally has just been unleashed on F1, and they just can't stay on the respawn together.
A lot of members of F1 on the back of Hydro. Mortally finds it. He gets the information. Won't be able to capitalize on it, but he got a lot of triple cap time out of that, and Envor will try to answer back. Piggy very forward on the map. King Nick will take care of him. A double for King Nick. Make that a triple as King Nick cleans up the B player. And King Nick controlling the entire pipe side of the map on his own, and a beautiful job by him will guarantee Team 1 more points.
The game has just been so simple for F1. They've really kept this, this game has been simple for Team 1. They've really kept F1 in front of them this entire time. They haven't been able to be flanked anywhere into this game, and they're just winning slays. Simple as that. Win the slays, win the game.
Great shots by Ezo, but Morley once again making himself such a difficult kill. He's literally playing Ring Around the Rosie with 2 different players. Almost takes out Ezo. But Ezo will win out that fight with the help of his teammate. 224 to 67, though. A massive deficit here for the side of F1, and a chance for Team 1, if they can clutch this up, to bring this series to a Game 5.
Ezo's been the bright spot of this F1 team in this game thus far. 14-9 for him, but just hasn't been anything more to come of it. Mortally finds himself the double collect, gets the third, and it feels as if there's nothing they can do but just wait for this thing to be over.
Collect was waiting right there for Descendant to just show his head for 1 second, and they'll try to take his head off, but Piggy's the last player alive once again. F1 continue to fall 1 by 1, and that will be it. We're going to a Game 5. Team 1, clutch it up.
Dominant. They just played better. The trip caps were there a few times in the game. Once they got them, it was easy spawn traps for them to predict. F1 not quite able to battle out of those, and it'll be a decisive slayer to determine who comes out on top this series. Team 1, that was so impressive, but we saw that a series ago with Native Gaming, winning that strongholds in a decisive manner, and that momentum not really helping them in Game 5. you have to treat this as a winner take all. Don't rely on what happened last game. It's a clean slate as we move into Aqua Slayer.
How blessed I feel to be able to cast all of these game 5s for you beautiful ladies and gentlemen that are watching air on Twitch and on YouTube. If you feel blessed enough to be able to watch this content, you can support the stream. Any Twitch Prime that you have available, if you want to gift a sub, or if you just want to sub outright and have that recurring sub as well. Great way to support us as we continue to provide coverage for these tournaments. We are community funded. There is no one funding our project. We are doing this on our own, of our own volition, and we'll continue to do that as continued support comes through. So we appreciate everything that you guys do for us. And if you were here yesterday and you got those golden kappas, make sure you let us know, because that was a great old time here yesterday in the Open Series Qualifier, day number 1.
Yeah, some other ways you can support if you want to help LVT Halo but don't have the monetary means to do so. Go check out the YouTube. I think we got a few hundred people watching over there right now. If you haven't subbed, please do sub. We just got hit our 10K goal. I'd love to keep that momentum moving forward. Right now, when I look at our YouTube stats, it says that 60% of people that watch our live streams, Tim, not even sub to the channel. So,
wait, what do you mean? You mean?
That's what I'm saying.
You mean they Tony said this the other day. You mean they type in LVT Halo every time they want to watch instead of it just appearing on their home screen?
Dude, no, it appears on their home screen because YouTube's algorithm is so cool, and they're like, oh, well, of course I want to watch LVT Halo. YouTube knows that, but they don't have to subscribe for YouTube to push them because they know, hey, they're going to watch LVT Halo content. They don't even think about it. You know how many YouTubers I watch every day and just don't even realize I'm not subscribed to them? Well, those subscriptions help us do a lot of things here. It allows us to show those numbers off to companies, try to get sponsorship on the show and all those great things. So if you want to help us increase those numbers and hopefully one of these days get some big sponsorships to help run the show, well, that's a good way to do it. It helps us be in a better position to sell the show. So hey, folks, help out if you can.
Yeah, subbing on YouTube is absolutely free, guys. You just click a button. So unless your finger costs money, then you can just click the button and bam, you're sub. Easy peasy. But as we go into this game 5, what are you looking for? Obviously, F1 looking very strong, but that was a very dominating win on Recharge Strongholds right there.
Yeah, it's like I would say, hey, Team 1 has all the momentum. It feels like they're gonna win this Slayer, but then I think back to what we just saw a series ago, and I'm like, hey, it doesn't matter. It's really is going to come down to power up control. We saw how much that dictated the game for Cloud9 as they got every overshield on the map. F1 Team 1, it's a race for that overshield. Make sure you find the value that comes with it.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I believe we're going to take a break just a moment. And when we come back, we'll have some more Game 5 action coming at you quick. Never mind, ladies and gentlemen. We're not taking a break. We're loading in, guys. Are you ready, chat? If you're ready for this Game 5, let us know. I mean, I absolutely love Game 5s. I think this is my second one today. And I just started casting tools. I don't know. I don't know if that's a coinkydink or... If
you're just a lucky charm. Here we go. First of 50 wins the series. Qualification is looming over both these teams' heads. So far, the early kills go to F1, but the overshield to collective Team 1. Can he find the value? Ezzo making himself a tough kill, but collects overshield neutralized, but his life still up, and he's trying to get more value of it.
Yeah, it was the distraction on the onboard that made that OS valuable. He gets that kill, or his teammate gets that kill. He's able to clean up the other kill for himself as well, and it'll be a 3-3 tie here for both sides. But it is Team 1 in the advantage on top control. We have 2 players on that top side. Collect and Tusk, but Tusk is gonna fall here. Morley gets a kill on the feed. Collect's trying to make something happen, and he does. But 2 of his teammates go down. It's a 2v2. More beatdowns, more kills. Envor falls.
Collect is finding so much value out of his life. He has yet to fall in this game, and I like to see how long he can try to keep this thing going. So far, he's been the one that's in the front lines, which is why I think this has been so impressive. He's been initiating a lot of these gunfights and staying alive because of it. Look how methodical they are at clearing out this base. Little do they know F1's left, and well, F1, they're going to be able to take control of quite a bit of the map as Team 1 tracked all the way back to yellow to find no one.
Tusk got a bit of an island here, but he finds a kill with the help of Mortally, and it'll be Collect now trying to push the 2 players left of F1, but he ends up falling. That's a clean kill for the side of F1. Make that 2 clean kills, and with that, they'll tie it up at 10.
It shows that quick and decisive plays can be the difference between things going right and things going wrong. It's not necessarily the correct play to all players push out and flip out the base, but if you make the play together and you're able to withhold that information from the other side, you can turn lemons into lemonade, and that's exactly what's happened to F1. They are making their own opportunities. Extra shields for Descendant. Team 1 are all on the respawn screen. Their positions are fragile at the moment, and well, it's all attack for F1.
Descendant still has that overshield. Half of it left here. 2 down for Team 1. Descendant looking to activate on the spawners of Team 1. Only 2 alive right now, and if he can get here quick enough, he will split the spawns, and that's exactly what he does. Finds the kill onto Tusk with the help of Ezo, sorry. And it'll be 2 down once again. This is where things get a bit scary for Team 1. Constant staggers.
Sentinel worked back with his team. They wanted to make sure they didn't leave anyone behind that can cause chaos. Keep all the team of Team 1 in front of them throughout this game. Descendant's been so damn impressive with his life. Remember when he got that overshield, he never closed down those engagements that he was confident he was going to win. He tried to maintain as much of those shields as possible, and he's been able to prolong his life because of it. Descendant has been on one hell of a run, 7-2 in this game, but also 5 assists to go alongside with it, and it's a 9-kill lead for F1 at its height.
It's time and time again where it's no clean kills for either side. And of course, with F1 having that lead, makes it difficult for the side of Team 1. But finally, they get 3 down. A 3 down that is clean and allows them to fight back in this score at the bottom center of your screen. Now only a 5-kill lead. Minimized, or continuing to be minimized here by the side of Envor, who's just trying to just continue to pressure. That OS being top center, very important. Envor needs to push up there, but you see all of F1 stuck inside the base. Envor just looking for that first initial kill. If he can get that simple kill for himself, he will guarantee this overshield, but it's not going to be so simple. 3 members of Team 1 on the top of P.
Well, they're causing chaos right when that overshield comes up. It's going to make it tough for the team of Team 1 to get there to challenge for it. It will be Tusk that gets away with it, but F1 certainly tried to make it as hard as possible to do so. The lead that was once 9, now down to just 2. Tusk with the triple kill, and Team 1 with a ton of momentum behind them.
Doesn't aggress either, gets the triple, backs off. The spawns now come out of the back of base, and you see Tusk and his teammate pushing aggressively. 3 spawners do come through, but they're all damaged. King Nick tries to find a route on the outside to stop the rotation happening. And another kill goes in. Descendant trying to capitalize on damage. He goes down as well. Tusk is not missing a shot. I'm happy for him.
Team 1 has taken the lead, and the popular phrase in Halo is Slayers don't start until kill number 30. All that early lead, it's for naught. You might as well start from scrap. It's 30 all. First and 20's gonna win.
3 momentarily down for the side of F1. Team 1 now grouping up together, waiting for all the spawns to happen. The problem is Descendant caught out here. The problem for F1, that is, caught out on the utility side, and it continues to be no shields. This is where you just really get antsy. You're trying to provide value, but you've been no shields for 10 seconds. He can't find any kills. 3 go down for F1, on for the last player alive.
We're doing a good job of finding value of his life when he's last alive by getting some of those trade outs, but the problem is he's been being put in those situations. That's just about making the most of what you're given. You want to be the players that are dictating what is going on the map. So far it's been reactionary for F1 since that last overshield. The next one about to come up, and they're the ones that are in the weak position that has to fight for it. And while Team 1 are just trying to pry them out of these back positions at blue, they're going to be able to find those kills, and it's once again Tusk that's quick to the overshield.
My goodness, he guarantees another OS for the side of Team 1. Team 1 are not looking back right now. F1 had such a large lead, but Team 1 have been non-stop. The presence on top center, the bullets raining fire down on the side of F1. They can't move out of their base. They're trying to. Piggy goes down. Descendant gets a nice little jiggle peek for that first kill, but Mortally quickly takes him out. That's 4 down. Piggy the first to spawn.
You have a little bit more of an advantage on your jiggle peek when you're jiggling to the left side versus the right, and that's the difference between Descendant and Collect. Collect jiggle peeking to the right, Descendant jiggle peeking to the left. A little bit easier to get those shots off, and well, he gets the kill because of it. So far, Team 1 have just completely trounced F1 in these last 2 rotations of Overshield. This has been incredible to watch.
That's unfortunate as well. Envor in the window trying to make something happen. Mortally just constantly in the enemy team's base, constantly just making things sporadic. Ezo gets a double, but it's a 10-kill lead here for Team 1. And they're trouncing on the competition. They take out another 3 more, and they will move on in the lower bracket.
So impressive to be down 9 at one point in this game, and now to be winning by double digits in the end game. They've cut down the lead to 9 once again, but at 11 was its peak for Team 1, and it looks like they're going to be able to get it back into double digits as they try to close this game, and they will be able to win by 11 kills. Unbelievable from Team 1. They found their momentum and they just never looked back.
And now Team 1 will go on to play Cloud9. And if you're new to the Halo scene and maybe you don't understand what's going on with the roster mania and the team changes, it is just incredible to me that Tusk, formerly of Cloud9, left that roster to make this Team 1 team. Now Manny finds himself on Cloud9, and now we're gonna find out who made the right decision. I'm excited for this one.
As always, the grudge match, right? I think this is the first time since the change has happened that we'll be able to see who makes the right choice. Was it right for Tusk to leave Cloud9 just a few days before qualification? Or was Manny the missing piece for Cloud9 all along? Losers semi-finals. Up next, who will be the victor?
Double kill.
Enemy team took the hill. Enemy to score. The hill.
Double kill.
Enemy team scored. Enemy team scored. Score.
Double kill.
Enemy has the ball. All
and the game's on the line. There ain't no doubt in my mind. Beating the buzzer like, this is my time. This is my moment. You better bet that I'm on it. Ready and set, I'ma own it. Blast it to 10, then keep going. There ain't no coasting, I never settle, don't play. Putting the kettle to flame. I go 100 all day. Foot on the pedal, no brakes. 10, 9, paid all my dues, waited in line. 8, 7, now it's about time that I take mine. 6, 5, king of the jungle, heart of a lion. 4, 3, 2, 1, watch out, here I come. This is my time, I'm on the rise. Can't hold me down, I'm too fly. This is my time, ready to shine. Brighter than all of the lights, 'cause when it's game time, seconds away and the game's on the line. There ain't no doubt in my mind. Beating the buzzer like, this is my time. This is my time. This is my shot clock goes tick-tock. Haters wish that I slip. No, I don't miss. MJ all hits. Watch me pop off, I'm the king now. Moonwalk to the ring now. Keep on wondering how. Let that choir sing now. 10, 9, paid all my dues, waited in line. 8, 7, now it's about time that I take mine. 6, 5, king of the jungle, heart of a lion. 4, 3, 2, 1, watch out, here I come. This is my time, I'm on the rise. Can't hold me down, I'm too fly. This is my time, ready to shine. Brighter than all of the lights, 'cause when it's game time, seconds away and the game's on the line. There ain't no doubt in my mind. Beating the buzzer like, this is my time. This is my time. This is my time.
Day number 2 of your Salt Lake City major qualifier, and we need to find out who's making it into pool play, and we're gonna do that through a bit of a grudge match right now. You got Cloud9, and you're seeing some of the members.
Whoa.
Who was that on the roster? Whoa. That wasn't Manny. Who's that?
That was Mr. Tusk. This is going to be good. I mean, who made the right decision here is the question. And again, really excited to find out that, and really excited to see who ends up winning this. A very important matchup here, a very important series, Tony. Of course, we're looking at pool play for SLC. Top 2 are going to make it in this tournament.
I was really surprised when I first saw this move being put down, because I thought both Cloud9 and the team not Liquid were both doing extremely well. We saw Team Liquid get a big upset on a big 3. Remember, we saw Cloud9 making it deep within tournaments, but they decided they want to make one more change before Salt Lake City, which is the last tournament before Worlds. And right now, Cloud9 with a bit of an advantage over towards this first hill, but a quick 3 down. Team 1 respond.
3 down, and it'll allow Tusk to get some time in the hill here, but unfortunately they trade out a couple of kills. Now it's up to Tusk to try and get a trade of his own. He's gonna fall, and that'll allow Manny to get in there for free.
King Nick ends up going down, so 1-3 down over towards Cloud9 turns into a 3 down for Team 1. But this is the final member of Collect that's putting down damage onto multiple members. Did he do enough to allow his teammates to come off a spawn? Tusk and King Nick are at the gold side, but some well-placed grenades out of Suspector on his way to bats.
Collapsing on this pipe side is such a great thing for the side of Suspector. They get the 2 kills that were on that side of the map. Now they're slaying off their spawn. It's Manny with the triple. Almost gets the over on to Collect. A little bit overzealous, but it'll still be control here for Cloud9.
So close to capping this hill right now. A Cloud9 Sab, feet planted in the hill, and Tusk gonna make a last-ditch effort, try to create some chaos here. Starting off with the grenades, a great play coming out of Tusk, but simply not enough. Ends up being taken down. Eventually, still a 3 down. Hold on, 4 down go Cloud9. Maybe it was enough.
Yeah, 4 down. Now we have to look at the spawns here. It's gonna be what happens on these spawns. They end up spawning on the long haul side. Collect really forward on the map, but that's because he wants this camo. Grapples it to himself.
Collect now becomes the most important player on the map, and even Suspector
Killing
can't
spree.
take him out. A killing spree being earned here for Collect, who's hunting
Oh.
down a weakened man. He can't exactly find the kill, but his teammate does, and right as Septify and Sab are now pushing this out, Team 1 might have pulled off a major heist here, because Cloud9 end up going 3 down, and Team 1 end up going up 1-0.
That's incredible. Cloud9 had control for the majority of that hill, but it's Team 1 who get that first 4 down and do something with it. They get that first cap on the board, and now they're looking for more pressure. It's 3 down for Cloud9 once again. Sab, the last player alive, gets a kill, so it's a 1v1 Manny versus Collect.
And the first one to come off his spawn, and can he get in there? And looks like it's a fight that he wants, and a fight that he'll get. Collect. Few shots left in the shock, but ends up being naded out there. Tusk takes down Manny off the screen, and Tusk right in the hill tries to drop the shroud to stay alive, but ends up being taken down beforehand. Cloud9 control the hill. Just one more player riding in the corner.
That is shock rifle down as well, and you see it. Suspector who cleans that up. That's going to be a major factor in this hill and the control of this hill. So you see Suspector, he's the first one we got to watch here as that push comes through from the A side and from the top of glass. Suspector gets that first kill. It's going to make this much easier for Cloud9.
Sab has responsibility of watching the tower side, but Suspector has 3 lanes he has to worry about. That Sneaky, also the C plat, and also the B box, and eventually has to give up his positioning as his teammates are falling all around him. In the hill he goes, but you can imagine he's going to be pushed out very soon here. All over the place.
Yeah, I love him milking him, is the time there and milking himself there as well. It's just a great job by him to, reroute. He knows that 2 are dead on the side of Team 1. He can come back, try to get a kill with the shock. It's a high risk, high reward type play. Doesn't make it happen, but still Cloud9 in that lead.
And Septify grabs a hold of a camouflage, like we said, already in the lead as far as this hill, and a camouflage might be enough to secure it, right? Might be enough to guarantee it for you, because staggered spawners are going down left and right. Team 1 spawning all the way on the opposite side of the map, and Septify feeling comfortable enough to take space on them. This should be Cloud9's hill.
Yeah, this is great. Not only do they get the hill, but they also get the information as well. Septify is going to be the reason for that. It is, of course, Team 1 that have that initial control of the elevator side of the map. You want to control this elevator side before you get in this hill in order to force the spawns on that side. Team 1 end up going down. It is King Nick, the last player alive, and now Cloud9 are in control.
And not only does C9 have that hill, but they also have that spawn like you were talking about. It's going to be up to King Nick and Team 1 to try to infiltrate here, which is so tough to do when you also have Cloud9 watching the cross. But the first player is going to go down. Collect immediately going right towards the hill, a direct route to challenge Sab and pull in the fences.
It's important for Tuss to play his life here. As the rest of Cloud9 are coming at him, he's got to do his best to delay as long as possible. Unfortunately, he's not able to do that.
Beat down go Team 1. An angle by Collect being created to try to soften up Septify a little bit, try to weaken him just a bit for the rest of his team to start to move in position. Tusk knows there's a player toward the gold side. Don't think that nade connected, but the return nade definitely does. Tusk shields are absolutely shredded, and while all this happens, Cloud9 continues to get space on the map, continues to get progression on this hill. It may have been Team 1 that struck first, but it is Cloud9 that goes back to back.
Yeah, this is beautiful. Cloud9 have done a really good job of getting that initial hill time, and this time, the past 2 times, they've been able to close out that hill time and convert that into 2 caps for themselves. Not sure who's able to get their hands on the camo, but regardless, it's Cloud9 with that camo, as you can clearly see, and control as well of this Hydro side. They just got to break down 2 players, and these 2 players are unknowing.
The sneaky play by Sab ends up getting assist onto the first player. Now you're seeing the rest of Cloud9 collapsing through the long haul side. It's a 2-pronged attack. What a play by Sab. Patience, not just a virtue, but a weapon that he's going to use masterfully here. 3 down, end up going Team 1, and now King Nick forced to retreat. Beautiful plays by Cloud9.
So many players are using the jab strafe mechanic now because of the lower rate of fire on the bandit. It gives you that time to be able to jab to the left and the right and just make yourself a difficult kill. We saw it again there, and we'll continue to see it as this year comes to a close. It's just beautiful that these players are able to adapt and find the best way to utilize that individual skill.
2-1 lead in favor of Cloud9 at the moment. It feels like if they're able to capture this hill, it could really be game right then and there. A minute and 20 seconds on the clock is really not much for Team 1 to work with, especially with the well-oiled machine like Cloud9 are playing like right now. Team 1, if they want this hill, they're going to have to earn it. They're going to have to slay out for it as the damage goes down onto Septify and King Nick on the flank. But where did everybody go?
Everyone's spreading out towards that tower side. Mortally now has to stay alive as he's the last player in the play to make something happen, but he goes down as well. It'll be a clean 4 dead, and not only that, I believe a camo as well for the side of Cloud9.
56 seconds left in regulation, and oh my gosh, Suspector, one of the flashiest shock players in the game. And so no, that's a 4 down, Tim. Tim, that's a 4 down.
Yeah, this is not looking good, and if you're Tusk, you're a little upset about this one. Of course, against the team that you formerly left, having a little bit of a rough game 1. Of course, it is just game 1, and Tusk, we've seen what this man is capable of, but a rough start to the series is not going to bode well in the mental of any of these players on Team 1. Suspector still with that shock.
46 seconds on the clock here for Team 1 to capture 2 hills, and it's in a centralized location, which is so easy for Cloud9 to bait out. They can catch angles from almost every single spawn on the map, and within seconds, drive Team 1 out with that damage. That's probably exactly what you're going to see here. I don't expect Cloud9 to step foot in this hill, because by the time I'm done with my little soliloquy, there's only 32 seconds left.
Yeah, it's just anytime you step out of that hill, you're removing that neutral time, and you see that neutral time continues to dwindle little by little. Team 1 are getting a bit of that hill time, though. They are 2 down, and that's going to make things a bit difficult. Wait a minute, King Nick! 4 dead for Cloud9. King Nick with a massive double.
Suspected the first one to come off a spawn, wants to wait for Main to come in, and maybe they can drive them out before taking this hill, but it's taking them awfully a lot of time just to get an angle here. It looks like that's a bit of a punch. They're gonna move on and change their attentions towards that next hill. That's what Cloud9 are really focused on. 28 seconds to keep Team 1 out.
Not done just yet. King Nick going to try and take care of Septify. He's got some help, but that sticky from Skeptify is just too much. Ends up getting that kill. Team 1 are still in that hill, but that neutral time continues to count down. We're now at 10 seconds left.
Nobody from Team 1 accounting for Manu gets right behind the gold side. A flank angle ends up working out so perfectly. Those last 2 kills really belong to him, and taking out Collect, a one-man army. We always talk about him being the X factor of any team that he's on. Well, the man just dropped Blackjack as the newest member of Cloud9.
Beautiful game by Cloud9. They looked dominant the entire time. Even in that first hill, it was 1 break from Team 1 that and a couple of slays that allowed them to guarantee their first hill. But Cloud9 the entire time were in full control, and that's how you win a King of the Hill on recharge. This is a beautiful play by Sab as we look at the replays. Lots of damage goes in. They don't know Cam was behind them. Is patient, disciplined, has that trigger discipline, and makes things happen.
Yeah, I feel like that play from Sab does one of 2 things. Number 1, he doesn't just rush in without getting the information first and end up wasting that camouflage just to take down 1 player. On top of that, the delay allowed Cloud9 to be able to push through long haul. You notice 1, 2, if not 3 players eventually able to at least get within elbows length. So by the time he does do that damage, it's not only him in a 1v2 or 1v3, it's the rest of his team perfectly collapsing from multiple angles. By the time that 1 shot happens, Team 1 felt surrounded. They felt like they were in a 4v5 because everything happened almost at once. So those are the patient plays that really resonate within me, because I feel like, again, there are plays that don't exactly show the value on the stat sheet, but they're game-changing, game-deciding plays.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we go on to game number 2, and once again, we'll draw up the storyline for you. It's Tusk who formerly left this Cloud9 roster. Now Manny replaces him. And it's Tusk trying to make that team with Team 1. A team of players that have made it very far in this tournament, but only 2 can get into pool play at SLC from this tournament. And it's those two that we're looking to decide tonight. It is game 2, Solitude Slayer. Very interesting. I truly believe that Cloud9 have been on a tear. So interested to see how that pans out for both sides.
Well, I think everybody knows here that you're pushing, almost Onyx 2000 CSR, or in that direction. When it comes to your starting strat on this map, what exactly are you doing and why?
Well, if I'm on the side of Cloud9, I am playing for this thruster. It is very difficult to come out of this door that Septifies in for the side of Team 1. So I'm playing the thruster side and doing my best to fight for control of that. But you see, it's 3 down for Team 1 and trades on both sides. And Manny's the one to grab the camo, which is another very important part of this map at the beginning.
It feels like whenever you have that thrust, it feels like it's an automatic win at times, but so does a shock and camouflage combination, which man is very happy to get into his own hands. 4-3 lead in favor of Cloud9 right now, but look at the angle that man is about to create. Taking down Mortally, you still have King Nick and Collect seemingly trapped over toward the yard side, and here comes the collapse. 3 down. Make it 4.
Yeah, this is the problem, right? It's Manny who ends up getting the kill onto Mortally, and no communication was said. Maybe didn't spot where he's gonna go, but you've got to be aware of that camo player. You know he's got the shock rifle and the camo. You gotta put out that communication to let your team know where he's coming from so they can be ready for it.
Agreed. It's really tough to see that camouflage, but you got to watch it on your dead screen. You got to give that information off, and sadly, Manny, unaccounted for, just created chaos, raised havoc here. Now over toward the gold side of the map, drops down immediately with the denial grenades to keep Sab alive, then right back to the height side to take down his former teammate and Collect. Beautifully played by Manny. The man hasn't died, hasn't died once.
4-1-0 is incredible to start this game. That's where you make a statement. Manny's been a big factor to this Cloud9 roster. So many plays that he's made that has allowed Cloud9 to move on in this tournament. And yes, maybe not the best stats. I don't think he's one of those flashy stat type players. I think he just does what needs to be done. And it's the big plays that make a big difference for Manny and Cloud9.
Well, what once was a double-digit game, King Nick, after a double kill, brings it back to single and able to take down 3 out of 4 members of Cloud9 seemingly by himself. I want to say that Team 1 were able to grab a hold of the camouflage as well, so great plays coming out of King Nick. 5 of his team's 6 kills.
Collect capitalizes on the damage as well, gets himself a double. He is going to get traded out, and once again, we talk about it all the time. Cloud9 have come on top of these trades, a 10-kill lead now for them, and it just comes down to the fact that Team 1, yes, they're doing a lot of damage, but they're putting themselves in bad positions while they're doing that damage. That needs to stop here if Team 1 want a chance to win this game.
Oh, King Nick is winning his 1v1s and almost single-handedly trying to will his team forward the way he's playing right now. Currently down by double digits, but King Nick just heating up, and maybe this is exactly what Team 1 need in order to make a run, but Manny gonna shut that down all the way across the map.
King Nick was feeling the pressure in that situation. He knows how important he is on that S2 side. Tusk takes over and gets that shock rifle, but once again, he's the last player alive, and it just seems Team 1 is fighting from their back foot at all times in this game number 2. They need to find a way to break something here if they want any chance of coming back. It is now 13-24 with Cloud9 leading.
And he just about doubled their score line to Cloud9, and really no signs of slowing down whatsoever. In fact, Septify just chased Collect halfway across the map right there through the cafe side. Meanwhile, Tusk still having about 3 bursts left in this shock and trying to find out exactly where the push is going to happen from. Knowledge is power, and it looks like he just got a bit of information with Septify dropping down.
We speak about these two teams so much, the team changes and the roster mania that occurred here, but if you really look at it from a top-down perspective, you'll see that Tusk put himself on a brand new roster, whereas on Cloud9, they maintained 3 of their players and only add 1 new player. So arguably, it's a lot more for Tusk to try and get used to on this team. The chemistry has to be built. There's just a lot that has to go on, and Cloud9 have a lot of that built with their 3, and honestly, Manny's fitting like a glove.
Yeah, I mean, it's often not talked about enough, and neither is Mortally after that beautiful triple to give his 7th kill. But yeah, I agree with you 100%. You know, just one player swapping out is already a quarter of your team, but half the team swapping out, that's chemistry that you have to kind of make up a little bit. So great point being made here by Active. Meanwhile, Sentify with a great angle over toward the high side. He's getting aggressive despite the fact that there's 3 players in Cafe. He's still raining down that damage.
No.
Sam with a double kill. Suspector takes down the 3rd. The final player is going to be Mortally, and he can't even take out the one-shot Suspector. Team 1 are running out of runway.
That's the problem with keeping 3 players together in that situation. Yes, you're going to be able to 3v1 the first player that comes into your line of sight, but that information is going to be transferred very quickly to the other side, and it's a 3 down for the side of Team 1. No signs of stopping as Cloud9. Anyone like Steak is the question now.
The sticky repulse combo simply too strong, and one to Sav knows how to use from here and knows how to use his bandit as well. Killing spree out of Sav. Everybody from Cloud9 right now are just taking turns going off. Meanwhile, nothing seemingly working for Team 1. At first it was King Nick, but even he's getting shut down. A 3 down's about to lead to another 4 down. Cloud9 are right there.
Collect. I don't know how he's going to pick up these pieces, but he's got to come up with something quick. So many things coming out from Mortally, and it just seems as if, you know, even though they're in the comms, the communication's not being clear enough. When you have to ping that much, there's a little bit of frustration there. There's also maybe the comms aren't being listened to. You're trying to create another avenue for your team to listen to the calls that are happening. And now 47-29. The question here is, once again, will this be a Steak-tacular or not? Mortally going to try and stop that with the shock rifle camo combination.
As of right now, they need 3 more kills, and Team 1 do put their 31st kill on the board. So maybe not exactly Steak, but let me tell you, a damn good cheeseburger. Which, hey, if I'm in the right mood, you know, you catch me the right day of the week, I'll munch on a cheeseburger all day, every day. I'm talking about a good one. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the lettuce wrap burgers. You know what I mean? Like the keto burgers. You know? I love those, baby. Give me a lettuce wrap burger any time of the week. But yeah, no Steak for us, Tony. 48-36. A valiant effort to bring this game back. And maybe, you know, if you can cut this lead a little bit before you end up going down this game, they brought it to 36. Maybe you have a bit more confidence going into that game number 3. But as of right now, man, Cloud9 seem to be stocks up as they made that change. And many on the roster now, they're looking good.
Cut the scoreline. I'm gonna cut you from this broadcast here and bring up a lettuce wrap burger.
Dude, you've never tried it. You've never tried it.
I have tried. I've had tried it. I'm saying I'm talking about a nice juicy burger as a reward for 50-36 in your opponent. Okay, and you're bringing up mostly vegetables. Yeah, a plan.
I never said vegetables. Listen, all you take is that. Listen. You take that juicy burger, Tony, and you wrap it in lettuce. That's all I'm asking. You know, no bread, no carbs.
I bet you don't even season the lettuce. I bet you just sit there with just a bland piece of lettuce. No.
What would you season it with, Tony? Help me out.
Nice little salt and pepper. I hate a lettuce wrap burger when it's just a bland piece of lettuce. No.
Okay.
Nice little salt and pepper.
I'll try that.
Nice and simple. But
how are you gonna yell at me?
As a reward for 50-36 in your opponent, I'm not going with a lettuce wrapper. Give me the bread. Give me the meat. Give me the cheese. I want it. Okay. Cloud9 currently up 2-0 against Team 1. You got me on a whole different conversation right now. And Cloud9 about to move to that elimination bracket finals, guys. I mean, I guarantee you top 3 in the tournament, obviously, but it puts you in a position to make it into the grand finals. Meanwhile, Team 1, I love this squad. I've even seen moments that I've really enjoyed from them, even in this series, but it simply has not been enough. Cloud9 have had their number.
It's a chemistry issue. It really is. I said it before, but it's so important, right? You got to think of it. These 3 guys have been together for so long, and then Manny coming on the squad, a do-it-all type player, a player who's going to get in your face, again, do what needs to be done. I mean, that is just a recipe for success out of this Cloud9 roster. Now you spot them. They get the overshield. They end up going 3 down, but Sab stays alive and gives him his teammate spawns in line of sight of this flag. It's going to get returned, though. Great job by Team 1.
despite being one shot for so long and eventually going down, King Nick was still able to grab a hold of that return, which is going to be huge for Team 1. Now this defense hopefully can turn into offense with Collect winning his 1v1 against Septify, but can't get into the base. Manny with the double kill. Sab and Cloud9 on a relentless attack towards that flag, which moves from the util to the util. Tusk clears out Peace side, but ain't nobody clearing out that base. 1-0 C9.
Cloud9 just look unstoppable at the moment. They're coming off that game 2 and that game 1, now into game 3, and the momentum has not ceased to exist for them whatsoever. It is great to see them continue that momentum on. In terms of the slays, they're ahead. In terms of the caps, they're ahead. In terms of confidence, Tony, I'm not ahead, but that's because of you. But regardless of that, Cloud9 3 down.
Mortally with the aggressive plays toward the util side, but you can see him kind of trying to figure out where can Cloud9 be, because it seems like right now they're everywhere on the map. Finally able to identify the blue util side and some good damage out of them, but it's a 2v2 and 1 that they're simply not winning. Manny with the battle rifle make things a bit unfair, and right as Overshoot is coming up, he's going to take a direct route towards it.
I'd really like to see Tusk come alive in this game. I'd really like to see what Tusk is capable of. I feel like maybe I don't know the guy, so this is all an assumption, and I want to make that very clear, but I feel like maybe the fact that this is his old roster is getting in his head just a bit. He teamed with this roster for a very long period of time. He went to many events with this Cloud9 roster, and you know, some of these guys become your good friends, and you made a business decision, and you're trying to showcase that that was the right decision here, and right now, it seems like King Nick is trying to showcase that as well. A triple's locked in, and he's trying to get the return on this flag.
Let me tell you, King Nick has been locked in all series long, and I've been loving the way he was playing, even in that game number 2. Obviously, haven't been able to convert that into a win just yet, but doing everything he can to put his team in a position to do so. Still, Cloud9, their second flag capped him.
It's unfortunate, man. Like I said, it seems like, yes, King Nick's having a really solid series, and I'm noticing that as well. But Cloud9 just seem like they're on a different level than this Team 1 roster. And, you know, we had a decently close game 1, if I remember it correctly, or at least it seemed like it from the eye test. I don't exactly remember what the score was, but I just feel like, you know, based off that game 1, I would say these teams are pretty darn close. But as of right now, it just seems like Cloud9 are very far ahead.
Different map, different game time, different opportunities here, and one of which Cloud9 are just taking advantage of. Again, still up 2-0 in this game, and this is where Cloud9 will get you every time. They will change the pace on you in a moment's notice. They'll slow it down, wait for you to make a mistake, make you pay. Sab on height right now as Overshoot about to come up and actually playing forward, trusting his team, but maybe gets caught out.
Yeah, it's Collect once again. It just makes things a bit difficult. Look at the late jumps from both these guys. My goodness. Suspector actually wins top center because of his late jump. Forces Collect down. Now he's going to get the cleanup onto him as well. Suspector almost gets a second. My goodness gracious. This Cloud9 roster, Suspector, Septify, they look solid. And again, we haven't talked about Septify enough, Tony. The Slay Master, I would say, on this Cloud9 team. He performs so well in Slayers. You said it yourself based off the stats.
I mean, the dude is a real deal. I mean, I love his gameplay, and running into a couple grenades there as we cast his curse up just a bit, but no, it just feels like he always seems to be at the right place at the right time, and it's his ability to have great awareness on what's happening on the map and pick and choose his battles so well. 11-8 right now, doesn't play too slow, doesn't play too fast, and just plays exactly the way Cloud9 want him to. And King Nick with the BR, this is exactly what Team 1 wanted. Don't exactly have the slays, but mortally starting that flag and pulling the attention away from Cloud9.
Have that flag towards the bottom of car, but it's not enough. It gets returned instantly. And once again, what was a bit of a light in a dark tunnel here for the side of Team 1. It's Cloud9 that shut that door instantaneously, and they continue to do so. Tusk with a massive win there. Now 7-5-8. It's King Nick with 14 kills, having a really solid game, and like you said, a solid series as well.
2-0 lead here still for Cloud9, and Collect behind enemy lines right now. Flag is still on the move for Suspector, and C9 can Collect do enough buy enough time for his teammates to push up. The flag is already started, at least off the base, so the Cloud9 can't get the cap. And now here comes the collapse. Two-pronged attack coming out of Team 1, but Colette can't get the melee. And Suspector gets the double kill. Luckily, Team 1 are still there to play the return, and it looks like they just got it. That was a bit scary.
Yeah, Tusk with a massive play right there. Ends up getting that return for his squad. This is the point that the game can change and the series can change as well. Overshield at the top center of the map. Who's going to get their hands on it? It needs to be Team 1 if they want to come back.
Tusk starts this flag, and
Triple
Collect
kill.
starts to get on the nerves of Cloud9. A triple. Dropping down in the one shot, Septify is able to take down the fourth despite not getting the overkill as far as the timing wise, but still staggered. Spawners now coming in for Cloud9. The cap is already down here for Team 1, and Collect and Team 1 already have presence towards the 50, already have presence towards the Cloud9 base.
This was so beautifully played by Collect. Gets the triple with the OS in his hands, continues to pressure the map like you mentioned, and continues to pressure the base. It's 3 down for Cloud9. Team 1 have come alive.
Flag on the move, and the final player in Septify is not able to get the kill onto Morley before crossing that 50, so the flag makes it all the way towards the Shroom Stairs, and I'm gonna have to say it's going to make it home there. Team 1 beautifully played to tie things up, and Collect not just happy with 2, he wants a third apparently.
Double kill.
That was so disgusting. He almost late jumps into a live there at the front of base, but ends up going down. He still gets that flag out, so you got to watch the top right of your screen in terms of Cloud9. If they go down 2 or 3, Team 1 will feel confident in touching this flag, but it looks like it was returned, so still now a stalemate here. 2-2 is the score.
Cloud9 weathered the storm just a bit because Team 1 were really starting to heat up, starting to catch fire right now. And Collect, he's still hot. Double out of him. Beautiful stick. King Nick on the chase, chasing down 2 one-shots. Those who play together might just die together. A double out of King Nick, and then even confident enough to challenge Zab. We're tied up at 2 apiece, but the way Team 1 are playing, they might get a capture here soon.
Exactly. The way they're moving is really scary to me. Team 1 look like they're on a mission to bring this game and this series back. And Collect is at the forefront of that. 20 and 12 with 13 assists. He has really come alive in this game number 3.
Some off spawners coming in from Cloud9, but somehow Collect and Team 1 still ready for taking down the 2 players that were trailing that flag. Gets himself the assist, and the King Nick does end up taking him down, and Kelly's like, wait, who got him? Where'd he go?
Yeah, an insta-splode, got him the assist on that fridge side, but so locked in he doesn't realize that the kill went through. 3-2 now with Team 1 leading. Beautiful job by Team 1. They've got to keep this momentum because right now they've got Cloud9 on their back foot, and it's this man on your screen. 23 and 12 with 15 assists. 3 down for Cloud9.
At this point, if you're Cloud9, you can't stop the man. You can only hope to contain him. You can only hope to slow him down because Collect has been absolutely on one since the second half of this game. He has taken matters into his own hands. If you combine his kills and assists, and also great kills on the board here for King Nick, and you see the reason why Team 1 are up 3-2. Beautifully played by Collect and Team 1.
The thing is, Team 1 are riding off of his momentum. I guarantee you he's getting hype right now. Like you said, King Nick, 28 and 17. He's having a solid game as well. These guys are energized, and they want to win, and they've reached this next gear, which again makes things scary for Cloud9. It is not over yet. Cloud9 still have a chance, but they've got to be weary of the fact that Team 1 are steamrolling right now.
We're down momentary 4v2 as far as the numbers go, so Cloud9 do have an advantage here, and an overshield coming up down by just 1 cap, and there is plenty of time left in regulation, plus a potential sudden death. It is obviously not over just yet, but Collect just denying a major resource on the map. Tusk is able to grab a hold of it because of the plays that are being made by Collect and Team 1. This is a huge overshield that Cloud9 desperately wanted.
I asked for Tusk to come alive in this game and in this series, and we'll see what he can do with this OS. If this happens, if he starts to play like we know he can, I mean, I just think this is going to be very difficult for the side of Cloud9 to contend here. Septify does make it through the P side though, and it is 2 players on the base that are holding back this push. Tusk is going to be in trouble, and he gets taken out pretty quickly. It's a flag pull by Septify though. This is going to distract a lot of things, Tony.
Some well-timed kills end up leading to a Septify pull. 3 down go Team 1, and now the final players, King Nick, and although has a bunch of slays, can't handle multiple players from Cloud9 that are change their attentions towards him, and it looks like Cloud9 with a huge answer back. They tie things up at 3 apiece. They have Team 1 2 down, and the offense is still being pushed forward. Suspector's already in the base of Team 1.
That's an overheat by the side of Team 1. We'll see if they can contain themselves, though, and right now it looks like they have Septify, the last player alive, on the side of their base, and they're going to try to push in to get this flag pull, but again, I think they have to slay one more time. The spawners are coming out in the base. They're not there. They're not able to get there quick enough.
Seconds remaining.
3 down for Cloud9. King Nick and Team 1 want to take advantage of this, but the final player was manning some good damage from across the map. Still, King Nick lives. Sab able to put damage, but damage onto the wrong player. It ain't the flag runner, but somehow Nades from Suspector turns into a double kill, shuts that flag down before going down himself, and Sab is quick to the return.
Sab made a great play right there. He knew that, you know, returning that flag would guarantee overtime. That's exactly what happens. Now it's up to what team has the better start here in this overtime. First Cap wins.
I wish I was able to see Suspectors. How did Suspector get that double kill? He killed the flag carrier and another player towards the util side. The Sab's like, oh, thank you. I'll play for the return, I guess. Starting strat. Ooh, working out well for Collect.
Oh,
Huge
no.
nades out of him, but not able to get a hold of that overshield. Septify on the attack.
Double
the final
kill.
player alive here for Cloud9, but seeming like a one-man army has to duke it out with an overshielded Tusk.
Tusk decides to go into the enemy base and use his OS to maybe get a flag pull here, but that's a massive loss. He has to get help from his teammate towards the bottom center side. But if he had gotten that kill, he would have blocked the spawns and he would have been able to pull that flag, but now they have to slay once again.
You really see the wheels turning with all of these players, the way they're playing. They're thinking 1, if not 2 steps ahead. And right now, Collect is 3 steps ahead of Cloud9, but running into the base of the spawning players, recognize the situation, retreats immediately, has his teammates to come in for the bait and switch. This is an important battle here for Team 1 that they have to navigate perfectly, and Collect goes down in the same fate for King Nick.
It was just great by Cloud9 applying pressure on that P side while there was a fight going on in the base, and now Tusk's the last player alive. He's going to go down as well, and now it's staggered spawns for the side of Team 1. Cloud9 are going to feel free to pull this flag as the spawns come out in the fridge.
Suspector blocks the util side. Meanwhile, Sab starts the flag. Perfect teamwork out of them. Execution looking great. Meanwhile, they know that there's 2 players that are starting to now push up towards util, dropping that flag and prioritizing the slay. Suspector right after Tusk, and the util side is clear, at least for now. Manny, or excuse me, Mortally wants a piece of it.
Yeah, Morley is red though. They called him out instantaneously, and Suspector cleans him up very fast, and that'll completely stop anything from happening on either side. It looks really good for Cloud9 though, but now they continue to apply their pressure.
King Nick and Collect with back-to-back kills here for Team 1. Manny does find himself on the low side right as overshield is coming up, so survives and somehow finds the angle to get the kill onto the overshield player. Right now, everybody from Team 1 are trying to grab overshield. Meanwhile, Cloud9 are using it as bait.
It's all about playing chess instead of checkers, and you see it's once again Cloud9 who play the long game. They get the slays first, they prioritize those, now they've got the overshield, and now they're in the base of Team 1. This is going to be very difficult for Team 1 to stop.
Septify just running out of overshield now, but Team 1 running out of lives, running out of opportunity. The flag makes it through the shrooms. King Nick, there's no way he finds an angle here. Cloud9 have done it. They pulled off the sweep, and they are going to your losers bracket finals.
Once again, it's chemistry. It's a big part of it, right? I feel like Tusk really started to step it up towards the end of that game 3, but it was a little too late. Cloud9 already applying a massive amount of pressure by having a 2-0 series lead. It just makes it so tough. You're playing off your back foot. I love that, you know, King Nick and Collect came alive at the very end of this series, but unfortunately, It wasn't enough, and we got to see this fight once again. This is the nerves just a bit. Trying to get that kill onto the player of Manny, and unfortunately, it doesn't come to fruition. Just a couple missed shots, and it happens, but that was a massive win by Manny in that situation, and that's been the story for me. Manny on this Cloud9 roster has made big play after big play to solidify his team going forward, and as you said, the elimination finals will now be Cloud9 against Complexity to see who fights Sentinels in that grand final.
I mean, I said it before, throughout the first 2 games, it really felt like Cloud9 were in complete control and really just were setting the pace throughout the first 2 games. In that 3rd game, what makes it so heartbreaking, in my opinion, for Team 1 is I feel like Team 1 said, no, we're no longer playing your game, we're playing our game. And I love the way that Collect and King Nick were playing. I love the way that Morley and Tusk were supporting them. At that game 3, there was a turn in ideology, a turn in energy for Team 1, and somehow it comes out to a heartbreaking loss, a clutch overshield that they really wanted. They sent bodies, resources after it, but Cloud9 denied them of it, stole it from them, and eventually stole that win. A sweep from Cloud9 brings them into that elimination bracket finals, and we come back. We have that elimination bracket finals, and we're finding out who qualifies for pools and who's going to the grand finals.
Double kill.
Ball drop.
Double kill.
Has the ball. Ball drop.
Double kill.
Ball.
Perfect. Double kill.
Enemy has the ball.
Double kill. Perfect. Double kill.
Enemy team nearing victory.
Double kill. Triple kill. Killing spree. Perfect. Double kill. Perfect. Double kill. Killing spree. Snipe. Snipe. Double kill.
Flag. 5 minutes remaining.
Perfect. Double kill.
Ball drop. Ball drop. Ball drop. Ball.
Double kill.
The ball. Ball drop.
Double kill.
The ball. Enemy has the ball.
Double kill.
The ball. Enemy team nearing victory.
Snipe. Snipe.
Enemy halfway to victory.
Double kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Overkill. Killing spree. Snipe. Double kill. Snipe. Double kill. Snipe. 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 Versal. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Versal. Perfect. Double kill. Double kill. Triple. Double kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Killing spree. Triple kill. Triple kill.
Team nearing victory.
Double kill. Triple kill. Versal. Triple kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Versal. Double kill. Double kill.
Enemy flag returned.
Killing spree.
Hello and welcome back live with the elimination finals. I'm Tools. That's Why Not Be Reckless. And we got Complexity going up against Cloud9.
Loving this matchup. These two going to be going at it, and more importantly, the winner makes it into the grand finals and qualifies for pool play. That's what it's all about. We're trying to find out who we gonna see over in Salt Lake City, and I'm sure this one will see everybody there, but who's competing in that open bracket, which is going to be an absolute bloodbath, versus pool play, which is gonna be also a bloodbath.
Yeah, it's pool play is always an interesting one, especially with the new rules that they made in year 3. It's only the top 6 that got their qualification. Now it's figuring out who else is going to join them. Top 2 from today's tournament will make it, and that means whoever wins this round will guarantee their spot in pool play. Cloud9 going to be the team in your red, Complexity in the blue, and well, let's get into it. 20 points already for Cloud9, but Ryan looking to equalize that with a sniper.
If I remember correctly, I believe Complexity and Cloud9 matched up earlier in the winner's bracket, where Complexity actually did pull off a 3-0 sweep. Still a good series, but one that Complexity did have control over. Wonder if history is doomed to repeat itself, because even though Cloud9 do score first, Complexity answered back.
Brady shots flowing on the map. Notice how engaged he is. Helps his teammate to the left, turns himself completely to the back spawns, able to find the help of his teammate, and then is pressuring the initial spawners of Cloud9. He's been just putting up an immense amount of pressure by himself, and Cloud9, although they got those early points, Complexity certainly feels as if they're starting to get a bit more control.
Huss is going to start off that push and actually go all the way toward the nest side, try to apply pressure towards the green side players. Teammates are able to take away Charlie, but Alpha and Bravo do belong to Complexity right now, and a one-shot Huss doing everything to survive. Little jiggle peek action, but now his shield's back and Complexity here.
Showing the value of your life, right? It's not necessarily about getting that kill, but buying time for your teammates to come help you with it. Commando out, not able to finish that off, and Complexity, although they had the numbers at B, they take a little bit too long to try to find those kills and get that hill. Instead, it'll be Cloud9 that scores, and Ryan Noob that looks to play a little bit of that sneaky beaver position. He's found his first shots, ready to take his engagements.
Cloud9 still scoring here, 46 points for them as they hold on to both Charlie and Bravo. Ryan Noob, like I said, right behind enemy lines and just sneaky as can be. And with camouflage coming up, Complexity are going to love that. But can they get this camo? Can they get a capture on one of these strongholds here, as a double push out of Cloud9 is going to force them away from Ryan Noob, now retreating.
Suspector not going to be found. That means this camouflage going to be in play for these next 30 seconds, but not really much that they can do on the map with it yet. Suspector's going to waste just about half of this just to get to that first engagement. That doesn't even guarantee that he necessarily does anything with these engagements. It's good damage for Complexity, but Suspector won't even find a kill. That camouflage going largely unnoticed by Complexity.
60-35 lead in favor of Cloud9, but right now it's Complexity once again scoring. Alpha and Bravo already belonging to them. It looks like Huss and Complexity want Charlie as well. It's a trip cap coming in for Complexity on their way to trying to take the lead here. It looks like Manny and Cloud9 rotating towards Bravo.
Complexity's going to be very fast in this situation. They have the trip cap in. Now it's about trying to make this Cloud9 team tap out, put pressure in, and keep trying to apply that trip cap again if possible. The problem is Cloud9 slows this game down quite a bit. It's going to be up to Complexity to find that first pick to put that trip cap back into effect.
80 points and counting here for Complexity, but they are able to take down Breaking Shot at Cloud9 and eventually going down to three down. Excuse me, Ryan with the final player alive here, and even he's not enough fancy footwork out of him, but Cloud9 weathered the storm.
Well, it was well coordinated from Cloud9. They sent players to big doors, sandbags, and pillars at the same time. Once that sniper misses their shot, that player at pillars activates, gets that first pick, and the rest of Cloud9 swarm in to get themselves into that scoring situation, reversing the situation that Complexity just had them in moments ago. But there's no follow-up to those slays. Complexity comes out strong, able to get those kills, sniper back into their possession. They stop the pressure that Cloud9 applies almost immediately.
Breaking Shot with some great reticle placement. Slow and steady wins the race. The problem is Cloud9 are literally rotating all the way away from the Alpha side. Looks like Breaking Shot and Complexity are going to have to settle for pushing towards A, because Cloud9, they're taking over Bravo.
Shot's position's been found, but he still has that get out of jail free card. A sniper shot that can go through anyone's skull.
No Miami to work with. Breaking Shot navigating two fights at once right now and doing a good job of at least prioritizing his life and delaying his life, but eventually he ends up going down. It's inevitable, and so is Rain getting perfect shots to clear out Charlie. Charlie and Bravo still in the hands of Complexity. Oh my gosh, where did Huss just come from? Suspector, excuse me.
Yeah, Suspector caught him by surprise, but Rain maybe feel that he got cheated out of that kill. He was around that corner, that punch not connecting. Certainly enough damage with that plasma pistol to get the job done. Complexity keeps scoring, but they soften up that C side. It's going to allow them to find an outlet to call home.
135-82 lead in favor of Complexity right now, but Septify clears out the green side and is going to earn Bravo for Cloud9. Complexity no longer scoring, and Septify activating that quantum translocator, a setup being held here for Cloud9.
This QT is going to allow Septify to be a one-man army at the back, agreed, but how do you deal with someone that can traverse through time? You send multiple numbers, 3 players flying forward from Complexity. They overwhelm Septify at the backside, and This is dangerous for Cloud9. Look how fast Huss is being on this counter push to C. Now they're just working on winning the rotations. It's okay if Cloud9 get a home base as long as you're faster on the rotation.
Cloud9 scoring once again. It looks like, excuse me, Complexity. Looks like Cloud9 are prioritized going over towards Bravo, but they're not able to get the kills necessary. 3 down goes C9. Breaking Shot putting his 14th kill on the board.
Love how Breaking Shot pushes backwards to solidify their foundation and spawns. He wants to make sure no one gets those back anchor spawns at tower so that they can funnel them all through A. Now Cloud9's gonna have to waste quite a bit of time getting themselves coordinated for this next push. And well, if they get caught out early, it'll be easy kills for Complexity, and that's certainly what happens here. Ryan Noob was able to play his position well. He catches a player not realizing where he was set up, and well, Cloud9, they haven't been able to do much these last few pushes.
Ryan Noob only 8 kills at the moment, but 11 assists, and now a camouflage. Oh,
come on.
Now a camouflage.
There we go.
Camo sniper combination, but only 1 bullet to work with. Suspector, his former teammate, has height over towards tower. He don't got that either.
Yeah, Ryan Noob's just been a sneaky player in these last few lives of Cloud9. They haven't really been able to figure out quite where he's been standing, and the problem for them is he's been patiently waiting for easy kills. His teammates have been on the front lines getting gritty ones, and Cloud9 just have not been able to get the slays to facilitate any scoring opportunity.
They've over doubled the scored line of the opposition right now, have Complexity, and it's up to Cloud9 to find these slays possible. And like you said, it is patience and sometimes sneaky plays that Ryan Noob and Complexity have been able to make. They push right through the A side, and now Bravo belongs to them, and the attack begins here towards Charlie. A killing spree being earned by Ryan Noob, clears it out quick, then moves on to his next target.
Ryan Noob just guaranteed himself a couple kills there. That Noob combo giving away Manny in the corner. You can see the green glow behind that box makes the nade guaranteed for Ryan Noob. He was able to find a few kills, but surprisingly from that situation, we haven't seen Complexity score. Cloud9 instead have stabilized a little bit here. They're gonna have an opportunity to find themselves C once again. 25 seconds of control. Complexity needs to win this game. Cloud9, they're certainly not out of it, but they're gonna rely on players to hit big shots.
Well, that's a pretty big shot if you ask me. And a second one to the shoulder blade of Ryan Noob. 3 down go Complexity. Cloud9 once again take control, and also controlling the spawns as well. Body shot onto range. Spawners are in, but so is Septify.
It's too easy for Septify to realize where these pushes are coming from. He knows that the spawns are at A, but he didn't feel any of that outlet right away of those players transversing into A, so he knows that they went through under the map. He was able to get that damage, but no one from Cloud9 was there to clean up those kills, and Complexity, I feel like they've gotten off a bit lax here. I think that there could have been much more pressure from Cloud9.
And that right there is what Breaking Shot just does best. Using his environment, showing off the bit of the jiggle peek action and being such a tough kill. And then Rain shutting down that alpha push by himself. And that should be 250 points for Complexity. They close it out. A bounce back coming in out of Cloud9, but eventually Complexity taking back what's rightfully theirs.
They stood strong. They won their slays cleanly throughout that game, and they're quicker on the rotations. A couple great breaks from Cloud9, but they weren't quite able to follow up with execution after. Complexity, on the other hand, were able to quickly find themselves back into scoring positions, especially after they were 3 or 4 down. It's those executes to get back into scoring positions that I think made them so deadly in that game. One thing I love, look how fast they're starting up this game too. They want to keep that momentum rolling forward. They aren't going to waste any time getting ourselves into this next game.
I mean, hey, when momentum belongs to you, it's up to other teams to switch to observer and maybe take a break. And if they don't, you know, you just ride on with it. And oh my gosh, bro, some of the plays that everybody was making. We saw some crazy snipes out of Ryan, but also Huss was doing his thing as well. It took a full team effort out of Complexity, who 3-0'd Cloud9 early in the winners bracket, and now looking to do the same after that dominant game number 1.
This is where Cloud9 should have had a bit of a run, right? They get themselves a 2-cap there. Septify has sniper, but they weren't quite able to follow up with that, especially when those 4 players spawned at back A. I think that was a big mistake from Cloud9. They'll have to try to rectify this in the Slayer.
Sab taking a direct route right through the B stair side and put some good damage over toward the arcade player. The problem is it's more than one that are manning the strong side of the map. Rain surviving and shields are back. He's gonna go at Septify and he's gonna win that fight as well. Big push come out of Complexity.
Incredibly patient from Rain, not to get too caught up in that gunfight. Stayed in that B stairs, giving himself options if he needed to leave or how he was gonna push. Eventually wraps back and gets the camouflage. Cloud9 struggling on staying 4 up at the same time. The team shot from Complexity is just too strong. 4 of their 8 kills assisted thus far.
Didn't know whether called for rain. Let me tell you right now, Timothy is making it rain at the moment. A 4-0 start out of him, but Huss, the final player alive, eventually goes down as well. Cloud9 with the answer back, and looks like they bring themselves within just 1 kill.
A couple fortunate kills that go their way, and now Complexity find themselves on that back foot. Cloud9, the ones that are swarming to the attack. Huss trying to find some sort of value of his life, but Complexity going 3 down, that early lead is already gone, and Cloud9, well, they're going to be well set up. It's going to be up to Complexity to find some sort of quick escape from these players that are collapsing in.
Sab and Spectre both with the push. A 1-shot breaking shot simply cannot survive, and now you see Complexity immediately reacting to that, trying to rotate back, get a new angle, and now it's back to the fight they go. Manny ends up being obliterated on his way toward the tire side. Meanwhile, Septify for screen taking down Huss, and both Rain and Ryu taking height towards heaven. Interesting play out of them as they try to hold off Cloud9 from pushing the strong side of the map.
Cloud9, they've been slowed down, but they certainly haven't been stopped. Look at the kills from Suspector and Sab. They have just as many kills combined that Complexity has as a team. These two just popping off in this early game. And Rain, you can tell that Rain feels as if there's someone at B. He's been very cautious on how he's approaching this, but it's Suspector that's just watching his cross. He's up high, looking at those purple stairs. Although he doesn't have a direct angle to get damage, he's giving all that information to his team. It'll earn himself another assist as Complexity find themselves committed at C. They get those kills, but Cloud9 is going to know where this push is going to be on the follow-up.
Rain played with Suspector long enough to know that he is sneaky and he will find those different angles and bait you out, and when the moment is right, he will strike. But Rain and Huss, back-to-back kills come out of them. Rain with their Stalker is going to be tough for Manny to deal with. It was a 2v1, now a 2v none as he chases down the remaining players. We're tied up at 18 apiece.
There's been a lot of pressure towards this B side. A lot of the tension in the map has been building there, but Sab realizes, hey, if you guys are going to all look at this B, I'm going to go right through the middle of the map. He dissects his way into another kill, and Huss is just going to have to run away once again, trying to regroup with his team.
Sab can't exactly go for the Bulldog here, but he can still hold down this purple side, and as the call-out's starting to come in, it looks like Complexity are pushing all the way toward the weak side. Sab recognizes the situation, backs down immediately, right back into the fight when he gets his full shield. This is perfectly played by Sab, minimizing the damage that goes towards him and maximizing the damage output.
You notice how Cloud9, they all swarmed with each other to handle that pressure that was coming from Cafe. All 4 players reacted to it. Complexity tried to take advantage on that backside flank at B. They were able to get 2 of those kills, but they were never quite able to find the anchor players at A. They stay alive, and well, they're going to have first shot at this camouflage if Sab decides to go for it. Instead, waits for the team help that just could not arrive soon enough. Complexity win the fights, and with that, potentially a camouflage that goes in their possession.
Despite the 18 kills and 9 assists coming out of both Suspector and Sab out of Cloud9, they still find themselves down by 2 kills, and that's because clutch trades coming in when they shouldn't be out of Rain like you just saw. Huss with the camouflage surviving and now going to be thriving on his way to a flank, but Suspector got them camo eyes.
And Spectre got it, but I think Manny was the first one that spotted it towards that trash side. Not the first time in this tournament where where we seen him completely neutralize Camo by just spotting him on the cross.
Us with the back down here. Down to one shot, but his teammates have his back, so he feels confident enough to stay alive and live to see yet another engagement. The game slows down just a bit, but off screen over toward the strong side, it's Cloud9, Sab and Suspector once again mowing down the defenses of Complexity and putting them on a full retreat. Rain tries to hide, but you can run. You can't do that.
Well, these 2 kills that separate, this is a moment where Cloud9 could try to find their run. Notice how we've really slowed down this game. Complexity realizes how big these next round of slays are going to be. This is going to be a bit of a chess match to figure out who will find the advantage into the entry frag. Rain rotating all the way towards the cafe side, but Cloud9 has committed 4 deep to B. Rain's checking every corner. There's just no one to find. Cloud9 is completely rotated away.
A breaking shot off the screen was able to take down Septifizer. At least 3 members of Cloud9 seemingly trapped over towards Subway. That's until Suspector with the answer back, taking down Huss, and he still has that Stalker doing max damage onto multiple players from Complexity. Once again, Rain forced to retreat, but right into the hands of another Cloud9 player, Sab. A direct route toward the camouflage, but wasn't able to grab it. This should be Complexities.
It's been chaos for the last minute and 30, it feels like. Ever since that Cloud9 rotation, they kept themselves away from Complexity, but Complexity just kept sprinting at them, forcing these gunfights, but we haven't really seen any net positive results from either side. The lead still stays at 2, and Cloud9 put Complexity 3 down temporarily, but they certainly know where these spawns are. And Suspector, look how fast he is. He's trying to catch these players off guard.
It was a dangerous game of tag being played moments ago, but now it's all-out war. Just 4 kills separating both Complexity and Cloud9 in an oh-so-important game number 2. Complexity have the opportunity to just keep momentum and go up 2-0 in the series, but Cloud9 do not want that. They want to equalize the situation.
Cloud9, they're all on this purple side, ready to push in, overwhelm Huss. Complexity takes the high ground towards B, but they have a 6-kill deficit to overcome, the largest lead that we've seen in this game. And, well, it's right when it matters the most. Just a couple more deaths, and Complexity will find themselves tied up in the series.
Big shots coming out of breaking shot, a team shot out of all of Complexity, really. Ryan with the Stalker does some good damage to Suspector, but he does what he does best, just simply stay alive, gets right out of dodge, and Manny has a perfect angle to cover his back from across the map. Camouflage up in less than 20 seconds, but I don't know if we're gonna live to see one, as Cloud9 are just 1 kill away, making none after Sab puts his 20th kill on the board. No, I did not misspeak. 20 kills out of Sab, 7 assists to go along with it in a clutch Game 2 Slayer.
It's almost crazier than that. Suspector follows it up with 14 kills of his own, also double-digit assists with 10. So it was really the combination of Suspector and Sab that were too much for Complexity to handle. Fantastic performances from them, and obviously we saw Septify and Manny playing their impact on the macro elements of the game. It wasn't not necessarily showing up in the score sheet, but Cloud9, it felt like they had control the entire second half.
Game number 2 goes to Cloud9, and all of that momentum that Complexity were able to build in that game 1 kind of just stopped, halted right there as Cloud9 snatched it right back. You're seeing some of the damage being put out there and fairly equal, but Sab kind of sits tall with that 4,559 damage that he puts out and barely 4,000 taken as well. Love the way that Sab played on streets.
I love this. This might be my favorite game type and map combination in the HCS. Solitude, King of the Hill. It's just something about it that just gets it. That makes me really happy whenever I play it or watch it. Solitude's a fantastic map in the way it's designed on how to create spawn traps, but it really had problems with the Slayer and the strongholds on how easy it was to force those spawn traps and to create these big snowballs. But King of the Hill, because those hills rotate and you have to, not only focus on setting yourself up in for that hill, but thinking ahead about where those rotations are going to be and how often they split all the way across the map. It feels like it it alleviates that snowball effect, and then instead you get this great neutral game where it's about breaking into the setup, setting yourself up for that hill, and it creates a lot of great back and forth that we're going to see between these two teams.
Yeah, you know, the hill starts over towards that mid, which is a bit of a free-for-all. It feels like that middle hill is really tough, but then it really pulls towards the perimeter onto that A side of the map. And then once that's over, you know, it's not like a team can just simply hop onto the next hill. They have to cross all the way toward the cafe side, and most of the time, good players or good teams are going to out-rotate them and play that side. So it just always seems to bounce back and forth from the A side of the map to the C side of the map, and with that back and forward, like you said, it definitely takes away some of the snowball that we know Solitude to be in some of the other game types like Slayer and I don't know if you remember when Strongholds was on there. That was crazy.
Hey, low key, I think we should just go capture the flag, Slayer, King of the Hill. That should be our 3 game types. We can figure out best of fives with those, right? I mean, I'm a big fan of King of the Hill in this game, and we're gonna see it on Solitude in this swing game 3. Cloud9, they had a hell of a bounce back in game 2, but one thing to know, not a lot of sniper usage, right, on a map like Streets, because there is none. There was no real big utility or power weapon to fight for, especially since those GAs happened. We saw a little bit of that stalker rifle play an impact, but usually it's a bit more. I'm curious as to who's going to be the player that goes and puts that in their hands and tries to carry their team forward with that power weapon usage.
Yeah, there's even though it doesn't seem like much, I mean, you have that thrust to work with over toward the A side. You have that shot on the opposite side toward the snipe side, and obviously pulling everybody towards the mid map is that camouflage. There is a lot to control here on Solitude, and if you're able to do that, you're gonna run away with things just like Cloud9 will. They're gonna start off really well towards this first hill. It's
about as clean as a break as you can get on this map. Sab wasted no time getting himself in the fight, wasting one of those thrusts right away to get to top middle with that camo. Not gonna play much of an impact after, and Cloud9 not even able to step into the hill off those initial slays. So hey, if you have a perfect start, you get all the kills, but you don't reap any of the rewards from it, was it worth it?
Sab normally good at playing his life without any resources, but like you said, camouflage and thrust wasn't enough to keep him alive. But there's enough for complexity to get aggressive toward that snipe side of the map while also having presence towards top goal, which is exactly where Hus is. 3 down for Cloud9. The final player is being identified.
Breaking shot's gonna go rain free. He is gonna drill head after head. Come back, try to challenge me. One more bullet left in this shock rifle to work with, and he's got his target. Unfortunately, he leads a little bit astray as Septify, doing a great job of staying alive during that entire engagement, was able to eventually reposition, get the kill, and now it's Cloud9 that's the team that's in control, fighting for the hill.
Slight lead here for Complexity as far as this hill, and with Cloud9 going forward down, Complexity take complete control. It should be a setup locked in for them.
I was trying to win the big one-on-one. That's good. A couple shots after said, hey, let me tell you about how I beat you in that gunfight. That's gonna give a lot of information to his teammates to act upon. Rain's going in for that long flank breaking shot, just trying to buy time for that to come to fruition, but Rain caught right away. Suspector backsmacks him on the flank, and well, Complexity, they have to start thinking about setting themselves up for a neutral fight instead. This hill is gonna be very tough to hold with Cloud9 finding those picks.
Suspector takes down Rhinu. Sab aggressive towards Loop, but they overwhelm breaking shot, and 4 down, full squad wipe. Cloud9 back in control.
We've seen this a couple times now where we've seen teams have control and get completely wiped in the follow-up. Now a second camouflage that's come up on this hill, and the second one that's going to go into the hands of Cloud9. We'll see if this one's a bit more effective. As the Spectre aims for the high ground, he's going to find himself weak players to deal with, but only 1 kill that comes from that camo play. Cloud9 get themselves about 70% of the way there on this hill. We're going to have one more fight. Whoever wins this next team engagement will be the team that wins this hill.
But no cigar out of them, but Sab is able to take down breaking shot, and Suspector does the exact same to Rain. Hus going airborne, but even that's not enough. 3 down for Complexity. Now Cloud9 in the hill. It's gonna take a last-ditch effort out of Ryanoob and the spawning players here for Complexity to try to drive Cloud9 out of this hill, but Breaking Shot gets his shield shredded. Huss gonna be the final player. Was he against the world, and the world wins.
Cloud9 was caught a little bit by surprise when those spawns didn't come in over at Lick, but we're at Loop, but they quickly handled that pressure. We're able to find Ryanoob without him getting too much damage, and then took care of the rest. And on top of that, they win the rotation because of that 4 down at the right time. So they're going to be able to get plenty of time early into this hill, and if they can find these slays, it can almost be guaranteed for them. This hill, a little bit tougher to break.
Both Spectre and Ryan do 1 shot, and they're gonna trade out lives there. Meanwhile, Breaking Shot with the shock wants to push up, but he also knows that Camouflage is coming up as well. So much to navigate here for Breaking Shot. Looks like he's not gonna get any, and eventually go down, and staggered spawns being created here for Complexity as Cloud9 is starting to find the kills they were looking for.
Well, it's the 3rd Camouflage for Cloud9, but it's the 3rd camo that goes down rather quickly. Manny not able to do much with it, and although Complexity lost control of the map, lost control of Camouflage, they're the ones that prevail victorious, able to find that double kill at the bottom of the map. They have control of this hill now, and Cloud9 has some hard thinking about how they're going to approach this.
Yeah, it feels like a bit of a blunder there for Cloud9. Like you said, they had so much control there, but not over just yet, as Complexity had maybe about 20, if maybe 25% done with this hill. Cloud9, 1 round of slays and should be able to take it over, but Huss does not miss. Rips Septivide right there. Now finds the low ground player that's pushing in for the flank. Huss is putting damage onto every single member of Cloud9, and Complexity are soaking up all of that hill time while that happens.
Shot had to leave to try to contest out, and Cloud9 is going to have their opportunity to take control of this hill. In the interim, it's Complexity that needs to win the fight right now. No, Ryanoob's kill just comes a bit too late. It's a triple kill. It's a triple kill as consolation, but you'd much rather have the point Complexity kicking themselves, letting Cloud9 get that hill.
2-0 lead here for Cloud9. Just a little over 2 minutes on the clock, so they're not in the danger zone or Complexity just yet, but they know that their backs are against the wall. Answer back here from Ryanoob. Damage across the map onto Manny as well. Shock about to come up, so look at the space that Ryanoob and Complexity are going to take. Sends that player back along with a sticky. Damage going down, but Cloud9 still pushing forward.
Cloud9's doing a good job of keeping pressure at Nest. In order for Complexity to feel secure in that hill, they needed that Nest control. It just was too hard for them to capture. Camouflage up once again. Cloud9 could go 4 for 4 with this grab. I believe it's Sab, the player that's going to go incognito.
Manny gonna survive here toward the top snipe side. Sab finds a great angle with that camouflage, pulls away the top mid player, and now just feeding information to the rest of his squad with this camouflage. I say it all the time, knowledge is power here in Halo Infinite, but Ryanoob with the backs back onto the camo player.
With this current game state, Cloud9, they're thinking about playing the neutral time off the clock instead of jumping into this hill and winning off it. You have 2 hills to give up before overtime is forced. You could certainly burn off so much of this clock if you focus on Slayer.
Yeah, it feels like when we first started with this hill, what, it was like 2 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock with the neutral time. Now, barely over a minute as Ryanoob takes step into that hill, which stops the clock from going down. Cloud9 going to try to attack from the Charlie side. Suspector taking the low ground over towards the dip. There should be a battle about to happen to drive Ryanoob out of this hill. Takes height. Shots onto Spectre, shots onto Bolt. Beautifully played. 3 down for Cloud9.
Cloud9 has to be careful about how they make this next push. Complexity pulls their way back towards this nest to make sure no one got this spawn, but it could have been dangerous for Cloud9 if Complexity had rotated early and gotten to this rotation first. Instead, Cloud9 will have that setup. They will be able to burn off some of this neutral time if they win these Slayers. I think they just need to win about 2 rounds of Slays, and this job will be done for them.
41 seconds here And it looks like Complexity are going to actually play towards the hill. Meanwhile, Sab trying to play this perimeter side to drive them out. Doing a great job of surviving here, but you have to imagine eventually Complexity are going to push Luke. There it is. Ryan was there. And it looks like they trade out their life. The read down once again go Cloud9. Complexity right back on the hill.
The first camouflage that goes in Complexity's favor as well. Keep that in mind. Cloud9's been firmly in control of the utility usage in this game thus far. This first camouflage, Complexity can find the much needed hold that they've been waiting for.
3 minutes from Cloud9 trying to push a central position on the map, and breaking shot finds the back smack onto Septify. Complexity already about halfway done, making 70% done with this hill. Cloud9 needs to push forward, or I was gonna say maybe a punch, but no, here we go. Sad with the push. Manny ends up going down. Septify a bit too far behind out of the play, and back-to-back kills for Complexity, make it a 4 down. Complexity not only get the hill, but now they're pushing the next.
Suddenly, Cloud9 maybe should have thought about committing to that punt. They wasted so much time letting Complexity get in there, and well, Rain, he knows. They're down low, breaking shot with one, not quite able to get enough damage for the second, but it almost feels a certainty that Suspector's gonna feel the pressure, but oh, pressure makes diamonds. Suspector stays alive. Cloud9 get into this hill. The shock rifle's in their possession. Their original plan A, it didn't work out, but plan B certainly seems to be fortuitous.
26 kill on the board here for Suspector, but some well-placed grenades gets him out of the S1 side. 7 seconds on the clock right now, but it really feels like the next cap will take it here as we're tied up at 2 apiece, and finally Complexity able to drive Cloud9 out of the hill, but a 1v1 in which Ryu is at no shields. It is an absolute brawl going down. Scrappy play on both sides.
You feel the desperation coming in from Cloud9, and Huss not getting the lunch. Complexity's in this hill, but Cloud9 is certainly able to pressure. Manny not going to be able to get those kills, and well, Complexity, they find those opening picks. I believe they got away with the camouflage as well. They're well set up. Notice Ryan, he's over by Loop. Rain is blocking out the blue spawns, and they have a player in hill. They're forcing the spawns in yard, and they know what those escape routes are. Complexity's getting a ton of time because of it. Cloud9 are just having to waste so many resources getting to the point of attack.
Just about even as far as this hill, but not even as far as numbers. Complexity have all 4 players up. Meanwhile, Cloud9 starting off 2 down, and somehow Septify isn't able to survive, and Cloud9 aren't able to get Complexity out of the hill. That is a 3-2 win for Complexity.
3 hills in a row. And you got to remember, it was only 7 seconds of neutral time. That was the difference between Cloud9 winning 2-1 and Complexity taking this game. Very resilient from Complexity, and it was the camouflages at the end of the game that made the difference for them. Able to capture the last 2 and use them in crucial moments to secure those hills.
Taking a look at some of that damage, an impressive 6,390 damage on one side for Suspector, but when you look at Complexity's very own Ryu, put in that 6,500 damage and also putting out 1,000 more damage that he took. Those are the stats that I love to see. Not taking useless damage and just playing good fundamental Halo.
Complexity probably feels as if they stole away a game. Cloud9 will have to go back to the drawing board to figure out how to push this thing into another Slayer, but I think it was this camo that was the big difference maker in this game. This slowed down Cloud9 so much, and then Cloud9, they spent so much time trying to think about how they could make that next push, and by the time they coordinated it, Complexity were able to win those fights and force a spawn trap on Cloud9 underneath. Now Cloud9 did a great job to be able to get those kills and find that possession, but Complexity stayed resilient and got the job done.
And I think that's a really good point because I brought it up. I thought the way Cloud9 were moving, I thought they were punching and moving on to that next hill in that scenario. Like, I really thought that was the play right there. Set up around the next hill and really play for that. So really surprising the way things went out. They ended up answering back, especially with Suspector in that shock, but eventually Complexity clutch up when it matters most in that King of the Hill. And on Empyrean capture the flag, talk to me about some of the things that you expect to see out of both of these squads, Complexity and Cloud9.
Obviously, it's the sniper rifles that are going to play a huge impact this time around. Suspector's been incredible this series. I think we need to see him take the mantle in this game. He's going to be the player that probably picks up the sniper for his team. It's usually him or Septify that take turns with those snipers. I think if they're going to win this, it's going to be off that utility control, making sure that they get those snipers, pick up all these power weapons, and overwhelm Complexity. On the other side, Complexity has plenty of talent there. They're going to play as a team. They're not going to give up things for free. Last time I saw Complexity play this map, last time I saw Cloud9 play this map, I felt like they were very defensive in the way that they were playing. I'd like to see them be a little bit more offensive this time around. Last time I believe it was Septify who picked up that sniper, played their back tower for a really long time and just didn't move forward. But a player like Manny, he likes to be aggressive. Try to follow up with him on those aggressive plays.
Oh, aggressively playing that overshield right off the map did Manny, and eventually leading to a 4 down. So making sure that the enemy team doesn't get overshield, but now you got to make sure they don't get the flag onto their base, because this is a quick pull coming out of Complexity, and Ryan right now hasn't found exactly a shot just yet, but knows where everybody is pushing from.
Great timing and recognition for that flag. It's going to be the first flag in just over 30 seconds into this game. Cloud9 is going to be able to recover their sniper, but not much left behind. Cloud9 finding themselves in a severe handicap early in this game.
It's funny, normally Cloud9, I think they draw a lot of inspiration with the way that Optic played this map, but whatever that play was, let me tell you, burn it. Throw it away, never again. You got to go with a new strategy, a new starting strat. Meanwhile, juggling the sniper and rockets right now is Breaking Shot. A 1-0 lead here for Complexity, and Ryan Noob already on another pull. Suspector did spawn over toward the Mangler side. Luckily, Breaking Shot is able to snap on that, and right now he's snapping on Cloud9.
Can they catch up? Ray's the only one alive, but if he gets around this corner, it's too late. Oh, just in, and Complexity, they are just flying forward whenever they've been given an opportunity. Notice how Breaking Shot played when he had those power weapons. I love how he juggled into that BR and tried to stay active with the damage that he could put down on the map. It could be a quick counter from Cloud9 here, but they still have a lot of work ahead of them early in this game.
It's a 2-1 series lead in favor. Complexity up 2-0 right now in this game. One more cap, and they'll be moving over to the grand finals. However, the flag being ran here by Septify and Manny, it looks like that one's gonna go in. So just a 1-cap game here on Empyrean.
Septify obviously calling out Ryan Noob's position. He saw him peek just for a second there. Now look at that kill. I feel like Complexity, they had so much success early on. They keep trying to play forward, but you can feel the momentum shift for Cloud9. They're starting to hit the shots. They have map control. Overshield and rockets are coming up right now. This feels like a moment that they can start their comeback.
Rockets in the hands of Septify is gonna rotate right back. He knows the Complexity are in the base, and that's a huge kill onto the flag. Player can't exactly find the kill onto Rain, but he's on full retreat mode as Cloud9 drive Complexity out of their base.
Now Manny's still forward. He's gonna pull the flag out, and they just have to take care of Ryan, the last player that was up for Complexity that had that overshield. But he did a great job of minimizing the damage that he took, lured Cloud9 forward, and well, the team shot at Complexity too much. They're not going to be able to do much with that flag. Still down 1, and well, Ryan Noob, he's causing chaos in the back base.
Still a 2-1 lead here for Complexity. Huge shots out of both Huss and Ryan Noob. Little bait and switch action. Teamwork making the dream work. 3 down, go Cloud9, but the final player is going to be Suspector toward the source side of the map, but even he's dealt with as well.
Well, Ryan was so far forward on the map, it would have been very easy for him to pull a flag and try to draw players back towards him. Instead, he just treats it as a long flank where he plays back into the middle of the map. It kills all the players at Cloud9 and gives Complexity another chance at a flagpole, but they're going to play this organized. They're not going to try to give up too much space to the other team. Play Slayer first and look for their flag opportunities as they present themselves.
Somehow Ryan was able to hit that stick, and Rain here tried to hit one of his own, trying to find the exit route. Now aggressive, but Suspector will survive. Can't say the same for Manny. Quite the headshot out of Huss.
A few times now, Manny's been traveling into that back base. He's been very aggressive, and it feels like Complexity has caught on to that. They're going to be looking for those overextensions now, and it's going to be a little bit tougher for him to make those plays. Let's see how Cloud9 adapts.
7 minutes and 33 seconds left in regulation here, so plenty of time for Cloud9 to be patient with it, but we always say you give Complexity an inch and they will take a mile. Septify with a huge stick, robbing that sniper. Body shot connects, but can't quite find the kill. Complexity once again in the driver's seat.
And Cloud9 sent Sab all the way across to the back base. Complexity figured it out early, and well, the overextension was ineffective once again. Now Complexity gets the kills at the right moments. Rockets coming up. They're going to be the ones that have first chance at this, and well, Cloud9's throwing every resource they have to try to stop that rocket from doing anything more, but Huss finds 2 with the rockets. Rain has overshield, and it might just be a death blow for Cloud9. Can they get the damage on this player before it's too far gone? Ryan takes over the mantle of responsibility. The flag is over the halfway mark. It's coming home.
It was a much different round of slays this time. This time they got the slays when they were already in the base of Cloud9, and that flag goes from green to green. But Huss takes down Suspector. Huss is here on the return. Oh, never mind. There we go. God, I was like, wait, hold on. What's going on here? But eventually the kills go in. So does that flag. It's a 3-1 win coming out of Complexity on their way to the grand finals.
Complexity just looked much more organized in the way that they were pulling flags. They had a lot more offensive opportunities by the way that they positioned themselves on the map. I look back to that play where Ryan made that deep play into a flank where he didn't pull the flag. He didn't try to force the play. Instead, he plays back towards his team, understanding that the only way Cloud9 win is if we give up a big mistake or open something up that wasn't supposed to be open. They checked their corners. They dealt with the overextenders. Death after death for Cloud9. Eventually, they just fell to 1,000 paper cuts. They weren't able to win the battle in the mid-map, and well, Complexity just kept pressuring, and found their opportunity. This play in particular from Breaking Shot, I love this. It's not like a super flashy or anything, but I love how his focus isn't necessarily about getting those kills. He just wants to be in the best opportunity to put damage and to help his team.
Yeah, we also even got some huge snipers onto the spawning players towards Mauler in that play as well, so big plays out of him, and it's really tough to watch if you're a fan of Cloud9 as well, because I mean, this whole series, you feel like they are right there, like one mistake away from ultimately winning on that solitude King of the Hill. 1 or 2 plays go their way right here on Empyrean, and it feels like they take that as well. We could have seen a game 5 easily here between Complexity and Cloud9. It's just very clear Complexity, man, they want it. They simply do, and they've earned it on their way to the grand finals.
The biggest thing to take away from Cloud9 is you looked good, you had great opportunities. And remember, this is still a pretty young team as a unit. Manny just joining in with the roster, and you were able to take down your old teammate in just a series before. I think you can find some things to motivate yourself after this tournament and get yourself in top shape before we go into Salt Lake City at SSG's home stand. Sentinels Complexity grand finals, a rematch of what we saw in the winners final. Complexity, can they take down the juggernauts that batted them down in a sweep just before in the winners bracket? We'll find out after this break. And there were just 2. We know who's going into pool play at Salt Lake City. The question is, who goes into what pool? That answer will be solved here today. Sentinels versus Complexity in our grand finals. I'm Tools. Joined with me is Active, and we'll be bringing you the action.
Very excited for this one. A lot of implications on the line, of course. Which pool will you enter in? At SLC, both these teams have secured themselves pool play, and now we get into game 1. I'm expecting this to go the distance here, but I will say Complexity looked phenomenal after that last series.
A lot of momentum behind them right now, and those Sentinels, they've been sitting on the sidelines for quite some time now. This probably isn't the greatest first game that Sentinels wanted. You know, a team that's red hot after a win against Cloud9 on the swingiest game type in the HCS. Sentinels is gonna have to figure out a solution early on.
There's one player in particular that I would love to or will be watching as this series goes on, and for me that's Breaking Shot. This kid is disgusting. I mean, he's just gotten so much better as the time has gone on, and even in that last series he just had so many game-changing plays that really just made the big difference, and you know, putting himself in that conversation of as one of the best in the game.
Well, Sentinels started to get a couple cheeky kills, a couple one-shots that got away, and Complexity now start to find themselves in a tough spot. They had that early trip cap, but suddenly the pressure has inverted. Complexity now the one searching for a home base, as Sentinels have found some much-needed momentum.
It's a tough map, a lot of swings, very volatile. A lot of back and forth.
Does this gun not look like a bird to you?
It does. It does. It does. The first time you said that, I haven't been able to unsee it. It definitely looks like a bird.
Some of it is crazy. Oh man, some of these Halo skids. But so far, Sentinel scoring, and they're putting up a strong defense over at yellow corner. They're not going to let Complexity have any outlet towards there, and Complexity doesn't seem much interested to going into B. Instead, they're putting all their eggs into one basket. It's going to be at A, and Precision's going to be the first player there to contest.
We talk about constantly that triple cap that gets locked in, and you know, forcing spawns and whatsoever, but the biggest thing for me is, you know, if you have this AB hold and you get control, you could literally hold this for the entirety of a game with ease, and that's what we're kind of seeing here. We're seeing AB being held by Sentinels. They're not activating to go to the triple cap whatsoever. They have 2 dead, and Lethal with this OS going to try and push his advantage here towards that tower side. Breaking Shot takes a lot of damage, so Lethal gonna go ahead and back up. No spawners to worry about, but they are gonna push him as he's weak. He has to win this fight versus us, and it's a trade.
Sentinels, they're doing a good job of playing their process. They're not trying to get too caught up on getting far ahead and going for that trip cap when they don't have numbers. But you gotta remember, at any point in time, you go 3-4 down, it's gonna let the other team get very aggressive, and that's exactly what Complexity does. They get the 3 down, they move over towards B, and now they're gonna try to suffocate the player at C.
That's exactly what's happening. C will be taken. There'll be spawns for Sentinels on that A side. There's one player, I believe, is Precision here on the Carbine side. I don't think he's gone down just yet, but Huss trusts his teammate in Breaking Shot to get that kill. Huss gets another one. Breaking Shot gets another one, and guess what? That's all 4 dead for Sen.
All right, this is where it gets dangerous. Sentinels, they're going to be trapped at bunker, and Complexity are going to be well set up to deal with the 2 players towards the engine, and Huss lurking in this tower. He waits for the damage to come in to know that it's safe for him to peek, and Sentinels in a dire position here.
There comes the collapse. Rynoob kills Falcade and Lethal, and Boo Boo got kills on the feet as well, but Boo Boo now the last player alive for the side of Sentinels. It's once again 4 down.
You have to be quick to deal with the outlet here. Yes, Sentinels can score this hill, but you can't let them escape. Keep them corralled at the backside of the map. Overshield coming up. If Complexity can get away with this and prevent Sentinels from taking too much space, they can get their trip cap back in effect and relatively easy.
I talked a lot about Breaking Shot, but I didn't talk much about Huss. 12-6 to start this game. Rynoob with the OS. Gets his first kill. Lots of damage goes into the top tower as well. That's Lethal. He's going to fall too. And Boo Boo, the last player alive once again. Sentinels 3 down.
Rynub's going to turn himself around in a second just to make sure no one got there at bunker, or he's going to get information from his team that bunker spawns are secured. They are. He knows he has freedom to push forward. He needs to find these outlet players. And unfortunately for Complexity, that just does not come true. Boo Boo wins the big fight. They know where the first spawner is in Huss, and look how fast a situation can turn on you on this map. It was just Complexity that was in a trip cap moments ago. Now Sentinels not only have the trip cap, they have them 4 down. This could be GG right here and now.
Allocated looking for the spawns. There is one spawner that spawned on the carbine side. It's Breaking Shot. He's got a very important role here, but unfortunately goes down instantaneously. The rest spawn on engine 1. Now it's up to Falcated to win a 1v1 against Huss. He gets that kill as well. It's a killing spree, and it's 2 down for Complexity.
Complexity, they just don't have an outlet to work with at the moment. Sentinels staying strong, making sure that those back perimeters are dealt with. Falcated is getting ready to go. They want to go for another trip cap situation. Lethal's at the tower, Falcated's at the engine. It's the 1-2 combination that they're hoping is enough, but Complexity start to find a little bit of space to work with. It's going to be another trip cap for Sentinels, but they could work their way out with a couple early kills.
Spawns on the bottom nest. Rain is the first one to go down for Complexity. That's going to make things a bit easier here for Sentinels. 12 seconds on that overshield. Precision pushing through, trying to clean up a kill he thought was on engine 1. It's 3 down for Complexity once again. Rain, the last player alive.
It's just been no good for Complexity. They haven't been able to move off their spawn for what feels ages. And you just saw a perfect yellow quarter spawn trap from Lethal. He doesn't get any kills from it, but being able to set that spawn trap up, be that aware, and get that damage in is certainly slowing down Complexity. They've been scored on for the last 2 minutes. They just have not been able to move.
The 2 caps locked in. Huss trying to find some space. They got a player weak at his precision here. Very important that he stays alive. The nade damage will go on to Rain. Rain somehow still lives, but Precision in a very interesting spot here on the engine 2. Has to contest on to B, but a lot of pressure. Unaware of that pressure, he goes down. Missed melee by Lethal. Melee's all around Rain. Having a little bit of a hard time cleaning up that kill. And now Lethal gets the kill on Orion. It was well 3 down Complexity.
Lethal, so much experience in this game. One of the best players to ever do it. Notice how he doesn't even try to get close to Rain there. Stays calm, stays composed, and well, he earns an untraded kill because of it. And that could have been the back-breaking kill for Complexity. They needed some sort of outlet towards the tower side. That doesn't come anytime soon. And with C being secured once again, there's nothing Complexity can do but hope that a player gets to Falcated in time to try to stop him from this capture.
Who gets that spawn as well, though, so it's going to be a 2v1 situation there for whoever decides to contest that spawn. And now it's Ryan trying to find his way inside of C, but he goes down as well. 2:45 and counting. It looks like Sentinels may win game 1.
It's brutal how fast this game can change on you. And when we go look at these replays, you'll notice that Complexity were in the trip cap, had everything going in their favor, and notice how fast the game changed. Now the trip cap went over to Sentinels, 4 players went down for Complexity, and they never regained control.
Incredible by the side of Sentinels, of course. If you're just joining us, this is the grand finals, and Complexity is coming out of that lower bracket. Sentinels obviously find themselves in the grand finals first, so it's Complexity that has to win 2 best-of-5s if they want to come out victorious. Both these teams have secured pool play, but this decides which pool they are in. And as we've seen at many LAN events, pools make a big difference. You can be in that really difficult pool or have an easier time in a little bit of an easier pool. Regardless, that's what these teams are fighting for at this moment in time.
And personally, I think we should start randomizing pools a little bit. I feel like 1 through 4 seed should like be randomized, like 5 through 8 randomized, you know. That way it's like you can't like mess around with the pool too much, but go through this game as we're watching. Look, this is the trip cap that's in for Complexity. They're putting in a lot of pressure. They're starting to keep those players on spawn. They have to back up and get this overshield. Everything was going right for them. And they're able to keep that scoring on with Ryan having this overshield. It didn't feel like Sentinels was going to have any way to get back into this game, but look how things changed. The trip cap went over to Sentinels, and from here they never gave up full control again. We're able to cycle these players from Complexity, and it was only slight reprieves that Complexity was able to earn as Sentinels just kept the pressure forward.
Stats only mean a little bit, obviously, but not used to seeing Huss with the most kills and the 0 assists, you know, or a you know, very tiny amount of assists. You usually see Huss with a lot of assists, a player that puts in a lot of damage, and then breaking shot is the one to kind of clean that up. We didn't see that there. You know, maybe a little bit of a lopsided game for the squad of Sentinels. We'll see if they can pick things up here in game number 2. Once again, a lot on the table here and a lot of work to do for Complexity coming out of that elimination bracket.
Slayer's up next. Shock Rifle is going to be into play, and well, we know there's plenty of players that can make use of that from both sides, but players to be on the watch out in particular on this match. Over on the side of Complexity, Huss and Breaking Shot. Those are your two main Slayers that can pop up at any moment, but a player that you definitely have to keep your eye on and restrict their movements and ability to grab things on the map is going to be Boo Boo Doo. He loves to get the camouflage on this map, and he's very proficient with that shock rifle. It's going to be a key for Complexity to shut him down.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2, Sentinels up 1-0 to start this series off. Ryan with the camo once again and the shock rifle combination. We'll see what Ryan Noob can do. We've seen some interesting Slayers out of Ryan Noob where he'll get 1 kill, 11 assists. And then yesterday we saw a Slayer where he got 12 kills and 11 assists. So which Ryan Noob are we going to see today is the question. Man's been in the game for 20 plus years and continues to give his life to the game of Halo. See if he can perform well here. It is already a 6-3 lead in favor of Complexity.
Some people are probably confused watching at home. They saw Ryan Noob jump up the triple stacks and see a couple players towards his right onto that C plat. The problem is the observer is at 105 FOV. Ryan Noob, I think he might play a bit lower of that one. I just don't think he saw the players at C. He almost had a free double kill that lined up to him, but he's done a great job of patrolling the map and keeping himself safe and working with his teammates. He uses all that shock rifle ammo. It doesn't result in too much kill wise, but he's certainly restricting opportunity for Sentinels. And when you have a lead, restricting opportunity is the best possible thing.
Well, stick there will trade out, and Falcade is still holding the Whirlpool side of the map on the half wall side. Doesn't see any pressure, but there is a player already from the side of Sentinels on that glass control. It is 3 down for Complexity. Rain, the last player alive.
Okay, he left A open for a second. I was thinking maybe he was going to try to force a little split, but no, they're just super aware of these pipe spawns. Lethal's playing low, and there's just no one there to quickly help him. It's not much that he can do. Camo should go into the hands of Precision, and I love this shroud screen. This gives you so many options to play with, right? Do you clamber up through the shroud screen? Do you play through the pit still? And Precision playing his camo well. Breaking Shot spots him, but he just cannot find the finish.
No, it's just so good by by Precision right there. I'm sorry. Just a beautiful job, right? He knows that Breaking Shot doesn't have aim assist because he's got that camo and it's starting to activate once again. So instead of going in a straight line, he backs up and doesn't allow Breaking Shot to hit that shot to expose his camo. Beautiful play, but unfortunately not the value I'm sure he would have liked to get out of that. We're tied up at 19.
Complexity had that early run, but Boo Boo Doo Boo gets his shock rifle, and he loves this map. Very good with the shock rifle. This is strong by Sentinels. They are trying to clear out this back A. There's a player just lurking back there that they minimize the value they could have gotten. That could have been so dangerous. And Boo Boo Doo Boo taking the quickest possible route.
Crazy play by Boo Boo. Still alive too, but he's gonna find a breaking shot. Breaking shot throwing a nade in the middle of that fight, and because of that, he'll go down. I think he had that win on the Boo Boo right there.
Huss had a good pre-aim though. Boo Boo Doo Boo, he was playing with fire. One shot was expecting to take care of that, but we are seeing Complexity start to play some corners. Breaking shot, look how patient he was. He's gonna catch one by surprise, and there's nothing Boo Boo can do to clean it up. Breaking shot earns his team 3 kills, 2 go in his column. 1 will be an assist, but my God, just playing the corner, lurking, waiting for information and capitalizing on it.
Ryan Noob with the shock rifle in his hands now. A little bit shaky on the shots there, but it'll be 2 down for Sentinels. Ryan Noob the only one to fall here for Complexity. Campbell coming up in 10 seconds. If you're Complexity, you want to try and get on that C-plat side and just have control of this side of the map so that camo can go, I'm sorry, in your favor. Breaking shot is set up for it. Falcated, the insta-splode. That's a stick into Falcated's face. He'll go down.
Camo's still up on the map for grabs. both teams playing very patient, waiting for Slays to go their way before they try to make the play. And even as Complexity gets the advantage, they're not moving anywhere close to it. Instead, they're trying to bully their way into gold. And this has been a very long wait for this camouflage. Ryan will be the one that breaks the vow of neutrality at bottom mid, and he's quickly taken down because of it. That camo is going to play no value for either side.
3 down for Sentinels, and now a chance for Lethal to put some damage in, but he goes down as well. Rhino and Breaking Shot are going to go down for the side of Complexity, but Complexity have really solid lead here. 38-32 now. 6-kill lead for them, and they'll play slow after they get that kill onto Precision now. It's both teams controlling both sides of the map, but guess who's got the shock rifle on his side? It's Boo Boo Doo Boo.
I'm surprised Complexity didn't send anyone earlier to the outlet that Ryan Noob's at now. He makes this push happen, but they expanded towards C. They left shock rifle open for the grabs. Boo Boo Doo Boo will be the player that gets away with it. Complexity has the lead, but certainly the opportunity for Sentinels to come back is in the hands of Boo Boo Doo Boo and whatever play that he can make.
Pokes his head towards Glass, takes a different route here. They know exactly where he is, though, so once again, he has to reroute and find an angle, and unfortunately, he's not going to find any angle whatsoever. Not hitting the shots I'm sure he wants to hit, and because of that, his entire team goes down. Boo Boo, the last player alive, was shock in his hands.
It's not the worst case scenario for Sentinels, though. You keep the shock rifle up, and you made them burn that shroud screen out, so you're going to have an opportunity to fight for that camo on equal footing.
Nice shot again by Boo Boo Doo Boo. Gets one onto Huss. That's another kill there as well. Damage onto Breaking Shot. 3 dead. Last player alive, Rain, and he's running through the long haul side trying to play his life.
The spawns happened at C, and that gave quick access towards Camo Pit. Precision got caught out because of it. And Sentinels not quite able to find the advantage that they were looking for off that 3 down.
The 4-kill lead now for the side of Complexity. Great shots by Lethal, but once again, Complexity take advantage of the low shield players, the Sentinels, and you see they're still on the prowl here on the long haul side. Boo Boo down to no shields now. Gonna throw a nice nade, but will get cleaned up by Huss, who puts himself in a great position to potentially end this game. 47-44 now, though. All the while, it's Sentinels still in the game. A 3-kill game now.
Don't count him out. Precision just went huge. He's at 15 and 11 this game, but most importantly, staying alive in a 1v2 and gives his team an opportunity to make the comeback. Lethal goes down. It's just too deaths to give up. Falcade is a player you got to be concerned about. He's trapped at the back of A as Precision's trying to alleviate the pressure on the side, but Complexity never fell for the bait. They find the flank, and Precision goes down, and so does Sentinels in game 2.
That's an unfortunate situation, right? Of course, you see that your teammate is on that A side. He's kind of trapped, and you want to push through and try to stop him from going down. It was Falcade trapped on the A side. All the Complexity on the tower, but yeah, like you said, it was all a bait. They turn around, they take care of the pushing player on that C plat, and that was it. 50-45, Complexity take game 2. And now, like I would have thought, we have a very close series on our hands, tied up at 1.
Precision, it was a tough role for him to play at the end because, like you said, Falcade's there at A. He's giving information to the team. But I think he needs to slow himself down just for a second at the end and ensure that he has team help going into that fight. They're just a bit too fast, and obviously bad timing on his side as 2 players from Complexity wrapped back to deal with him. But it certainly felt like there was a chance there for Sentinels to come back if they were able to find the right coordinated push.
As we hop into game 3, it is, of course, Sentinels who are just looking for 2 more wins here. Complexity, many more than that. Aquarius CTF is our next game. Do you favor either one of these teams on Aquarius CTF in terms of the game type and map combination? Do you think Sentinels has a better chance, or is Complexity starting to get better at this type of map and game type?
I think simply Sentinels is just the better team right now. I mean, with what we've seen with their results, I think Complexity's been on a big upswing, and I wouldn't count them out by any means. But I think if you go into any of these game types, you're going to favor Sentinels just based on their pedigree and the players surrounding them. Complexity, though,
I'm sorry, I was gonna say in that last series, Breaking Shot looked on fire, right? The series you casted with Tony, but this one I feel like, you know, not to point him out because I think he's a disgusting player, a little bit flat so far. I think if he picks it up, I mean, even though they win that game number 2, if he picks it up in these objectives, I honestly think that, you know, they reset this bracket. I truly do. I think, yes, I would agree on paper and from what we've seen, Sentinels is a better team, maybe a tier above, but I think the X factor is Breaking Shot. I think if he can step up and be that Slayer, I truly think that Complexity can match up to the likes of Sentinels.
Well, either way, here we go. Game 3 loading its way on in. I think I'm with you with Breaking Shot being fantastic. What we saw from him last series, I want to see him take over games. Yeah. One of the big things for Complexity, in my opinion, is consistency from Huss. I think if Huss plays well, they can beat anyone any given day. I just think it's a lot of pressure on Huss to always have to play well, right? It just doesn't feel like there's any player on Complexity side that can afford to have like bad games.
Yeah, good point.
So that's what I'm curious to see. I think the big win condition for Complexity is Huss playing well. If he plays well, I think they win.
Well, guess who we're on board with right off the start? It's going to be Huston directly towards the overshield. He'll pick that up and some damage into Boo Boo, who's just baiting him into that sticky grenade. And guess what? Bye-bye overshield. 3 down for the side of Complexity. Ryan Noob, the first one to spawn.
Some funky punches, some lucky sticks, things going awry for both sides early in this game, but it's in the chaos that teams can find their moments of opportunity. Ryan Noob far up onto the map. He's ready to attack, but we've seen him do this a couple times in these flag games where he doesn't quite pull right away. He waits for that right opportunity, and as Sentinels goes 3 down, they see their flag leave the base. This thing's already to the half line.
Yeah, I truly think Ryan loves flag. You always find him in the back of the enemy team's base on flag maps, and you'll see it. This is already a very scrappy cap. Huss does a great job staying alive on the P side. It's Rain up there with him to assist, and you see it's Sentinels trying to clean up the kills. They meticulously handle the pressure from Complexity. Breaking Shot, the last player alive.
It's tough to swallow from Complexity. You had 3 players down, flag out at the right opportunity, and that flag gets returned. That last player playing too much of an impact for Sentinels, and they've been able to stay resilient on this front line, just pressuring Complexity. Are they going to be able to battle out of this, or are they going to fold?
2 down for Complexity. Looks like they're folding as of right now. The spawns come out on the fridge side. It's Rain who's trying to play his life down to no shields. He'll go down. OS coming up very shortly in about 10 seconds as well, so it'll be Boo Boo maybe trying to go for that. Flag has made its way through towards the utility side, but still being contested. So it's an OS or a flag. You got to pick what resources you throw to which objective.
Sentinels going to throw their numbers towards this overshield, but certainly not secured yet. 3 down for both sides. Breaking Shot will have to try to deal with the rest. Boo Boo Doo, he was the last alive for his team, but he was on the opponent's side of the map. He's pulled out a flag and he's gotten it back home. Complexity, they thought they were safe. No, Boo Boo Doo. Hey, like I said, in chaos, certain players find opportunities. It's going to be the first flag for Sentinels.
Huss with the OS as well for Complexity. We'll see if maybe he can answer back with some pressure on the map, but you can see the rest of his team on that car side going to the utility of Sentinels, and because of that, Huss is all alone. His OS is gone, and it's another pull here for Complexity, but they're not going to have a numbers advantage once Precision spawns.
Boo Boo Doo has been dicing up Complexity on these flanks. They have not been able to find him and deal with him. Now it's a 2-man tandem. Him and Fallicated, the long-term duo. These 2 have been teaming since early in the Halo 5 days that are trying to wrap through and find kills. Once again, notice that they're not pulling flags just because they're in that back base. They understand that there's a lot more that's needed for you to have a successful flag run. Unfortunately, that flank will amount to not much. Equalizing flag is in. Rain with the answer.
A beautiful 3 down, allowed that flag to go on through, and you see off the bat, it's already Falcated that goes down. That's a thrust on the side of Rain. A lot of damage into the players, the Sentinels in their back base. Complexity on the aggressive right now, and they get another kill. This could be a flag run. Unless Boo can make some impact, he goes down.
That's the benefit for complexity when a team goes on a heavy flank like that. You leave a lot of space open on your side of the map. Those players from complexity, they stay alive in Sentinel's base. And even though Rain is capturing the flag, they are able to keep applying that pressure to Sentinels. Now, Sentinels will eventually be able to find those kills and slay out, but you have to realize that every play, every action that you make, it has some sort of downside or risk to it. Complexity tries to capitalize off the risk that Sentinels provided, but they weren't able to find anything. Instead, now a counterattack in for Sentinels. Lethal fast to the base, not able to get that flag down into the pit. Instead, it'll be Sentinels that has to fight from the high ground.
Boo's got to stay alive here on the top of P, but getting pushed by two different players. He goes down, and so does Falcated. Now Lethal's left to fight by himself. Doesn't take a lot of damage in that fight. Gets a perfect 5 shots in. Breaking shot down to no shields as well. Lethal's gonna challenge him, but he's getting pelted from Huss that is on the car 1 side. Huss gets another with the help, and it's 2 down for Sen.
Breaking Shot's done a fantastic job of staying alive in the middle of the map. Such a tough task for a player, but he's taking damage, getting his shields back, and finishing his teammates' kills while applying tension onto the base of Sentinels. This has been a fantastic life that's going to turn into much more. He is dissecting them. Double kill, 5 in a row. As Sentinels goes 3 down, Falcated the last player alive, and he just has to helplessly watch on his death cam as this flag continues forward.
It's just beautiful. Once again, it's Breaking Shot for me. Goes in, isolates the angle on one, cleanly kills him, then goes to the other. Consistently doing damage. 11 and 10, not showing up on the stat sheet, but he literally guaranteed flag number 2 for Complexity.
2nd in a row for them, as they found their momentum into this game. Boo Doobu's been having a fantastic game stats-wise, but a couple times now that he hasn't been able to even have a chance to contest those flags back home. He's going to work his best to keep the midline in their possession, and this is where Boo Doobu is so great. He is not giving Ryanoob a chance for this kill. Instead, it's a double for him. Complexity goes 4 down, and look at this overshield. I'd be surprised if they pop it right away. I think they're going to try to get some value out of this, as they know all 4 spawners from Complexity are in that back base.
They pop it, and Complexity move through the P side of the map, and you see 3 of them on that side. Falcated trying to find space on their base, but there's 2 players to deal with. He deals with the first one. Rain, though, with some beautiful shots, takes him out, minimizes the value of that overshield to only 1 kill.
Rain gets his shields back, but Boo Doobu took advantage of Falcated's damage. He's going to play off the damage, not the kill, to get that flag out. Now it's up to Sentinels to win their fight on the way back.
Lethal does win his fight. He's going to stay alive as well. He'll continue to pressure Huss, who's on the bottom center of the map, and their objective at this point is not to go down and not allow that counter cap to happen. Still pressure on the utility side. They're aware of that. They push Huss. Huss goes down. That's 2 down for Complexity.
Keep an eye on Boo Doobu's stats for this game. He is having a heater this time around. Finds himself double positive at 18 and 9 thus far, and I don't see him slowing down. Seems like he has great recognition. He's been playing his life well, and he is clearly concerned about these players that he know are lurking on the P side.
Takes care of 1 with the help of his teammate. That's 3 down. Breaking Shot the last player alive. This flag will go.
I love how Sentinels identifies what the weakness of Complexity is. Boo Doobu was so aware of those players that were on the P side, and even though they were staying alive, you got to realize what the downside is, right? If you have 2 players that are lurking on P side, not in fights, that means the rest of the map is open. Sentinel says, hey, we'll take it. We're not even going to worry about killing you guys. We're going to kill your teammates on the other side with our numbers advantage, pull the flag, and by the time you react, well, you'll be down numbers yourself. Easy flag capture for Sentinels, and great macro play and recognition from them to realize what the opportunity was.
Oh, it's in the hands of Boo. He gets 1 onto Huss. Still damage coming out into the face of Complexity. Ryanoob as well on the flag. Always in the back of the enemy team's flag, but this time it's not going to work out. They've read him. Huss, the last player alive now. Boo trying to stay alive and clean up Huss as well.
This is dangerous for Complexity once again. Lethal was the player that's forward now. He's pulling the flag as Sentinels was getting these kills. Complexity just has to overextend on their spawn, and it's so dangerous when you play this overextension game. Sentinels is going to be well set up. You are dependent on finding these opening slays.
There's the cap. 4-2 now. Sentinels take the lead by 2, and that was quick, to be honest with you. It looks like Complexity were in control the first half of this game, but things have really changed. Boo Boo gonna miss the plasma pistol, unfortunately. Green gun not gonna work this time. Boo Boo in trouble, down to no shields, but look at the cleanup kills and the kill feed. It's lethal with the kill onto Huss, but now Sentinels don't have the numbers advantage.
Boo Boo Doo is so good at staying alive. I was looking at the stats of damage taken per life, that player that takes the #1 spot, Boo Boo Doo Boo, he maximizes his lives, plays like a Pistola back in the day. He truly understands that what his responsibility is to keep tension, to put down damage, and to stay alive. Most importantly, he is continuing that trend. He has yet to go down as he looks for more players to take out, and unfortunate timing for him will finally be his demise, but not before. He's been 23-10. Remember, last time that we looked at him, he was 18-9. He is going on run after run in this game.
I think he recharged his shields like 7 times in that one life. It was actually insane. And
there used to be a medal for that in Halo 5. I wonder if there's one in Halo Infinite still.
Hard target? Wasn't it hard target?
Yeah, it's like hard target. It's like if you regen 10 times in a row.
Yeah.
Which is absurd. Yeah, it's like an absurd thing to do, is to get a regen 10 times. I like this lurk play. He's gonna wait for information. I don't think he's gonna try to necessarily get the kill right away. Does he thinks they left him behind? I don't know. I would have liked to see him maybe keep lurking forward and trust his teammates to get these kills in the back base, but Rain's obviously causing some sort of chaos, and he's going to find himself well positioned for this game. So, hey, like I said, naturally, I would have tried to get forward. Him, Boo Boo Doo Boo, he knows what his team needs. He plays back into the middle of the map, and he finds the escape of Rain, and just that one kill really releases a lot of that pressure that Sentinels was feeling.
Only 1 minute left for Complexity to get 2 caps here, or else Sentinels will take the lead in the series and be at tournament point. Huss is a big win, but he goes down to Falcated. Hits some beautiful shots right there, and as that neutral clock keeps ticking down, it is up to Complexity to make a move.
Wouldn't be surprised if Sentinels just stops trying to play too offensive here. Might try to look for some quick flanks, but you don't necessarily need this 5th flag cap. You can see Falcated, he does exactly that. He could try to go for a flagpole here, but he understands that what's more important is just getting behind players, getting kills, and slowing Complexity down from trying to help this flag carrier.
Falcated gets 1 on his side. It's Huss trying to make this flag go in, but a killing spree for Falcated once again, and he continues to do damage to the Complexity players trying to guarantee this flag. And even if they do, they only have 10 seconds to get another one, but Falcated's making this first one nearly impossible, puts his body on the line, and so much damage as well. 3 seconds remain. Are they in position to pull a flag? They are not. Sentinels take the lead 2-1.
Well, we're talking about Boo Boo Doo Boo, but little did we know his crime and partner was having a hell of a game as well. Falcated will finish that game with 24 slays and just 14 deaths for him, and it's the long-term duo that kept the job done for Sentinels. And I just cannot praise those two enough for what they were doing in that game. I felt like Boo Boo Doo Boo was perfectly playing his life. I'm curious at their yeah, look at that damage taken, only 5,200 from Boo Boo Doo Boo. He was in and out, constantly finding those flanks, getting those positions, getting those kills. Lethal on the other hand, it's funny because when you have those players that are making those flank plays, the other players are going to be the ones that have to be forward on those front lines. You can see that reflected in the damage. Lethal and Precision were just constantly battling out, getting the damage and letting Falcated and Boo Boo Doo Boo have the freedom to pick up those kills. It's a type of gameplay where you know that your stats aren't going to look pretty at the end of the game, but you realize that you're helping the team, and sometimes you're just going to have that player that's going to be able to shine at the end of the game with how they're playing and how they're listening to the call outs and cleaning up all those kills.
All the Sentinels have this 2-1 lead. This will be a tournament point for them, and will guarantee them the best spot that they could get in pools. Sentinels looking really solid, and again, it's just constant back and forth from them. In that game too, we didn't see a crazy performance from them, but once we get, of course, to these objective games, they always seem to shine. And they shined here once again on Aquarius Flag. Now we go to that game number 4, and I'm just excited to see, once again, looking at breaking shot. Can the man pop off? I actually want to look at and see his stats in that last game. 18 and 24. And again, you don't want to like isolate a player. It is a team effort. This is, you know, of course it is. Halo is a team effort, but like I talked about time and time again, he is the X factor for this roster, and if he has that takeover type game, we could see a very different complexity. It just relieves a lot of pressure off of Huss, like you talked about. We'll have to see that here, because this is Complexity's chance to bring us to a game 5. Otherwise, Sentinels, they're gonna make it.
Huss is he has a tough position on this team because he's I'd say he's the damage dealer for the roster. Breaking shot's obviously the slayer, and he's gonna have crazy stat lines because of it. Yeah. But on the other side, Huss is the player that's setting up a lot of opportunities for players on his team because he's so active on the map. Like he is a damage dealer at heart, and sometimes that's going to reflect in the slay, sometimes that's going to reflect in the assists. And if his team's not necessarily giving him that help necessary to facilitate that play style, that's when you're going to see him have rougher games, and that's when Complexity has a tougher time pulling out these games. We see looks like we're having some problems with some connections on some players, so they're gonna talk about what's going on, how they're gonna get back into the game. In the meantime, folks, if you're watching us over here and you're curious, hey, what is this, what are we watching? Well, you're watching the HCS Salt Lake City Major Qualifier. The top 2 teams that we're seeing compete right here have qualified for pool play at the major. We are LVT Halo. We provide all the tournament coverage for any HCS event. And, you know, a lot of people would think, well, how do you do that? I mean, we haven't missed an HCS event in years, folks. I'm actually being serious with this. Like, we cover everything we possibly can. And we do that thanks to your guys' support. That we don't have, like, it isn't like 343 that pays us. It isn't, we don't have any big bankroll behind us. It is literally the support that we get from Twitch and YouTube goes right back into the channel to pay everyone that works on the show, and we've been able to grow it from there. And I just want to give a shout out to everyone that's helping. If you want to continue helping, a couple ways you can do that. Subscribing to the channel always helps. Maybe you have a Prime sub available, or if you're on the YouTube, check to make sure you're subscribed. A lot of people watch this on the YouTube and don't subscribe to the channel. Last time I looked, it was 60%. So if we can have some of y'all that watch on the YouTube that aren't subscribed but are watching us every day on the YouTube, well, shout out to y'all. We appreciate you watching. Just throw us a subscriber if you can, or you can throw us 10 gifted subs like Walshy is my hero, or Yishwoosh is my hero. Sorry, Walshy backwards, right? His OG gamer tag. Walshy's my hero. It's a good gamer tag.
Yushla. That's what I used to call it back in the day, yeah.
That was the OG
gifted,
tag, right?
Yes,
OG tag?
Yes, sir. Good times. Good times, but man, again, we appreciate you here at LVT, and we get to put on these shows because of you, all of the casters, the production. You know, we've got a lot of people behind all this, and it's because of you guys that this all goes on. Man, you know what I wish? I wish we would get some sort of a look at the pools and what kind of what is on the line for these squads. I believe Native ended up tweeting out that they are guaranteed a pool play spot, so that's great to see. Obviously, we've got
where's Ashman when you need him? Ashman, where are you at? or Thug Nasty's the other guy that keeps track of all that stuff.
Yeah, I would love to see, like, you know, what the pools are looking like as of right now. But yeah, Native has qualified. Of course, these 2 teams have qualified for pools as well. Excited to see how things happen and how things pan out after this event is over.
Yeah, I think Thug's in the chat. Maybe Thug Nasty will give us the deets necessary, because I'm curious as to who got their qualification. Obviously, it's the top 2 teams are going to qualify just from their position here, but I believe is it 2 more spots or 1 more spot that's going to go to North America from pro points?
I believe it's 2 more if I'm not mistaken, but again, I could be wrong.
Well, so it's like top 6, and then you get 1 from Europe that qualifies through the qualifier. You get 1 from Europe that qualifies through points. So that's 8. Then we get 4. Yeah. So 2-2.
There you go. As you can see on your screen here, ladies and gentlemen, Forge Hub, September 1st at 12 p.m. Eastern. It's a $5,000 Forge Hub tournament. We get to see so many new maps and even game types utilized in this tournament, and you get to see some of the best players that come through and play these as well. You never see you see a lot of pro players that will play anything, and you know, it's great to see the competition, and it's great to see those players, some of the best players, play on different settings and different maps, which is what we need here in Halo. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, on to game 4. It's going to be Streets Oddball. Sentinels up 2-1.
I want to give a shout out to Mashlab. That's the man right there. He coached LG for a little bit, but he's a great guy in the scene, giving us 10 gifted subs as well. Double for Ryan Noob, as he's going to be picking up this ball early on. Complexity in a must-win situation to force a game 5.
Ball dropped.
It's Stalker in the hands of Breaking Shot. This is the man I'm looking to see pop off here. I'm going to be able to tell how he's playing based on this reticle, man. This guy zones in and locks in. The Stalker's good. The Commando's good as well. And the 2 kills go in. You might think it's only a double, but once again, a double that was a low percentage double there for Breaking Shot makes it happen, but it doesn't matter. 3 down for Complexity once again.
I like the way that Breaking Shot plays, because he plays as if whatever play he makes is going to give him the most dopamine. You know, he's like, hey, let me turn around, let me hit this 180 Stalker into Commando, like perfect shots. That is the thing that hits my brain the right way. And it's always just fun to watch. Breaking Shot's unbelievable, and he'll always be picking up whatever is available to him on the sandbox.
This is just unfortunate for him, though, right now. Precision was hiding in the corner there in the front of C. Breaking Shot could not find him, was looking for him for probably 15 seconds, and then all of a sudden, Precision gets some help towards that sub side, and Breaking Shot goes down because of it. New camo coming up in about 30 seconds. Precision goes down, though. That's 1 down for the side of Sentinels. Ryan trying to activate on that 1 down, but jumps with the low shields into the open, ends up falling, and now it's 3 down for Complexity.
It's a great job by Falcon not to get caught up in his position. He was the ball carrier, but he was quick to jump out and to be offensive. Not necessarily playing that ball, but putting his body on the line to make sure that he can get damage and kills and not just get caught up playing a passive game next to the ball. Yeah, Sentinels isn't getting a lot of ball time right now, but they're maintaining their position close to ball, and they have better sight lines onto this camo.
2 down for the side of Complexity. Lethal pushing up off that. 2 dead and trying to get some sort of advantage on the spawners as well. You see, there is a player on back A, and Lethal not aware of it. It was a quick, I believe it was actually Huss, the last player alive on that back A side. Took some space. Because of that, Lethal goes down. Falcated, though, trades out a couple kills. This is Breaking Shot, the last player alive, and a triple for Falcated.
Sometimes Falcated's a monster. He's just slowly and surely moving up the map. Breaking Shot stands no chance. It's eventually going to be an easy cleanup for him. So we'll call it the very, very, very delayed overkill for Falcated, as he took down all 4 players on Complexity.
He's still going as well. Another kill onto Huss. It'll be a 2v2 situation here, but Sentinels only got 18 points out of that, and now Complexity have the ball. So even with all the slays of Falcated, it's only a few seconds of ball time here for Complexity, but for Sentinels. But Boo Boo has that Stalker rifle, and they still have that PD advantage with the PD spawns. Now Boo Boo's gonna have to get this kill onto Huss. Falcated gets one onto Ryan in the kill feed, and Huss goes down as well.
Yeah, Complexity, I don't know. You're getting kind of pushed around right now early in this game, but could be worse. I think that's the sort of attitude I would have. You know, it's only a 30-point differential thus far, 1 break, and you could totally change this game back into your advantage.
Boo Boo playing really aggressive with his Stalker, and somehow Breaking Shot's gonna throw a sticky, take him out. Breaking Shot, the last player alive on Complexity. Falcated rotating this ball now.
Ball dropped.
Sentinel's going to be forced to play a little bit of that neutral game. That ball is going to have to stay on the ground until they get a few more slays. Ryan will break it open with his first, and here comes the floodgates of Complexity. A couple kills for them.
Breaking shot. Sticky goes in. He knows it's good, so he backs off. He still has a stalker to work with. A beautiful nade, though. Going to back him off from getting that camo. But he does enough damage for that kill to be cleaned up. It's Breaking Shot with the camo in his hands now. Has to fight this. Unfortunately, ends up going down because of it. That's camo off the map, but a little bit of time here for Complexity. 17 points and counting.
You'd hope for a little bit more value off that camouflage, but Complexity can't be complaining. They're scoring at the moment. They've been able to find more slays. They seem to be activating a bit better on the map. Feels like we're seeing a different Complexity at this stage of the game.
They push in. Boo-Boo-Doo ready for it, though, with his teammate. Doesn't pick up ball. Doesn't have any teammates here to help him out, and you would expect him to influence the spawns there on the red room side or back a C, but
I really like what Boo-Boo did there, right? He's last player alive in that base. What does he do? He flies all the way, makes a giant loop, because he understands that Complexity knows that he's there, so they have to go find him. And so he's basically leading them on a wild goose chase, trying to slow them down from getting to that ball early. And now he's right back on the front lines, working with his team to collapse back in. You gotta remember, Boo-Boo started his life trying to attack into C. He got his way into C, killed the ball carrier, ran out, led them on a wild goose chase, and then eventually came back to help his team collapse in on the players that he trapped into C. Really effective life there from Boo-Boo, and he's not done yet.
He doesn't even melee right there. Just shoots the last shot, gets another one. Once again, a killing spree for Boo-Boo. 12 and 6 for him. Falcated 14 and 6. Both these guys have been on a tear all series long. These are the two players that we've been constantly talking about on the side of Sentinels, and they've been a big proponent for the success of Sentinels.
Yeah, these guys look like Braun and T. Wade back in the Heat days. They have been dominating Complexity thus far in this series. And that camouflage, Breaking Shot might be able to get away. No, Lethal spots it out in time, but a dominant round win from Sentinels as they have just controlled every aspect of this game. The slays for Boo-Boo and Falcated combining for a 28 kill performance. Complexity, they're still not out technically, but it definitely feels as if it's just a matter of time before Sentinels finds those last 2 seconds.
Love this slow play by Falcated right here. Only 2 points needed, and if this was me, I'm terrible. I would just push and get that ball and continue to die as I go for that ball, but Falcated plays it slow, waits for the 3 dead, guarantees the round.
Drop it.
That's round number
again.
1.
Come on, go again. Let them run out free. Get a few more kills. They simply won the gunfights. They were so dominant in those gunfight wins, and Boo-Boo in particular was so important for their team. He's gonna finish that round double positive at 14 kills and 7 deaths, 7 assists. Falcated meeting him with 16, so 30 kills between the two of them. But it's more about how they stay alive, how they're using their lives to find more and more kills. Complexity gonna have to find a solution to these two players.
Oh, they've already got a couple seconds of ball time here added up on that sub side of the map. Precision's trying to find an opening, and Breaking Shot gonna use that red gun once again to make it difficult for him to get through. 21 points and counting now. Breaking Shot has that stalker rifle. Now he's looking for a chance to get that camo. That first kill might be enough for him to feel confident enough to go in. He gets another kill, but camo's still down. Boo-Boo picks it up.
Out away with this camouflage still. Everything seems to be going right. Even when Sentinels isn't scoring, they find their way right back into the power positions of the map with the power weapons. Hey man, I like the transition to plan B. Says, oh, I'm out of ammo, I got a repulse, let me stay alive, get another kill, and hopefully get to this ball in time. Yeah, I was about to say that thing has to be resetting soon. Sentinels does all that work to break through, but they don't necessarily have a guaranteed ball yet.
All I can say is do not play money 8s against this man Boo-Boo tonight. You'll be losing a lot of money against him, so that's just a warning to all the other players that play money 8s and money 2s.
Hey,
this
you
guy.
heard a Shotzzy.
He's on fire, man. I'm not gonna lie to you. He's been playing well all day long. 18 kills, 10 assists, only 9 deaths in this game thus far. 3 down for the side of Complexity. They'll get a bit of ball time here, but not without taking so much damage. Last player alive is Precision. He's gonna try and milk as much as he can.
He's actually in a really good spot here for being last alive. He's going to give himself a couple options on this rotation. Unfortunately for him, Boo Boo Doo went down early. That's going to force his hand, but you couldn't really ask for a better spot being last alive. He had the option to rotate and save his teammates. Unfortunately, the execution just not quite there for Sentinels, and Complexity might be able to find a little bit more value because of it. Huss with the camouflage, he's going to have to play early and find his kills, but precision cutting him down.
Enemy has the ball.
Once again, ball in the hands of Sentinels. It just felt like Complexity worked so hard to get that 27 points for themselves, and now it's just Sentinels with the ball in their hand and all of Complexity pushing on the purple side. Falcon has got a ton of damage into them. He's gonna have to do damage again, but they're gonna be a bit closer on this fight here, so Falcon is gonna be looking for help. It is a 2-push though on that B side as well, so it's up to Falcon to activate on these 2 kills. He gets 1. Breaking shot though, once again, red gun in his hand. Never drops that red gun. That red gun is always in the hands of Breaking Shot, timing that every single time. 3 dead Complexity.
Problem is, you have to be careful about who you give it up to after your turn's over. Boo Boo Doo Boo will pick it up, and him and Valkyrie have been maintaining their pace thus far, 22 and 23 kills apiece. And now Sentinels, for the first time in round 2, have taken this lead.
Noob trying to push through. There's a couple players. There's one player on this side of the map that he has to take care of, and that is Boo Boo Doo Boo. The repulse is going to make it a bit easy. Gets the nice little flick for the cleanup kill. Finds himself nade bounced in the air. We haven't seen that make such an impact just yet, but I'm sure as time goes on, that nade bouncing mechanic will make an impact in some games somehow. And you see Complexity finally getting a bit of time here. Huss not going to win this fight though. Once again, it'll be 2 down. Make that 3 down for Complexity.
I'm crazy to say the nade bouncing has made it more fun, the game. It's like I enjoy it whenever I bounce someone or I get bounced. It just feels a little bit more Halo-like. But Camouflage up once again, and Precision will be the player that leads the front lines. I like how he didn't grab. He purposely threw his life forward, understanding that I'm going to die. Maybe I get the kill here, but I'm going to provide space for Falcade to grab this thing and get away with the camo.
Falcade a couple of shots in. Look at that. Just like that, Sentinels are back in the lead here in this round number 2. They've already got 1 round under their belts. This is literally tournament point for the side of Sentinels. Lots of information from Falcon onto Ryan Noob. Ryan Noob's gonna peek shot, not gonna work for him though. 3 down, Complexity rating the last player alive.
Falcon's just been on a patrol. He hasn't really gotten a lot of kills in this life, but he's gotten plenty of damage. He is keeping Complexity at bay, and well, the push is coming from Cafe side, but it almost feels as if Falcon is too aware. The damage was done for the player on the B cross, and this is what we mean by being separate but together on the map. Boo Boo Doo Boo's all the way at B, but he's getting information to his teammates across the map to finish his kills. So they're playing together even though they're so far away from each other, and it's so hard to deal with the team that's doing that effectively. Sentinels allocated 5 kills in a row, 5 seconds till this ball gets them to the 100-point land, and a grand finals victory for them. A dominant performance from Boo Boo Doo Boo and his long-term duo Falcated in this game.
Not only in that game, but that series, they both played phenomenal. It is great to see them leveling up like that as the tournament went on, and now we find ourselves with a winner. Sentinels, once again, your champions of the SLC qualifier. You can see it right there. A trek through the winner's bracket. 3-0, 3-1, 3-0, 3-1. Incredible job by Sentinels.
They looked head and shoulders above everyone else in the competition today, and well, it's going to be scary if Boo Boo and Falcon are able to keep up at the pace that they played today. That final game, they ended with 27 kills for Boo Boo, 28 for Falcated, 12 deaths for Boo Boo, 15 deaths for Falcated. It's just an incredible stat line from them. You can see the damage that they were able to put down, a couple 7K a piece, and it felt like they were just bullying Complexity around the map. Those two were unbelievable in this grand finals.
Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, this, as we look at the replays, it's going to be the last open series we do for the season, but that doesn't mean LVT is done. We've got the Forge Hub $5,000 tournament on September 1st, and of course, you can sign up for that right now. $5,000 on the line, new game types, new maps, a chance at a ginormous prize pool. And of course, we'll be at SLC as well. We'll be casting the open bracket, the Passion Pit. For those of you that like to call it that, we'll also have a place for you to sit as well if you'd like to enjoy the action up front, close and personal. But that's going to be it for us. Garrett, any last words before we go?
Sign up for Forge Hub, guys. Like, it's going to be a great time. It's next Saturday. There's no more HCS competition until Salt Lake City. So if you want to get some practice in with your team that's going into that open bracket, well, this is a good opportunity to do so. It'll be ranked 4v4 settings like you're used to in the HCS, but on Forge-made maps, some of the best forgers in the community. It's always great to be able to use those maps to kind of see like who are the best forgers and who maybe can start making some more maps for HCS. You know, there's some forge maps I want added ASAP. Heinz, come on, where's Collie? I want to play Collie. Please, for the love of God, let me play Coliseum. Coliseum is so good. The forger that made that Coliseum.
New maps.
I don't even care about new maps. I just want to play Coliseum, brother. I just want to play Coliseum. But
You're a Halo 5 nerd, just like Bound.
dude, I just tell you that will instantly become the best map in the game. But I want to give one last congratulations to Sentinels. I mean, they looked incredible today. Falcade, Boo Boo, they were teaming up to do some incredible things, and Precision, Lethal were right alongside them, keeping up. It was fantastic to watch this team play as well as they are, and I hope that they're able to figure it out on land, because this is a team that just has fell short of their own expectations the last few events. I want to see them be able to eclipse those and be maybe back into that grand finals like we saw them last time that they were at Salt Lake City.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to wrap it up for us here at LVT. The next time you'll see us is, of course, for that Forge Hub tournament. Don't forget to sign up. The links were in the chat spam by LVT Halo, so check that out. Sign up, $5,000 on the line. And then after that, of course, we will be hosting the open bracket at SLC HCS. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you next time here at LVT. Thank you very much.